Chapter 101. No, are all of you dinosaurs so abstract? It's okay to make cute noises, but why is it translated as a northeastern accent? What, you look down on us northeastern dragons? I told you you're fat and you're still panting. Without saying a word, Li Chengfeng swung a huge fan formed by green light of wool onto the demon dinosaur's forehead. You are a dinosaur from the wilderness, how can you say you are a northeast dragon? No, buddy, are you sick? I see you are from the Republic. Don't you know that the wilderness has exchanged national treasures with the Republic? The wilderness brought me to the northeast, and then brought back 2 giant pandas. The exchange lasted for 10 years. The demon dinosaur was still roaring, and in Li Chengfeng's ears, it sounded like a thick northeastern accent. But his statement? It's really amazing. He really didn't know that the Republic had ever done such a big thing. When a dinosaur is swapped with a giant panda, is this considered exchanging space or shape-shifting? At least for giant pandas, it is definitely a shape-shifting phenomenon. If these pampered and fat national treasures go to the wilderness to train for 10 years, I'm afraid they will immediately become gangsters among pandas when they come back. Li Chengfeng complained in his heart. But it was just a complaint, and he immediately returned to the topic. The old friend you are talking about, the one who created this fairytale town, is the Moon Girl, right? You actually know my friend, that's great. Children are always interested in the fairy tale world. If that's the case, then help me. Impossible. Li Chengfeng's expression gradually became serious, and he directly rejected the demon dinosaur, the highly intelligent dinosaur nanny. The harm caused by reality distortion is definitely no less than that of any supervillain. It's not that it just makes reality change into another form. People who are assimilated by the distorted reality will be erased from the original real universe for a long time and completely disconnected from the real universe. To put it simply, if you stay in another universe for a long time, your cosmic household registration will really change. And reality distortion will have to be resolved one day. And those who have their household registration in this place where reality is distorted will disappear as the distortion disappears. In other words, there is no point in directly cancelling the account. You have to understand that in the eyes of Moon Girl, this may just be a giant playhouse or some kind of Disneyland. But for those who are inexplicably assimilated by the distortion of reality, this is an unexpected disaster. If they stay in a distorted reality for too long, when the distortion is repaired, that will be the day these people die. Do you really want your little buddy to become a lunatic who slaughtered hundreds of people? Li Chengfeng stared at the demon dinosaur's shaken eyes without blinking. Yes, this sin must be blamed on her. Although Bruce Wayne didn't understand what the awoo of the demon dinosaur meant, Li Chengfeng was obviously able to communicate with it. And judging from Li Chengfeng's constantly changing expression, it wasn't particularly smooth. At the moment, Bruce Wayne has begun to subconsciously observe his surroundings. Although it was dark, it felt as familiar to him as if he were back home. That's exactly what the Batcave feels like. What should we do? Definitely, we need to find a way to get in without being assimilated and rewritten by this reality distortion area. Hela and Dr. Liang were standing on the outskirts of Fairy Tale Town at the moment and did not rush in directly. After Dr. Liang finished speaking, he looked behind him not far away, where were all the members of the star team except Wang Ada. As for why except for King Ada? This requires us to talk about the value of clerical work and base coordination. There are only a few brains in the entire base, so Ada Wang, an excellent field agent, has to take charge. They are no different from the princesses who are treated like slaves in the distorted reality. Reaching out his hand, Liang pointed at the current lineup of the star team. Among these team members, you, Thor, and Loki are resistant to reality distortion because of their divinity. And that magic girl over there, her name is Wanda, right? The nature of her magic is related to the reconstruction of reality, so she probably won't have any impact. But the others are not so good. Hela nodded, then turned and walked over to the members of Team Star. You should have heard it just now. Now we have a mission in front of us. We will step into this reality distortion area in front of us to rescue the captain of the Star team. After hearing these words, everyone's eyes were still flickering with confusion. Where is this? Captain? Captain of what? Isn't the captain of their star team the 2-meter-30-meter tall Asgard goddess of death in front of them? Did the captain's brain suddenly malfunction? Is it a tumor or water intrusion? Everyone looked a little confused. Except for one person. Harley Quinn. What happened to this guy Li Chengfeng again? After she said this, she saw that everyone around her was looking at her strangely. Even Dr. Liang, who had been confident just now, widened his eyes at this moment. That's impossible. Harley Quinn is just an ordinary person. No, to be precise, she's a mental patient. How can she resist the power of reality distortion? What? You look down on mental illness, right? Do you believe that a mental illness will come to your door tonight and smash your windows? Harley Quinn had met Liang several times, so she was very skilled at threatening. This is a good thing for us. Hela stood between the two of them. Now is not the time to explore the mechanics. As the commander-in-chief of the army conquering the 9 realms, Hela naturally knows that speed is of the essence and the more the better. Although Harley Quinn is unreliable most of the time, she often does many unexpected things to help the team. Besides reality distortion, what if it could cure her crazy feelings? That's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This is a mission into a reality distortion zone. Although I don't know why you still remember Li Chengfeng, we have to find him back and get everything back on track. Harley Quinn frowned and pointed the adamantium bat in her hand at the powerful goddess of death. What happened to him? What do you mean by I still remember Li Chengfeng? Could it be that you all don't remember Li Chengfeng? Don't vent your anger on me. The most important thing right now is to find someone. After Hela finished speaking, she gave orders to the other members of the star team. Bruce Banner, you, Pietro, and Captain Carter will block off this place called Fairy Tale Town from the outside. Everyone else follow me. After saying that, Hela turned around and stepped into the Fairy Tale Town without any hesitation. Chapter 102. As soon as Hela stepped into this reality-distorted space, the divinity's resistance to reality distortion was immediately revealed. Not only was she not assimilated, she even immediately remembered everything about Li Chengfeng. This can be seen as 2 unconnected real universes. The moment you walk in, the traces that were originally erased are connected again. Dr. Liang followed closely behind, but he seemed to have gotten used to this reality distortion thing. There's no way. I've experienced so much that it's inevitable that I feel the distorted, monotonous reality is a bit boring. Seeing that she could adapt completely and not be assimilated, Hela immediately waved to Thor and Loki again. Okay, come in. Hearing the order from his elder sister, Thor, who had been completely subdued recently, grabbed Loki's coat collar and strode into the fairy tale town without saying a word. Hiss. It turns out that the part that was distorted was Li Chengfeng. But there is always an inexplicably familiar feeling here. And there is another part. Thor was interrupted by Loki's crying before he could finish his words. Wow, why is it just a reality distortion? Why isn't it real? Our third princess even cried out woof. Damn it. It would be great if this guy Li Chengfeng really disappeared. He ran away immediately. The worst that could happen is he can run back to his father's palace. Can Mephisto really confront Odin head-on? Wanda and Harley Quinn, who received the order, looked at each other and followed. And Thor suddenly slapped his forehead. Yet. I said I was familiar with it. Aren't these the TIE particles that my father always talks about, warning us about their power and danger? And the other part of the power? Thor stretched out his hand and pointed directly at Wanda, who had just walked into Storybrooke and was shocked by the distorted reality. It has the same origin as the magic in her body. Are you sure? Hela asked subconsciously. As an equally excellent magician, with her perception, she had already discovered the clues a long time ago. And she knows more inside information than Thor, who pointed out the source. She knew that in addition to the TIE particles, there was another familiar force. As a demon, as an evil god, as one of the oldest gods on earth. Naturally, he had met Hela, the peak of the conquest of the 9 realms. But fortunately, just a small part. Okay, now that we're here, we must have recovered our memories of Li Chengfeng, right? Our rescue operation must be successful this time. After saying that, the team members nodded frequently. The only one left was Harley Quinn, who had been silent since she came in. At this time, she stretched out her finger and pointed into the distance, and huge amounts of red light suddenly rose in the clear sky. Hey guys, we have to move fast. I don't think Li Chengfeng has much patience. Old Li is always very patient. Li Chengfeng said to the demon dinosaur in front of him, hurry up and get the moon girl to surrender and resolve this reality distortion. I can let her go because she is still a little girl. But If you try to test my patience, you're in big trouble. Li Chengfeng was not threatening the demon dinosaur at all, he was just asking with a slightly impulsive tone. The demon dinosaur is truly one of the smartest creatures in this place called the wilderness. When he heard Li Chengfeng's words, he immediately understood that this person was threatening him. But, he is so strong. The demon dinosaur thought of the big CT that had just spanked him. Although it was somewhat insulting, if it had been replaced with a sharp weapon, I would have been chopped to death by the man in front of me. Then, you must ensure my life is safe. Otherwise, even if I am not your opponent, I will fight you to the death. Don't worry about that. I don't want to hurt underage girls. Li Chengfeng nodded and finally reached a consensus with the demon dinosaur. In Li Chengfeng's opinion, this guy is already very loyal. Even though his strength was not that strong, he still dared to negotiate with Li Chengfeng. In other words, Li Chengfeng is a public servant. If Li Chengfeng was the so-called decisive and ruthless Long Aotian, the demon dinosaur at this moment would have become material in the male protagonist's pocket. Li Chengfeng landed on the ground again and nodded to Hal Jordan and Bruce Wayne. Okay, let's move on. Li Chengfeng said, I have almost got all the information from the demon dinosaur. The one who caused the reality distortion this time was his partner, Moon Girl. As Li Chengfeng spoke, the green light of his will wrapped around Bruce Wayne and Hal Jordan. Then he turned around, pointed at Hal Jordan and asked the devil dinosaur, have you seen this brown-haired guy? Definitely. He crashed his plane, and then my friend and I rescued him. The devil dinosaur made way and nodded hurriedly. When we were rescuing him, a ball of something like red sticky water droplets floated out from the explosion after the plane exploded. And the next moment, we were here. Bruce Wayne looked normal, only frowning slightly. But Hal Jordan laughed, haha. I must have woken up the wrong way today, I can understand dinosaurs talking. Alright, look at you, you're such a loser. Li Chengfeng snorted. Why use the green light of will to link the two of them? Isn't it just to let them share the translation software? Pada, pada, pada. At this time, a series of footsteps came from the end of the fairy tale town library. From far to near, each one is clearer than the last. Sure enough, a black girl appeared in front of him, with two thick, black, big pigtails. This child's aesthetic taste is really hard to describe. Hey kid, have you eaten yet? Li Chengfeng smiled and greeted him, but he found that the other person's expression. Not like a teenager at all. Instead, he looks like an old guy whose exact age is unknown. Humans, you should bow down to your ancestors. The girl's voice seemed to be mixed with frosted noises, which was extremely strange. Li Chengfeng swallowed hard. Then he looked at the demon dinosaur beside him who also showed a look of shock. No, buddy, you don't even know that your buddy is possessed by a ghost, and you're still yelling at me. Li Chengfeng cursed at the demon dinosaur, then turned around. He revealed a face that Loki was extremely familiar with and hated. Great ancestor, may I know your name? Definitely. The moon girl nodded and said, I am the great demon Shadow, the son of the creator, and the elder brother of Jia, the earth goddess. I am the god of the underworld, Zidhorn. Chapter 103. Li Chengfeng and Bruce Wayne's expressions suddenly changed. Li Chengfeng knew that this old man Zidhorn was the source of Wanda origin magic power and one of the most powerful evil gods and demons on Earth. Although Bruce Wayne does not know Zidhorn's specific abilities, he has seen traces of Zidhorn in the classics of ancient forces such as the Assassin's League. The existence that could only be found in a few words in ancient books appeared before them at this moment. The most obvious one is the demon dinosaur. Beast's intuition tells him that the girl at the moment is not his best friend, but another existence. This time Li Chengfeng did not hear the translation. It was really just the sound made subconsciously by the demon dinosaur. As soon as a top boss like Zidhorn showed up, he immediately dominated the whole place, and the demon dinosaur didn't even dare to breathe. But as we all know, in this emergency situation, there's always that idiot out there who'll break the rules. Hey? Where did this kid come from? Hal Jordan, the fool, walked over and measured the girl's height. It's just reached my belly. Little kid, whose family are you from in this town? Snow White and the prince's family? Or the gardener and the eldest lady's family? No, Snow White's family shouldn't give birth to a black child, otherwise the prince will definitely cheat on her. While muttering, he patted Zidhorn's head. Li Chengfeng's heart also rose and fell with Hal Jordan's hand, and he was very nervous. Normally, Hal Jordan would never be so stupid as to look like this. After all, he is the best pilot, so he must be smart and talented. It seems that after staying in this reality-distorting space for a long time, even if he has the utmost willpower to protect himself from being assimilated, the separation and stimulation of the two worldviews and reality have caused Hal Jordan to have some psychological problems. After I get out, I'm afraid I won't be able to fly a plane for a while, and I will definitely fail the psychological test. Li Chengfeng couldn't see Sithorn, who was blocked by Hal Jordan. After all, the person he possessed was indeed a short guy. But he knew that Sithorn would never let Hal Jordan go. So Li Chengfeng raised his hand, and the green light of his will instantly turned into a spherical barrier, pulling Hal Jordan back. From now on, this move will be called Master Ball. At the moment when Li Chengfeng took Hal Jordan away, the place where Hal Jordan had just stood was immediately attacked by several black auras. Old gods on earth like Sithon are the ones who act as soon as they say they will, which is completely different from that lazy otaku Sidarak. If there is a grudge, it will be taken on the spot. Hal Jordan looked at the scene and felt his heart pounding. Why are you still using violence, kid? Hey, they're just saying you're short. Every kid in a family is short when they're young. Is that really necessary? Shut up. After removing the barrier, Li Chengfeng immediately gave Hal Jordan a refreshing big fight. Hurry up and shut your mouth to save your saliva. Li Chengfeng felt a little regretful. Hal Jordan's interruption meant that the best opportunity to trick Sithorn with his mouth was missed. Mortals, if you disrespect me, you will die. Sithorn said with a gloomy expression, but now he is using the body of the moon girl, and from a visual point of view, he really can't feel any sense of oppression. Moreover, this guy doesn't have the character of the ancient gods on earth at all. Without saying a word, he directly attacked Hal Jordan, an ordinary person who doesn't even have the ability. That's really insidious. Respected ancestor, Lord Sithorn, the god of the underworld, I wonder why you possessed this poor girl? And why did you open up this reality distortion space? Your power is very strange and powerful. I have never seen it before. Sithorn finally began to observe Li Chengfeng carefully and frowned. And you actually have complete divinity, but your body is indeed immortal. Sithorn did not answer Li Chengfeng's words, but instead avoided the question. But the amount of information is not small. It turns out that in the eyes of these ancient gods, I actually possess complete divinity. Li Chengfeng thought about it for a while and got some clues. Either he had once been incarnated as Ion Man. After all, Dr. Liang also said that a god for 1 minute is still a god, so it is normal for divinity to be born in him. And then there is the Dionysus factor. After all, the Dionysus factor is a famous plugin in the DC universe. It is obvious that the editor threw it in deliberately to make it easier to use it to edit the book or change the plot in the future. Once you possess the pure Dionysus factor, no matter how you are killed, you will be refreshed somewhere after the resurrection bar is read. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of ability is at least a god at the same level as Brother Su. Mephisto doesn't care much about divinity in those dimensions, such as Sidarak. But as an old local god, Sithorn cannot be ignored. In the eyes of these old gods, divinity is like an ID card of a god. With this thing, no matter how weak you are, Sithorn will at least treat you as a weak fellow. Instead of being like Hal Jordan, who was going to kill him directly. In Sithorn's eyes, mortals are nothing but ants. God does not care whether people live or die. Just like humans, they never care about the life or death of ants. Dear Sithorn, you haven't answered my question yet. My fellow, it's not that I don't want to answer you, but I don't know how to answer you. Sithorn's mouth actually revealed a trace of helplessness. When I woke up from my deep sleep, I was already in this girl's body, and this reality distortion space existed before I woke up. Li Chengfeng frowned. Sithorn probably didn't lie. Except for that big devil Mephisto, most of these gods are too lazy to lie. And Li Chengfeng now has a bold guess. That is the Sithorn in front of us, it is Sithorn, but not the real Sithorn, the god of the underworld. After all, Sithorn is the source of Wanda origin magic power. If it is really the real body that possessed him, Li Chengfeng will not be able to rescue Hal Jordan in time. Moreover, as the source of the so-called origin magic power, distorting and rewriting reality is also his forte. How could he show a helpless expression towards this reality-distorting space? Li Chengfeng thought about this and everything related to Xisuon. Then he smiled. You are not Xisuon. Li Chengfeng's expression suddenly changed. His previous modesty was thrown away in an instant. What should I call you? Should I continue to call you Xisuon, or the Dark God Book? Damn it! How did you know that? The moon girl looked at Li Chengfeng in disbelief. This strange god in front of him, how did he discover her? If you are really Zidhorn, you would have already broken through this reality distortion space and left. Li Chengfeng said, spreading his hands, as for the Dark Book. I lied to you. FK. The Dark Book suddenly lost control of his emotions. Are you still a human being? You even lied about a book? Do you have any humanity at all? Shut up, you Lolita complex. You only possess Lolita. I will arrest you for juvenile molestation after I get out. Although Li Chengfeng threatened verbally, he was ready to take action at any time. Even if it is the original consciousness of the Dark Book, we cannot take it lightly. After all, it was written by Sithorn. Although it is called a book, it is actually a magical artifact with the same origin as Sithorn. We can borrow some strength from Sithorn. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng's expression became even more resolute. The hot blood is red with anger, taken from the remains of a corpse that has not yet cooled. Deep hatred and deep resentment boil the lungs. I will forge your path to the underworld. The red lantern ring also suddenly lit up, and the rage red light mixed with the strange energy of the crimson universe shot up into the sky. It went straight through the roof of the fairy tale town library. In this reality distorting space, the red light energy was clearly a bit agitated. Then the power of the red and green lights combined again, and the green light of will and the red light of rage shone on the face of the Dark Book not far away at the same time. What do you mean, are you going to fight with this book? The Dark Book, whose identity was revealed, was too lazy to disguise itself. Looking at the two terrifying emotional spectrum energies around Li Chengfeng, she smiled with a bit of disdain. Then he spread his arms, jumped high, and rushed towards Li Chengfeng. Then he landed 10 steps away in the most standard earth-sitting posture, and used the inertia of the forward rush to slide all the way to his knees in front of Li Chengfeng. Brother, spare my life. I surrender. All the conscious people present were stunned by this. No, man. The fight hasn't even started yet. Why did he slide down to his knees? Are you worthy of the high B status you had when you debuted? Are you worthy of your identity as the Dark Book? The Dark Book lay on the ground and raised its head slightly. At first glance, Li Chengfeng looked a little confused, with a dangerous smile on his lips. The girl suddenly stood up, gathered the power of black magic, and attacked Li Chengfeng's abdomen. Li Chengfeng could only fight back subconsciously relying on muscle memory. Then the Dark Book was embedded in the ground. What kind of trick is this? The Dark Book struggled to raise its head. Li Chengfeng lowered his head and rolled up the power of black magic in his hands to play with it, with a smug expression on his face. Definitely only lasted for less than a second. Li Chengfeng immediately shook his head. He had Zhao black magic, but he couldn't learn Zhao way of dealing with people. After all, one can't be too bad a person. So he lowered his head and smiled. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Outside Storybrooke, Hela, Dr. Bright, Thor, Loki, Wanda and Harley Quinn have rushed over as fast as they can. Thor put down Dr. Liang, who was already suffering from motion sickness, from his hands. Brother, could you please slow down when you turn? Ugh. Dr. Liang lay in the grass and vomited for a long time before he was finally able to stand up. Have you finished vomiting? If you're done, let's go. Harley Quinn pointed in the direction where the red light energy just shot up into the sky. He is the only one who can use the rage red light here. He must have encountered a battle. You're right, we should indeed go there. Loki swallowed and pointed to the sky, but plans cannot keep up with changes. Look at that thing in the sky, is it the TIE particles recorded in the ancient books of Asgard? After all, Loki is the smartest person in the current group, tied with Dr. Liang, and he was the first to notice that something was wrong. That group of so-called TIE particles seemed to be being split apart artificially. TIE particles, when intact, can rewrite reality, or distort the reality of a part of space, and then separate it from the outside world to form a non-existent secret place. And after splitting it, Hela frowned and continued, they can be used to create cursed warriors. The goal of those split ethers is all the residents of Fairy Tale Town. Cursed warrior? What the hell is that? Thor was a little unimpressed. This cursed warrior is obviously in mass production. As we all know, the mass-produced ones are all younger brothers. The fairy tale characters who were greeting each other the moment before, immediately stopped where they were after the ether fragments entered their bodies. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. It's like the kind of movie that can be performed by just a few people. It's just that kind of movie only makes people excited, and the scene in front of me is as weird as it can be. Crack. With a slight sound of bones moving, all the fairy tale characters in the town moved at the same time. They all turned in unison towards the members of Team Star. Their eyes were lifeless, like those of strange expressionless puppets. Afterwards, their bodies gradually moved and walked towards the members of the Star team. The movements were stiff, but surprisingly consistent. Humph! You are such a mystic. I am Thor. For the Northern God. No, that's not my word. For the glory of Asgard. Thor said nothing, and quickly turned Mjolnir around, rushing into the group of residents who had become cursed warriors. Ha! Ha! I am, Odinson. Bang! He was as fierce as a tiger in the operation, but his record was 0-5. Thor rushed in and swung Mjolnir twice with great force, but found that the feeling and the result were not right. Then he was caught up in a fight among the townspeople of Fairy Tale Town. After a circle of kicks, an acquaintance of Li Chengfeng kicked Thor and sent him flying in front of the team. It was Little Red Riding Hood. But now she has taken off her red hood. Wolf ears, canine teeth, and a pair of dark green wolf eyes. To be honest, I kind of miss these eyes. They remind me of Fenris. We haven't seen each other for 1,000 years. Hela picked up her stupid Udaudu. You are disorganized and undisciplined. On the battlefield, a warrior like you would be the first to die. If you can't even control yourself, how can you become the God King who controls the entire Asgard in the future? Thor blushed a little. He really has no interest in the throne of Asgard. But he always thought of himself as a great warrior. But, he seems a little arrogant. He was not afraid of Hela, but he was completely impressed by the seemingly ruthless elder sister during their time together. Sister, I will learn from this. She is the real warrior, but she still has a lot to learn. Very good, now follow my orders. Wanda and Harley Quinn protect Dr. Shining. Thor, Loki and I will form a Trinity formation and clear the way. Team Star, attack. Chapter 104. So, what you're saying is that you just woke up and found yourself transformed from a book into a person. Yes, brother is right. Li Chengfeng stood in front of the dark book with his arms folded. Hal Jordan and Bruce Wayne stood beside the Darkhold, forming a triangle to surround the Darkhold. There was also a demon dinosaur looking over from overhead, looking anxious and curious. Not enough. Since Bruce Wayne knew that the girl in front of him was not her real self, but a Lolita book, no typo, that temporarily occupied the girl's body, he was too lazy to give it a good look. The sinister aura of the Dark Knight when he was interrogating the prisoner rose up all of a sudden, and even a thick-skinned man like Hal Jordan couldn't help but shudder, and there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes when he looked at Bruce Wayne. Hal Jordan leaned over to Li Chengfeng and asked in a low voice, Bruce Wayne doesn't have any unknown hobbies, right? It's just that, weird habits that rich people have. You found it. Li Chengfeng immediately perked up when he heard Hal Jordan's question. Bruce Wayne, on the surface, looks like a rich playboy, but in fact, he likes to go out at night to look for prey. Hunting, prey. Hal Jordan swallowed. Is it so exciting? Yeah, what do you think? Li Chengfeng began to tell Hal Jordan one by one, counting on his fingers. Bruce Wayne's favorite thing is to put on a black uniform of deep dark fantasy, fight violence with violence in the Dark Knight of Gotham, attack those lunatics and perverts, and when the emotions are deep, he will shout out lines like stand still, and do y'all like Van game? FK, is this such a perverted thing to do? The look in Hal Jordan's eyes when he looked at Bruce Wayne changed from fear to dread, and then from fear to admiration. Although he didn't understand, he was deeply shocked. Bruce Wayne looked coldly at the man in front of him who was making up stories. The main point was that if one dared to make up a story, the other would believe it. Moreover, their so-called whispering sounded as clear in his ears as the sound of firecrackers when they came to the community to pick up the bride at 4 in the morning. Damn, these two lunatics. Sooner or later, I will explode with both of them. Bruce Wayne took 2 deep breaths and calmed down his fluctuating mood. As a divine artifact left by an ancient Mephisto, the Darkhold is well known in the magic world. Bruce Wayne stretched out his finger and tapped the Darkhold's head a few times. Now that it has fallen to this point, is it possible that it has no more power? Batman Bruce Wayne, don't ask me why I know your identity. What I know is far beyond the imagination of all of you. But you guessed it right. Now I have to rely on sneak attacks to kill even an ordinary person. The Dark Book may have known that its situation was not optimistic, so it simply gave up and revealed all its secrets to the Big Brothers. Although I am the Dark Book, the source of all black magic, and share divinity with my master, Sithon, but I am now just a consciousness stuffed into this body. The Dark Book spread out his hands. This reality distortion space is related to the power of the Dark Book, but it has nothing to do with me. Li Chengfeng nodded. There is no need for the Dark Book to lie. If it could control this reality distorting space, there would be no need for it to surrender so shamelessly. There is another question, you must answer it truthfully. Li Chengfeng looked at the face of the Dark Book. Where did the soul of the Moon Girl go? I don't know. The Dark Book thought for a long time, but ultimately could not give an accurate answer. Maybe it has dissipated, or maybe it is still wandering in this reality distorting space, but the most likely possibility is that her soul has been swapped with mine. Soul swap? Can magicians do that? If it's a soul swap between ordinary people, then a powerful black magician can basically do it. The Dark Book said, making a big circle, probably to express the strength, but swapping the soul of this book with that of an alien, no black magician can do it. After Dark God Book finished speaking, he thought for a moment and added, even Constantine, the Black Queen, and even the Sorcerer Supremes of all generations couldn't do it without the help of external objects. Li Chengfeng did not feel confused after hearing this, but instead confirmed the current situation. Although the last sentence of the Dark Book emphasized how difficult this matter was, to Li Chengfeng. This is simply explaining how a book and an alien exchanged souls. With the help of external objects. Li Chengfeng knew that this so-called foreign object was probably the top secret item that Hal Jordan was secretly ordered to transport to Washington. Something that can distort reality and exists on Earth. FK, how come TIE particles appeared so quickly? Li Chengfeng muttered bitterly. Although the infinite gems in the movie universe could not be compared with those in the comic universe in terms of strength, a single one of them was enough to cause major events. So, just for creating such a reality-distorting space, I should say thank you. Thank you for knowing that if the matter gets bigger, the FBI's workload will increase proportionally. The person behind is, quite sensible. Since you are so sensible, I will just beat you half to death. Damn it. Wait, he didn't know if there were any powerful black magicians here, but wasn't there also a powerful witch named Agatha Harkness? Although this old man has the attributes of teaching and educating people, he is essentially a person who likes to have fun. Before this, people would have just questioned whether Agatha Harkness was just here to join in the fun. And now, after discovering that the Dark Book was part of someone's plot, the most suspicious person in the entire fairy tale town is this old witch. From all indications, this Agatha Harkness is obviously more like the Agatha in the TV series Wanda and Vision, the one who has lost her teaching attributes and doubled her degree of fun and evil. To be precise, he is no longer a fun person. He is a typical example of someone who is afraid that the world will not be in chaos, and will only cause chaos if the world is not in chaos. Bruce, remember when we first arrived in this fairytale town, the little dwarf who passed by mentioned a name, Agatha, when he was talking to your woman. And coincidentally, I know a witch whose name is also Agatha. As we all know, when Superman and Batman talk about the same name, something always goes wrong. Who understands the value of the name Martha? Bruce Wayne wanted to complain about the way Li Chengfeng addressed Selina Kyle, but swallowed it back after hearing the second half of the sentence. Batman is known for considering the overall situation. Without further delay, we should immediately go find that witch and ask her to cancel this space. Guys, I think we may not be able to leave for the time being. Hal Jordan's voice was obviously a little annoyed. He pointed at the door that Li Chengfeng had just kicked open and said, "Look at those things. They look like the residents of Fairy Tale Town, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng immediately turned around and looked outside the gate. As a result, several residents of Fairy Tale Town who had been transformed into cursed warriors were seen moving towards the door with stiff limbs. It was obvious that he was attracted by their conversation and the sound of the Dark Book sliding on its knees. Especially the sliding kneeling of the Dark Book. He jumped up and landed on his knees, making a bang-bang sound on the floor. After the moon girl returned to her body, she had to go to the hospital for a thorough checkup. When Li Chengfeng saw the fairy tale characters transformed into cursed warriors, he became more convinced that Agatha had obtained TIE particles in addition to the dark book. Originally, he thought that the moon girl had accidentally come into contact with TIE particles, and the little girl's fantasy had used TIE particles to create a fairytale town that distorted reality but would not be harmful as long as it was removed in time. But now he couldn't understand what Agatha Harkness was going to do. After all, even in the all-encompassing original storyline, the TIE particles and the dark book have never been put together. Li Chengfeng, what's going on? The cursed warrior is a super warrior created from TIE particles. The word warrior is a little inaccurate, it should be a puppet. I didn't ask you that. Bruce Wayne's voice suddenly raised, why is Selina among them? Why are you yelling so loudly? Li Chengfeng shrugged. It's not like I asked someone to have my sister-in-law steal Hey Lu Dan's car and drive it here. My sister-in-law still owes me a deposit for 2-wheel locks. He doesn't care about all that, he even lost his lock. Important. Bruce Wayne was definitely just a little emotional at that moment. He definitely knew that Selina Kyle got involved in this matter purely because his fiancé was itching to get involved. Selina didn't steal these valuable items for money over the years. She usually played with them for a few days and then returned them. FK, where did Bai Zhantang come from? Li Chengfeng complained, I don't care if that woman only played with it for a few days and then returned the things to the person. Anyway, you can go and explain this to Nick Fury with your fiancé after you get out. Wait, you mean Selina can recover? Did you think your fiancé couldn't recover? Li Chengfeng looked at Bruce Wayne, who was stunned for a moment, and gritted his teeth. Damn those stinky lovers. Even a guy like my grandpa can be given some symptoms of early love brain, is this still Catwoman? Is this the reincarnation of Liu Bei? What succubus? No, do you still have time to sit here and whine about your girlfriends? Hal Jordan was so anxious that he wanted to do a split right there and then, and it would be best if he could trip these two people and make them fall flat on their faces. Although I don't know what a cursed warrior is, from what you just said, it must be a very powerful thing. Li Chengfeng then remembered that MD was the only one with sufficient fighting power right now. This guy Bat is a encounter brother. And Hal Jordan is just an ordinary person. At the moment, he is not the strongest Green Lantern in history, yes. Li Chengfeng slapped his forehead suddenly. After quickly examining the two people and the dragon beside him, Li Chengfeng immediately summoned out the red and green light furnace. No, man, why did you bring out 2 lamps at this critical moment? Hal Jordan said this subconsciously, but was blocked by Bruce Wayne with a strong elbow. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. Hal Jordan, that idiot, deserved to be elbowed. Nonsense. You know how powerful the cursed warrior is, but you still want me to fight alone. The 2 ancestral lamps will not emit lamp rings to those who are qualified unless Li Chengfeng summons them. After all, due to the differences in the universe, there have been some changes in the lamp furnace and lamp ring compared to the original. Even if Li Chengfeng holds the lantern in his hand all the time, the lantern will only search for qualified members within a few to tens of meters around him. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, the traffic lights suddenly lit up. After a moment's brewing, several lamp rings popped out from the lamp furnace with a pop sound, circled around everyone, and stopped in front of them. Intelligent life has been targeted. A demonic dinosaur from the wilderness. There is a boiling rage in your heart. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps. The demon dinosaur looked at the ring in front of it and let out a puzzled woo. This time it was no longer a meaningless whimper, but a question of how a dinosaur like me could wear a ring? He was still wondering when the red light ring was put on the tip of his tail. Instantly, red rage filled his entire body. The already red devil dinosaur spit out rage blood flames while howling towards the sky. A woo. This time, the howl is the red light oath. Language system, isn't it amazing? Intelligent life has been targeted. Hal Jordan from Earth. You have a strong will to overcome fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Hal Jordan blinked. What does this mean? Can I become like you? Same as me? No, you've never been like me, you deserve this. Li Chengfeng shook his head. Although his willpower is strong, it is obtained through the system. But Hal Jordan has his own ability. Whether in terms of ability or character, Hal Jordan deserves the title of the greatest Green Lantern in history. Hal Jordan didn't understand what Li Chengfeng wanted to express, but at this critical moment, he should stop thinking and follow his instinct. The day is bright, the night is dark, there is nowhere for evil spirits to hide. The evildoers and treacherous party are afraid of my divine light, the green light is always on, shining forever. Intelligent life has been targeted. Bruce Wayne from Earth. You have a strong will to overcome fear, there is a boiling rage in your heart. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps, you belong to the Red Lantern Corps. Bat looked at the two rings in front of him and couldn't help but frown. Will? Rage? But they are all external things. When facing the most vicious criminals in Gotham, the fear that the Bat inflicts on them is the best weapon. But right now, this kind of power is indeed needed to get out of this predicament. Bats has never been a stubborn guy. But he pushed the red light ring aside. He didn't like the feeling of being dominated by anger. Green willpower. Something is better than nothing. The day is bright, the night is dark, there is nowhere for evil spirits to hide. The evildoers and treacherous party are afraid of my divine light, the green light is always on, shining forever. Chapter 105. When Li Chengfeng took out the Green Lantern, he was actually a little nervous. After all, he couldn't tell whether the hidden attribute of invincible in single combat, defeated after 3, and wiped out after 5 would take effect inexplicably. If we talk about it based on theoretical strength, it should not be able to overturn. Bat-Gehul Jordan, plus Li Chengfeng who possesses the willpower of a bat, the three of them are probably the 3 strongest Green Lanterns in history. Even though Batman and Hal Jordan were only coming into contact with the Green Lantern ring for the first time, the thing that Li Chengfeng least doubted was the abilities of these two people. Needless to say, the Bat's equipment, which was manifested by the green light of his will, was endless, and he instantly entered the combat mode he was most familiar with. As a martial arts master who is proficient in a total of 127 fighting techniques in the world, he can use the ability of the Green Lantern ring to perfectly match his own fighting skills and make up for the panel values. Batman can be said to be basically invincible among people with the same level of physical fitness. Hal Jordan was a little embarrassed at first, but his adaptability as a test pilot allowed him to quickly adapt to the abilities granted by the Green Lantern ring. Even the green light of will under his control was stronger than when Li Chengfeng first obtained the Green Lantern ring. I can only say that it really deserves to be stamped by the official. Not to mention the demon dinosaur, it's just a standard non-human Red Lantern demon. Except for a few woo sounds coming from time to time, the style of painting is quite stable. But even if they all attack in the form of lantern warriors, the cursed warriors created by the TIE particles are no pushovers. If we calculate based on the strongest cursed warrior in the movie, that is, the second in command of the Dark Elves in Thor 2, his overall combat power is probably more than 4 times that of Thor before awakening, and Thor can be beaten like a grandson. If Loki had not successfully backstabbed someone in the movie, a rare successful assassination case of the assassin Loki, there would be no such character as Thor in the MCU. These mass-produced cursed warriors in front of him certainly do not have such strength, but the physical fitness of each of them is actually at least 60% of Loki's physical fitness. Some powerful individuals have even reached a level almost similar to Thor. For example, Selina Kyle, who took the lead in rushing into the Storybrooke Library. He was actually able to fight Green Lantern Batman on equal terms during this period of time. Li Chengfeng ignored the passionate fight between the couple, and just quickly defeated the other cursed warriors with Hal Jordan and the demon dinosaur. After each cursed warrior is defeated and loses consciousness, the power of the ether fragment will leave the body and gather on the nearest cursed warrior who is still conscious. And the surviving cursed warriors will become more and more powerful. As Li Chengfeng and his men defeated all the other cursed warriors, Selina Kyle's power also reached its current peak. Even Green Lantern Batman changed from the initial offensive and defensive positions to passive defense. Apart from being able to directly extract TIE particles fragments, the only way to defeat the cursed warrior is to rely on brute force. Feeling Selina Kyle's attacks becoming heavier with each attack, Bruce Wayne gradually became overwhelmed and could not help but glance around, only to see the two men, Long and Shu, watching the fun nearby. Sister-in-law is a great boxer. Brother, I really underestimated sister-in-law's martial arts attainments. Oh my god, is this what family conflicts look like when two superheroes combine to form a family? Too scary. My Carol is still the best. She is independent, gentle, and considerate. Ahem, excuse me for being blunt. Hal, I think you shouldn't say this too early. You have to know that the last few years have been boomerang years, and many words can easily become boomerangs and hit you on the back of the head. Li Chengfeng casually pulled over an unconscious fairy tale character and looked at the thick calluses on his hands and the hunting clothes on his body. He should be the hunter who was sent by the evil queen to hunt down Snow White, but finally let her go because he couldn't bear it. There is definitely a darker version, where the hunter is attracted to Snow White and Snow White sleeps her way out. Li Chengfeng still remembers that the book was in. Oh, sorry, I remembered it wrong, that wasn't the dark version, it was the version that was a bit unplayable. In short, Li Chengfeng pulled this hunter who once aided the tyrant but finally repented and made the right decision. Sat on his back. The domestic violence drama is worth sitting down and watching for a while. The mission can wait, but watching the fun cannot. This is another major attribute of the people of the Republic, to watch the fun. You bunch of bastards. How long are you going to stand by and watch? Bruce Wayne finally couldn't bear it anymore. He formed his hands into a shield shape and used the green light of his will to form a barrier. He took Selina Kyle's heavy whip kick carrying the power of TIE particles and quickly retreated with the help of this force. He also took advantage of this opportunity to give Li Chengfeng, who was watching the fun, a fierce middle finger. Li Chengfeng could only say that he was extremely satisfied to see the bat break through its defense. Who else in the world can receive such treatment? Cool. But after having fun, you have to take responsibility and solve the problem, otherwise you would be a complete scumbag. Li Chengfeng is definitely not a scumbag, so he flew up, and the power of red and green entangled and combined into the purest energy, carrying destructive force and shooting towards Selina Kyle. Sister-in-law, I'm a little fierce, please bear with it. Although he is unreliable in words, he still knows how to handle things. She and Bruce Wayne are close friends, so she definitely cannot blow up Catwoman, who has transformed into a cursed warrior, like she did to Hulk, the pervert who was basically immortal. But some skin injuries are unavoidable. Just consider it a lesson for her. The director of the America General Administration's car is not something that can be stolen casually. Definitely the most important thing is deposit for 2 parking lots. This time, we have to get some compensation from Bruce Wayne and his wife. Bruce Wayne rushed into the smoke and carried out Selina Kyle, who had completely lost consciousness. After checking her breath, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, am I such a frivolous person? Who knows? Anyway, when I saw you take action, you didn't show any hesitation at all, you were even very happy. Nonsense. Your fiancé can earn 8 million in deposits by stealing a car. Isn't it okay for me to hate the rich? Li Chengfeng waved his hand, then led everyone out of the fairy tale town library. I remember, that little dwarf said that Agatha's hotel is at the northernmost part of Storybrooke. Following the deserted street, Li Chengfeng looked in the direction of the Agatha Hotel. There. It seems a bit too lively. Chapter 106. Boom. Loki was blown by an ice blast and flew into a house on the street. The body of the god of trickery smashed through the ordinary brick and stone house. Ahem. Damn it, aren't these fairy tale characters too strong? Loki complained as he stood up from the collapsed house and spat out a cloud of dust that also filled the surroundings. By Odin, this just reminded me of my mother's strict teachings. Tisk, it's really chilling. Even though Loki complained, he did not delay the battle. Facing Princess Elsa with an ice storm lingering around her hands, his mission had just been completed. I saw a crimson magical energy climbing up from Elsa's ankle. It seemed as weak as daughter, but after quickly spreading throughout her body, Elsa completely lost control of her body. Harley Quinn, who had been waiting for a long time, swung the bat and hit a home run to Princess Elsa, who was controlled by Wanda. This is a real adamantium baseball bat. Not to mention Princess Elsa, even Li Chengfeng would be restrained for a few seconds if he was hit on the head by such a club. Loki, you still have the mind to make double entendres on the battlefield? I think you really should come to my psychological clinic after this mission. Even a madman like me thinks you are crazy. Ha ha ha, it's better to be a little crazy. Loki laughed out loud. I have given up on taking out my long-treasured magic dagger on such a grand battlefield, can't I be a little crazy? After saying this, his hands lit up with emerald green magical energy. The Nine Realms #1 magician, self-proclaimed, returns to the battlefield. Actually, I've always felt that Loki's Chiyunibiu may have lasted for thousands of years. Wanda looked at Loki, who had transformed into a destroyer with magical energy and began to bombard him with saturation energy, and couldn't help but blush. Originally, the Chiyunibu may have been temporarily suppressed by the god of the world in Metropolis, but it may have rebounded during this period. If we convert his age into human years, Loki is just a kid of 16 or 17 years old. Moreover, he is a royal and a deity. It would be abnormal if he didn't have some Chiyunibu. Harley Quinn was not surprised by this. Then he rushed towards Loki with the bat in hand. Under the saturation bombardment, there are many enemies with low health waiting for her home run. Dr. Liang, please sit tight. I can only try my best to ensure your safety during the battle. These cursed warriors are a little too strong. Dr. Liang looked very annoyed, but he didn't say anything. Because I can't tell. If you were tied up like a mummy by a magical energy and your mouth was sealed, it would be a miracle if you could speak. He could only say a few times with all his strength, to indicate that you can do whatever you want. Then just close your eyes. When in doubt, sleep well. They have the ability to kill this body. Anyway, if you don't mind the trouble or the violation of human ethics, just find him another body. Dr. Liang knows very well that in terms of bottom line, even Li Chengfeng, the profiteer with the lowest bottom line in the universe, is much higher than the guys in the Foundation. However, there was actually no need for him to come here and step into this minefield. But he just wanted peace of mind. He was afraid that the reality distortion space that appeared here was created by reality benders that drifted from the Foundation universe. To be honest, this universe is more interesting and more vibrant than the Foundation's universe. Compared to here, the Foundation universe is like a grave that has not yet been completely filled with soil. Although in his understanding, no matter what universe it is, it will eventually end up like the Foundation universe. Before that, he hoped that this end would come later. He likes to sunbathe with Nick Fury and Professor X after finishing his experiments. He wanted to get more sun. Just as Dr. Liang closed his eyes and started to swing, an old man with golden eyes, yellow and white hair, and a smell of money all over his body, smashed down at Dr. Liang with a huge and heavy treasure chest as a weapon. By the time Wanda realized what was happening, it was already too late. Brush! 2 night sky swords flew out of the air, one nailed the old man to the wall, and the other split the treasure chest he was trying to use to kill someone in two. The yellow gold coins fell all over the floor. Mine! Mine! All mine! The old man ignored the damage caused by Night Sky Sword and forced Night Sky Sword to leave a hole in his heart that was visible from front to back. Although he was on the verge of losing consciousness, his greed was stronger than ever. Even Hela, who shot the 2 Night Sky Swords, couldn't help but frown and look at herself. The most greedy man she had ever seen, his blood spurting out from his heart stained her arm. But as the goddess of death who has killed countless lives, how could Hela care about blood being added to her body? The enemy's blood is the soldier's medal. Hela lowered her head, her eyes neither sad nor happy, and said to Wanda, "You're falling behind, hurry up and catch up." Clear. Wanda nodded and chased after Harley Quinn, who had already run quite a distance. But he couldn't help but look back at the old man again. Can extreme greed make people give up even their own lives? Dr. Liang opened his eyes and hummed several times, finally attracting Wanda's attention and signaling her to remove the energy protection and restraint on his mouth. Wanda moved her fingers and partially released the restraints. "Hey, I can finally talk. Who wants to sleep when they can talk? Chatting is always good." Dr. Liang had been holding back for a long time, so he started talking right away. Granddad, a typical miser. He symbolizes the modern man's god, the god of wealth with boundless power and a ruthless face. Money is everything, and naturally it is more important than life. Why does such a person exist in Storybrooke? Wanda's brows were full of questions. Agent Wanda, the so-called fairy tale is never all about the rosy side. Although Dr. Liang has the body of a muscular man in his 30s, his tone of voice sometimes sounds like that of an old pervert who has seen all kinds of human life. Just listening to the voice, it seems like a wise man is guiding lost people. If he wasn't trapped as a mummy. Okay, Agent Wanda, my advice to you now is, just use your ultimate skill to jump into the enemy group in front of you and deal damage. If you don't grab some kills, you won't have enough DKP. Wanda thought about it. Although she didn't quite understand what Dr. Liang said, she listened to his advice. Then he mobilized all the chaos magic in his body, flew into the air, and then smashed into the front line like a meteor. That is in front of the Agatha Hotel. Boom! In an instant, sand and dust flew everywhere. This all-out outburst actually resulted in a small-scale clearing. Pa 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 pa. A round of applause representing admiration came from inside the hotel door. Bravo! As expected of a girl who was given the origin magic power by the ancient Mephistophon himself. A curvy woman with purple hair, purple clothes, and purple lipstick walked out of the hotel clapping her hands. It's hard to tell her real age, but she's definitely not as young as she looks. The so-called origin magic power is a form of magic that is the oldest and has nothing to do with any other magic. It is independent of other magic systems. It is the earliest primordial light in the universe's cognition and accidental events. Those strange, impossible fires of life burning up our origin magic power. She was holding a thick grey-black book, not caring whether Wanda cared or not, she just kept chattering to herself. Ma'am, I am Wanda Maximov, a first-class agent from the FBI. Regardless of whether you are the instigator of this incident or not, please remain silent and put down all the objects in your hands, and put your hands where I can see them. Wanda paused and continued, we are not affiliated with the American government, and we will not abide by the federal constitution and Miranda warnings. Our law enforcement power is above all American agencies. So please do not resist unnecessarily. While she was warning the suspicious woman who suddenly appeared, her teammates had gathered around them. Thor steadily caught Mjolnir flying back from a distance, and touched his face where Little Red Riding Hood had kicked him, muttering, although they are all very strong, what I said at the beginning is still correct. After all, mass-produced goods cannot stop our progress. Come on, man, if I hadn't helped you just now, you would have been kicked in the same spot again. Loki patted his brother's chest muscles, seemingly comforting but actually mocking. Thor, you are not savoring the feeling of being kicked in the face, are you? Harley Quinn walked around to Thor and showed the same sly smile as Li Chengfeng, that Little Red Riding Hood is really cute. After all, she has animal ears. Maybe she hit your strike zone. Agatha Harkness's originally calm smiling face gradually began to twitch. Some lived in Bungbu. Can't these people just have a straightforward interaction with her before the final battle between good guys and villains? What kind of painting style is this? Where is the leader? Where is your leader? Let your leaders come out. I want to complain. Although I didn't hear it myself, I always felt that someone was secretly complaining about our team's painting style. A clear male voice came from the other side of the street. The next moment, a blend of red and green light illuminated the earth. Bang! A perfect superhero landing. The star team didn't even need to look closely. Even without the energy glow of the red and green rings, they could recognize Li Chengfeng from his deliberately showy posture. Look at what she's holding. This old witch pretending to be young is holding my true self. The dark book with the appearance of a moon girl jumped over and wanted to fight Agatha. As a result, halfway through the jump, the demon dinosaur bit the collar of his clothes. Well done, Xiaolong. I'll treat you to a pig-killing meal later. Li Chengfeng gave the demon dinosaur a thumbs up, and the demon dinosaur made an okay gesture with its short claws. Then Li Chengfeng turned around and looked at Agatha Harkness. You took great pains to lure the star team here. No, the star team is second. Li Chengfeng patted Wanda's shoulder. Actually, the only person you wanted was Wanda, right? Chapter 107. Li Chengfeng's eyes were fixed on the witch in front of him. He did not come to this conclusion suddenly. But for a witch like Agatha Harkness, origin magic power is the most attractive ability. No doubt about it. Even though she didn't know how she got the dark book, the black magic and the power of Sithon recorded in the dark book would sooner or later lead her to the owner of the origin magic power. Either it's Sithorn himself or Wanda Maximov. But what she ultimately wants to achieve is unknown. The most important thing is that Agatha Harkness is too much of a fun-loving person, and it is difficult to understand her temper and character. It is not certain whether she is pursuing power and conquest. By now, she has successfully met Wanda in this reality-distorted space, and exchanged the soul of the Darkhold with the soul of the Moon Girl. It seems that she has completely controlled the Darkhold. The soul of an ignorant girl is easier to control than the shameless book of the Dark Lord. Wanda should have just read to you the law enforcement powers we have. By releasing the reality distortion space and freeing the ordinary people you trapped in it, we can end this before you cause great damage. Li Chengfeng said to Agatha Harkness. He really hoped that this matter would end here. Who the hell remembers that this whole thing started because Nick Fury's car was stolen and he came looking for it because he was in the wrong? What's the difference between this and going out for a walk and then encountering the end of the world? Agent Li Chengfeng, you are well known even in the wizarding world. Agatha Harkness did not answer, but began to flirt with Li Chengfeng. You captured this scum Constantine alive and imprisoned him in an unknown secret location. We in the wizarding world held celebrations for several days in a row for this. Constantine, how hateful are you? It seems that it is a good choice to let him join the legends. Besides the fact that he is prone to causing trouble, Constantine's black magic level is also one of the best. Most importantly, if he continues to stay in this timeline, he will probably be attacked by the magic world in a short while. But forget about trying to get close to me. This kind of behavior is just to delay time and has no real meaning. I didn't delay time. Agatha Harkness shook her head. I really want to express my gratitude to you. After all, the cursed warriors just now have successfully delayed time. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng frowned slightly. The purpose of the cursed warrior is to delay time? So what did she do with the time she had lost? Agatha Harkness simply opened the dark book, and the power belonging to Sithorn and the source of all black magic enveloped the entire reality distortion space. After the cursed warriors were defeated, the TIE particles that separated from their bodies and gathered on other cursed warriors to make them more powerful have now recondensed into one, and are drilling into the dark book bit by bit. Swish! 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 Hela unhesitatingly activated the power of Level Godfather and launched the Night Sky Sword. Her instinct told her that if she didn't interrupt what was happening, things will get bad later. Li Chengfeng had the same idea, but it was useless. Although the strength of complete TIE particles is far less than the reality gem in the comics, it can still affect part of reality. Just as the three Night Sky Swords were about to pierce Agatha Harkness' body, the witch's body was suddenly covered with an untouchable film. The Night Sky Sword suddenly hovered in front of her and then turned into powder. Everyone in Team Star took a deep breath. They know Hela's strength best. Except for Li Chengfeng, anyone who meets Hela will be beaten. The Night Sky Sword is like a magical weapon. Even the real adamantium bat in Harley Quinn's hand cannot shake it in the slightest. Even when Li Chengfeng was practicing fighting with Hela, the green light of will and the red light of rage attacked together, but they could only knock away the Night Sky Sword. Turning it into powder like this is simply unheard of and unseen. Agatha Harkness. Even Li Chengfeng's expression gradually became serious at this moment. What on earth did you do? Didn't you want to control the origin magic power by attracting Wanda? Controlling the origin magic power through Wanda, I have to say this idea was indeed one of the options at the beginning. But Agatha Harkness shook her head, with a strange look in her eyes. Too boring, this whole world is really too boring. I hope to make this world interesting. Just a girl who has just mastered the origin magic power can't do it all. Just boring. Definitely not. Agatha Harkness's expression suddenly changed, angry and vicious. All branches of magic are so profound, why must the magic world stay in a corner? Why can science and technology become the mainstream? Stupid telephones can replace the magician's remote communication magic at the cost of only a few dollars. And the disgusting internet, which shares all knowledge and makes everyone equal and boring. After technology became the mainstream, it even began to persecute the magicians who were once high and mighty. As Agatha Harkness spoke, black magic began to emerge from her body, and even her eyes were completely dyed pure black. Dark God Book rubbed his eyes in disbelief and cursed, that damned BD, how did she control my original power? Isn't it that the little devil called Moon Girl, her soul took control of my body so quickly? Where the hell did this genius child come from? Li Chengfeng curled his lips and said, isn't he a child prodigy? Although it has a bit of ZZZQ touch, it is officially approved after all, and its ability is beyond doubt. It's just that its reputation is much better than that of another ZZZQ product, Heart of Steel. After all, who doesn't like northeastern dinosaurs? Rather than whether the girl was a genius, Li Chengfeng was more concerned about what Agatha Harkness had just said. He went from being a super fun person to an extremist in an instant. I didn't expect this woman to have such a side. But it is understandable. In the era when Agatha Harkness was born, she was a real aristocrat, high above everyone else, and in control of the fate of others. It's understandable that she can't adapt to this era. Bullshit. Trademark, Hela, the former crown prince of Asgard, can adapt to the world, so why can't she, a mere noble, adapt to the world? Ugh. Disgusting. What this extremist pursues is nothing more than the elimination of technology and returning the world to the era ruled by magic and supernatural forces. For this purpose, she also possessed the dark book and tie particles. FK. This old BCH. Li Chengfeng slapped the dark god book's head hard. She really intends to create a dimensional channel by hand and bring back the real Sithon who is exiled in another dimension. Chapter 108. Rub the dimensional channel with your hands. This is really easy to do. But this easy solution is only for the Mephistas in that dimension. For example, those crimson gems rubbed out by Cedarak can be regarded as small dimensional channels, which can usually only be used to transmit crimson energy from the crimson universe. But under special circumstances, Cedarak can also use the crimson ruby to temporarily project anyone who touches the crimson ruby into the crimson universe. If the projection cannot be severed immediately, Cedarak can transform it into his true form, leaving the person in the crimson universe. Last time, Li Chengfeng almost fell into the trap of that red otaku. If he hadn't been in ion form for that 1 minute, he would have become the star rage of Cedarak by now. And now Agatha Harkness wants to create a reverse dimensional channel so that Sithon, who was beaten to a pulp by his nephew Adam the God Eater and eventually fled to other dimensions, can return completely. As the only owner of the origin magic power, Wanda is definitely the best candidate for host. Li Chengfeng looked at Agatha's current state and couldn't help but give the dark book another big fight. FK. Li, why are you hitting me? Don't think you can touch me just because I'm originally a book. I now have the body of a black underage girl. Be careful or I'll make you pay for it. Even if you say but there's no basement in my house it won't help. You've read a lot of books and watched a lot of movies. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. You deserve it if I hit you. Have you forgotten what abilities you have? What ability? I have a hard time killing someone now. I'm talking about your ability as the Dark Divine Book. Li Chengfeng grabbed the two black and hard hairs that were sticking up like two spikes. You won't forget that your book, in addition to being the source of black magic and forbidden knowledge, also has the side effect of tempting people to depravity and making them extreme, right? Is that a side effect? If it's not extreme, who would have the heart to mess around with those inexplicable black magic and forbidden knowledge? Those things make my hair stand on end after I read a book. You are quite sober. Nonsense, I'm just a carrier. What's evil is always the magic and knowledge recorded in the books, not the books themselves. Can the soul in the dark book stop this summoning that belongs exclusively to Sithon? Li Chengfeng finally revealed his purpose at the end. As expected, the soul of the dark book had no loyalty to Zidhorn. In other words, he didn't think it was a good thing for Sithon to return to Earth. So who is this soul? It seems that interesting things are happening one after another. However, the most urgent task now is to interrupt Agatha Harkness's hand-rubbing dimensional channel and the subsequent summoning ceremony. And Hela has just proved that even the attack of level Godfather cannot affect Agatha Harkness now with the combined effect of the dark book and tie particles. At the moment, Wanda, who had been silent since being called, seemed to sense something. Captain. I seem to understand what Agatha Harkness is planning to do. Wanda's entire body was surrounded by the light of origin magic power. She is not planning to create a dimensional channel large enough for Sithorn to pass through. Instead, she is planning to use Sithorn's divinity contained in the Dark Book as a coordinate to assimilate the reality distortion space where the entire Storybrooke is located with the dimension where Sithorn is located. After completion, Sithorn can come here directly as a dimensional Mephista. Li Chengfeng felt his scalp tingling when he heard this. Fairy Tale Town? It should be the Assimilation Town. And it's Mephisto from another dimension. I'm the one who's been arguing with him every day, right? But to be honest, descending in the real body is actually much better than descending in Wanda's body. The reason is simple. Although it was Sithon who bestowed the power of origin magic power on Wanda who was kidnapped by the Supreme Evolutionary. But after Wanda's origin magic power reached its peak, it was far stronger than that of Sithon, the god of the underworld. This is not a case of the disciple surpasses the master, but an exponential improvement caused by the combination of Wanda's mutant ability and origin magic power. Manipulation of probability plus origin magic power equals omnipotence. Although after many tests by Professor X and the X-Men team, it was found that Wanda's mutant ability had never awakened and the X gene was always in an inactivated state, Li Chengfeng could not take the risk. It is hard to say whether Sithon, an old god who has existed since ancient times, has the ability to directly activate Wanda's X gene. Once activated and reaching the peak of ability, you will be a god at almighty universe level, and you can manipulate the entire universe as if it were a happy bean. Such power is not a good thing whether it appears on Sithon or Wanda. Let's not talk about Zidhorn. Most of the old gods on Earth are not good people and don't treat humans as human beings. But Wanda. The first major event Li Chengfeng saw in his previous life was the M royal family. After all, not everyone has the character and mentality of a big Kansas guy. Except for the real god, those who possess the power of God will bring disaster after disaster. But now the attack is basically ineffective. Even if the three people with the highest level of willpower present emitted a green light of will, they might not be able to break through. Although TIE particles cannot directly change the entire reality like reality gem, it is easy to dissolve all their attacks in this reality distortion space. Etc. Maybe there's no need to attack? Beneath the opponent's seemingly unstoppable defense, there is the soul of a genius girl. Devil Dinosaur. Li Chengfeng immediately flew to the big head of the demon dinosaur. Awoo? What are you calling me for at this time? Can you get in touch with the moon girl? Definitely not this occupied body, I mean, the moon girl's soul. Whether it is Marvel or DC, abilities such as telepathy and telepathy, even if they are super abilities obtained through genetic mutation, will be more or less related to the soul due to the type of ability. If we can get the devil dinosaur to contact the moon girl and let her know what's happening in the outside world. As the current soul of the Dark Book, it can directly interrupt Agatha Harkness's ritual from the root. The function of TIE particles is to defend and assimilate the environment, but the core of summoning Zidhorn is still the power and divinity of the Dark Book that originates from Zidhorn. So it's you. Devil Dinosaur. Use soul long distance call now. Devil Dinosaur, you better be more careful. This time I leave everything to you. Awoo? Awoo? Snacks? What snacks? Chapter 109. Meow. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. You've never been full after hanging out with the moon girl, right? Li Chengfeng directly gave a big fight to the demon dinosaur whose mind was only on food. Those who know it think it is a dinosaur, while those who don't think it is a giant red-skinned wild boar from somewhere. However, although the demon dinosaur was greedy, its original IQ was definitely not low. After being beaten, it immediately understood what was going on. Then he immediately lowered his head and started making a sound in Li Chengfeng's ear. If I just contact my little buddy, there shouldn't be any problem. But now I can only sense the body signals of my little friend. Although I can vaguely feel her soul, it's just a feeling. Even if telepathy is deeply rooted in the soul, if there are too many obstacles in the way, there will still be no way to connect. Li Chengfeng nodded, this matter was very clear. It's blocking the signal. He just needs to learn from Yugong who moved the mountain. Once the mountain is moved, the Wi-Fi signal will naturally be good. Agatha Harkness, who was acting as a barrier, now had TIE particles for all-round defense. Li Chengfeng was uncertain. If their attacks were not effective, wouldn't it be a joke to say that they could move mountains? Li Chengfeng glanced at the team members behind him and suddenly remembered. Yes. There is a bat standing behind me. Although my IQ has basically reached its limit, the bat is still there. Team Star. Gather together. Li Chengfeng nodded to Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne, I need your help. Bruce Wayne was a little surprised. Why was he involved? Isn't the current situation very clear? Either wait for the opponent to finish reading the bar and then face the big boss directly, or find a way to interrupt the opponent's summons. Li Chengfeng, you obviously have already thought of a solution, why do you still need my help? Do I need someone to make decisions with me and take the blame together? Then why did you choose me? Don't you have any teammates? Bruce Wayne pointed at the goddess of death standing next to Li Chengfeng, or do you think your teammates are not trustworthy? No, Bruce. Li Chengfeng held Bruce Wayne's hands, in my heart, you are the person I trust the most, just like my teammates. Li Chengfeng's words stunned the bat, who usually kept to himself. Is this what it feels like to be trusted? This was completely different from the relationship he had with Commissioner Gordon. Gordon trusts Batman rather than him. And Li Chengfeng. Although this guy is obviously a habitual swindler and in a sense is the same type of person as Nick Fury, he always has a kind of affinity that makes people subconsciously approach and trust him. And he said, Bruce Wayne, I need your help, not Batman, I need your help. This definitely has a special meaning to Bruce Wayne. Time is running out, hurry up and tell us your purpose. There was still no expression on Bruce Wayne's face. As Gotham's most cold-faced boss, he had become accustomed to this setting, which could help him block more than 80% of useless social interactions. However, this method of self-defense and avoidance of social interaction is completely useless for Li Chengfeng, a social terrorist. Li Chengfeng put his hand on Bruce Wayne's shoulder, and his servile look didn't show that he was facing a powerful enemy at the moment. It's like this. Then Li Chengfeng informed everyone of a series of problems. The demon dinosaur could contact the moon girl's soul in the dark book and interrupt the spell from the inside, but now the barrier of TIE particles was too strong to locate the moon girl's soul. Bruce Wayne frowned when he heard this, then just glanced at Agatha Harkness a few more times, and he already had a rough idea in his mind. Li Chengfeng, I need you to answer a few questions for me. You said, as long as you don't ask me for my bank card password, I can even tell you all my XP. I don't understand the so-called TIE particles, but are their energy and power infinite? Definitely not. If TIE particles were what you just said, we would have turned into yellow soil on the ground long ago. Look, when this witch casts a spell, although TIE particles are used for defense, at the same time, TIE particles are also pouring into the dark book bit by bit. This shows that TIE particles are also a necessary medium for casting spells. To assimilate this distorted real space into another dimension, it is naturally necessary for TIE particles to distort part of reality. Bruce Wayne even used the green light of wool to simulate a simple model of Agatha Harkness' current spell casting. In other words, as the casting progresses, the defense of TIE particles is getting weaker and weaker, and what we have to do is to continue to attack the TIE particles and accelerate the energy consumption of the TIE particles. I originally thought you would suggest that when the energy of the TIE particles is about to run out, that is, when the spell is about to succeed, you should use all your strength to interrupt it. Li Chengfeng shrugged. If you really do this, the risk is too great. If I were alone, I would definitely choose to do this, because I have no choice. Bruce Wayne said as if it was a matter of course, but now we have 3 gods and 3 Green Lanterns, so we don't need such extreme methods. The demon dinosaur also nodded repeatedly after listening. Awoo, 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 he's right. I can locate the coordinates of the little guy's soul by simply making the TIE particles produce a relatively large fluctuation. After hearing what Bruce Wayne and the devil dinosaur said, Li Chengfeng breathed a sigh of relief. From this perspective, what needs to be done is much simpler. After all, the difficulty of penetrating the real protective layer of TIE particles and causing them to produce large fluctuations is too different. Very good. In that case, everyone listen up. Focus your fire on one spot. The demon dinosaurs should not participate in the battle for the time being, and always pay attention to the soul coordinates of the moon girl. Li Chengfeng gave an order, and the next moment, everyone began to attack Agatha Harkness. Haha, stop wasting time. The reality protection layer of TIE particles is simply not something that human power can penetrate. All attacks, whether thunder or spells, whether night sky sword or green light of wool, turned into ashes and nothingness before they could touch Agatha Harkness. However, compared to the night sky swords that Hela fired at the beginning, the ash fell closer to Agatha Harkness. So, you're saying that this fairy tale town is now a space where reality has been distorted. Maria Hill, the 9th level agent of the FBI and the commander-in-chief, was standing on the outskirts of Fairy Tale Town at this moment, her face full of disbelief. Although I have also been affected by reality distortion, so I don't know what part has been affected, but according to the descriptions of those members of the Star Team who have divinity and reality distortion resistance, it is because the captain of the Star Team entered this reality distortion space, and then his existence was temporarily erased from our reality. Captain Carter stood beside Maria Hill and talked. Although she has no divinity and no resistance to reality distortion, she has experienced too many things in various timelines over the years. Although reality distortion events are not commonplace, she has experienced them quite a few times. So she can still fully understand the basic concepts. The captain of the Star Team? Does the Star Team have a captain? Hasn't it always been led by the goddess of death Hela? Although she has always refused to become the real captain of the team. This should be the part of reality that has been distorted. We have forgotten the true captain of the Star Squad that was supposed to exist. Wait, so we in the FBI have someone who can command those 3 Asgard gods? Maria Hill grasped the point. This is a little too unreal. Indeed, but according to the information from insiders, this person really exists. Captain Carter pointed in the direction of Fairy Tale Town. Once the events there are completely resolved, we should be able to regain the distorted part of reality. Well, hopefully it'll be worth it. Maria Hill nodded, turned on the communicator and continued to command, everyone, keep an eye on it. If there is any unusual movement in any direction of Fairy Tale Town, report directly to me immediately. This is a serious and important mission, please take it seriously. Captain Carter did not continue to disturb Maria Hill, but walked a few steps away. After the reality-bending resistant members of Team Stellar went in, she, Pietro, and Dr. Bruce Banner contacted America Central. Although this reality distortion space called Fairy Tale Town is not big, this not big is only for a small town. It was obvious that the three of them were still unable to fully monitor such a large space. So they simply called for reinforcements. Nick Fury and Professor X immediately sent Maria Hill to lead hundreds of agents and a large number of energy detection equipment to provide support. Professor X also sent White Queen Emma Frost, who was relatively free today, to come over to support the team. To be honest, modifying memories is a common thing for me, but distorting reality? With all due respect, I find it a little incomprehensible. White Queen muttered as she looked at Captain Carter who was walking towards her. You can use telepathy ability to detect whether your own memory has been modified. As one of the leaders of Mutant, you must have known the so-called captain of the Star Team before the reality was distorted. Captain Carter shrugged, to be honest, I still can't understand the principle of reality distortion, but unfortunately, it does exist. Does this mean, there may be a larger reality distortion event in the future, not just covering a small town, but covering the entire country, or even the entire world? Emma, I don't know. Captain Carter shook his head. All we can do is to do everything we can to protect our reality. What are you working hard for? Is it for your sad reality? Or are you just unwilling to die in this town? Agatha watched as wave after wave of attacks came at her, then turned into ash and nothingness. There was an unmistakable hint of sarcasm in his tone. Team Stars seemed to not hear her at all and launched powerful but fruitless attacks over and over again. At this moment, because of the corrupting and blackened nature of the Darkhold, Agatha Harkness's brain was completely unable to think normally, and she completely turned to darkness and extremes. She used black magic to transform into a sharp blade and cut her skin. The blood gushed out but was gathered into a river, flowing towards the dark book hanging in front of her. As we all know, this kind of dark items will increase their power after drinking blood. The dark book is no exception. The speed of constructing dimensional channels and assimilating reality-distorted space suddenly increased by 30%. But it is this act of increasing power, coupled with the next wave of attack that follows. The reality protection layer that was originally almost perfect finally experienced a fluctuation of huge amounts. Oh! I succeeded in locating. After the demon dinosaur roared loudly, it immediately closed its eyes and began to struggle to cram the information to the other side of the reality protection layer. The reality protection layer is indeed almost invincible, but it cannot block the connection that is rooted deep in the soul. The bond of the soul cannot be affected by TIE particles. After hearing the roar of the demon dinosaur, Li Chengfeng immediately stopped attacking and came to the side of the demon dinosaur. Moon Girl, did you answer? Awoo, don't worry, I've already connected with my friend, but without the support of alien blood, the transmission speed is not fast. You have to wait a while. When Li Chengfeng heard it, he understood instantly. Originally, the two were connected by a data cable. Now it's just Bluetooth. Li Chengfeng. Is it still not enough? Bruce Wayne turned around and shouted to Li Chengfeng while emitting green light of will, just now, the witch sacrificed her blood to the dark book. The progress is obviously much faster. Now it is very close to completion. Damn it. Bat, why are you so anxious? The signal is bad, we too have to read the bar. Li Chengfeng responded to Bruce Wayne. Thank you so much, now everyone here knows my identity. Bruce Wayne gritted his teeth and shot out another green ray of will with amazing explosive power. Just when the two of them found time to have a quarrel, Agatha Harkness on the opposite side suddenly changed her expression. The dark book suddenly slipped out of her control. Damn it! I clearly exchanged the soul of an ordinary person with the soul of the dark book in order to better control the dark book. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom, and the green light ray of will that Bruce Wayne had just shot out actually broke through Agatha Harkness's reality protection layer. Bruce Wayne was stunned, and immediately shouted, "The devil dinosaur succeeded!" And it succeeded at the right time, just before the other party was about to finish the spell. But before Bruce could finish his words, he swallowed the second half of the sentence. Because he saw Agatha Harkness looking like a madman. In an instant, she sacrificed all of her organs and flesh, temporarily bursting out with an extremely powerful black magic force, forcefully invading and seizing control of the dark book. But the ceremony that has been interrupted cannot be continued. This is not file section compression. Great Sithorn. Use my flesh and blood as a container. Come. Li Chengfeng's brows were still furrowed. Although it failed to successfully assimilate the reality distortion space, allowing Sithorn to descend directly through Wanda's body, the most horrific ending was avoided. But right now, Agatha Harkness was clearly using her own life as a sacrifice to light the spark of return for Sithorn through the dark book. My dear God Queen, the reality distortion is fading. The reality distortion dimension exists due to Agatha Harkness' use of TIE particles. At this moment, with the passing of her life, the reality distortion space naturally began to collapse. In just 3 seconds, everyone returned to real reality. But the witch in front of him, named Agatha Harkness, was holding the dark book in her hand and was covered in blood. His expression changed completely. She took 2 deep breaths and then frowned. The air on Earth is much worse now than it was before. But it doesn't matter. As a god born from the natural vitality of the Earth, I will never despise the poverty of my hometown. After saying that, her eyes were immediately drawn to Wanda. Then he showed a look of surprise. It's definitely not because of Wanda's beauty and thunder, but because Wanda has mastered the origin magic power and the unawakened X gene. Wanda Maximov, a witch from the Gypsy people, the daughter of Natalia Maximov. Your mutant father never imagined that his former wife was actually the previous Scarlet Witch, the one who was given the origin magic power by me. Agatha Harkness, no, it should be the real god of Hades Sithorn, who was walking towards them with a smile. As he walked, he told Wanda how much he missed her. Your mother is the most capable Scarlet Witch of all generations. She is capable enough to block my sight. I was not able to find you until you and your gift brother were captured by that tasteless guy, the Supreme Evolution. So I did a good thing and gave you the origin magic power while sending you back to Earth. Li Chengfeng looked at Sithorn, who was completely possessing others' body Agatha, without any hesitation, and walked forward to block Wanda. Sithine, these are just traps for you to truly return to Earth and master higher level power. Don't be hypocritical, as if you are a good person. Li Chengfeng raised his middle finger, not loving anyone. When your eldest nephew chased you like a dog and killed you, could you still be so sanctimonious? Li Chengfeng. I have seen you in another dimension. You are very capable and possess a power that even I have never understood. But you are not worthy to stand in front of me. After saying that, the terrifying force formed by the interweaving of origin magic power and black magic, mixed with the power of Sithorn's ancient Mephisto, swept towards Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand to stop Hela, who was about to stand in front of him. Mount Tai collapses in front of you, but you remain calm. The crimson translucent lamp had appeared in his hand. Little Niu, are you feeling pent up? As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, the voice of a proud little loli came out from the lamp along with the fluctuation of the red light of rage. Li Chengfeng from Earth. There is a boiling rage in your heart. And I'm hungry. Chapter 110. The lamp beasts of the Seven Lantern Corps have different abilities. Ion Shark possessed Ion Man, a Green Lantern who gained the ability to manipulate time and space. After the blood-slaughtering bull possessed Li Chengfeng, this form was called Blood Butcher. What special abilities does the Blood Butcher have? Not really. There are numbers, ruthless numbers. Possess an ordinary man who is a father, and then beat up Ghost. Ghost, God's spirit of vengeance, is theoretically one of the most powerful beings in the DC universe. Although it's hard to describe this guy, he is a fellow sufferer of the Planet Devourer in the Marvel Universe. He is invincible according to the setting, but his battle record makes him look like he's invincible. The Planet Eater is in a state of being hungry, while the Ghost is in a state of being affected by all kinds of troubles caused by the host. Ghost has many abilities, which can be summed up in one sentence. Ghost can do almost anything he wants to do. You can even cross the wall of origin at will. But, even such a god was stunned by the Blood Butcher's sudden attack. Although he finally cooperated with Atrocitus to capture the Blood Bull and stuff it into the Red Lantern furnace, from then on Ghost could no longer get the title of the biggest victim of the Lamp Beast possession. As Li Chengfeng felt the blood slaughter bull combining with himself, his strength and anger surged. But thanks to the fact that the red light of this world was created by him, even under the rage that could burn the entire world, Li Chengfeng was still like Wu Zetian taking off his clothes and was very rational. But, the appearance has indeed changed. After all, the name Bloody Butcher doesn't sound like a good person. Li Chengfeng's height suddenly increased, and then the angry red light condensed into a solid armor that was put on his body. And a huge bright red axe condensed out of thin air in his hand. Even someone like Harley Quinn who has no supernatural powers can clearly perceive the terrifying power of anger and hatred. Not to mention Sithorn who was standing opposite. Rage? Hatred? What kind of power is this? I was born billions of years ago, why have I never seen this strange power? Sithorn's somewhat broken voice sounded particularly distorted and even more weird coming from Agatha Harkness's already tattered body. It's not like he hasn't faced more powerful beings before, such as Adam the God-Eater, who almost wiped out all the old gods and demons on the entire earth, and the true god of the universe named Death and Eternity whom he encountered when he was exiled between dimensions. But that is the god who controls laws and concepts. Why does this man named Li Chengfeng have the power to materialize emotions? Why was he so weak just now, but after merging with some energy creature in an instant, his strength increased exponentially? Sithorn didn't understand. As the god of the underworld, the source of black magic, and the most knowledgeable among the old gods, he still didn't understand. Have you really never seen this kind of power? Do you really not understand it? Li Chengfeng shook his head. Oh. This is the bad nature of the old gods. They will always regard humans as insignificant ants. It seems that your so-called god of Hades is not that great after all. Li Chengfeng said one more sentence, then bent his knees slightly. The terrifying force held Rage's blood flame and chopped him down with one axe. The skin that originally belonged to Agatha Harkness was completely torn and burned. Ultimately it returns to nothingness. However, Li Chengfeng's perception of everything in the world in the blood butcher state is much stronger than before. He can clearly perceive that Agatha Harkness's final black magic sacrifice was really at the cost of herself, and she pulled Sithorn back through TIE particles. It's just pulling it back in the state of soul. This does no harm to Sithorn, it just amounts to a permanent astral projection. Anyway, his powers can be used perfectly with or without a body. Even for him now, his body is a burden. If he returns in his complete form, perhaps the aura that originally belonged to the ancient gods will allow his great-nephew Adam to reappear on Earth, and maybe he will once again perform the drama of devouring the gods. So he contaminated Agatha Harkness with the Darkhold book and let her set up the whole plan, which was actually to make Sithorn return as a soul and then occupy Wanda Maximoff's body. This was a plan that had already started 20 years ago when Sithorn gave Wanda the origin magic power. There was nothing wrong with the original plan, but someone like Li Chengfeng happened to appear. A person who theoretically shouldn't exist in this universe, carrying a power that theoretically shouldn't appear, appeared in a place that theoretically shouldn't be there. Everything seemed to be huge amounts of coincidences, and each coincidence happened to make Sithorn's plan go off track a little. He could obviously occupy Wanda's body, forcibly catalyze the X-gene awakening, and then gain the power of the almighty universe level. By then, not to mention his nephew Adam, even the death and eternity he had encountered before would be nothing more than toys that could be easily flattened and rounded in front of the power of the almighty universe level. But ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Given Li Chengfeng's current condition, Sithorn had almost no chance of occupying Wanda's body under his protection. After all, it was just one axe and he was injured. That's right, the power of rage and revenge can actually directly hurt the soul. If Li Chengfeng could hear what Sithorn was thinking at this moment, he would probably laugh his pants off. Nonsense. The power of the emotional spectrum is originally related to the soul. After all, your emotions are born from your soul, not from some hormones produced from your body. It can definitely hurt the soul, and even killing the soul is the area where the emotional spectrum is best at. Otherwise, why would the all-powerful ghost always get beaten by the Seven Lanterns? Sithorn, I'll give you a choice. Enter the dark book and replace the soul inside to set it free. I can consider letting you live in the book. Li Chengfeng, you are greedy. I am one of the ancestors of mankind and an ancient god. How can I become a book created by myself? How can a broken book be worthy of being my carrier? Sithorn's soul turned into a ball of red light that was no different from Wanda's origin magic power. After being hit by 2 axes from Li Chengfeng, the light of his soul dimmed a lot. But they also created some distance and found a direction to escape. But the words that were just said broke one person's defense. Zidhorn, I'm FGU. Are you still a human being, FK? You are not a human being in the first place. You are a god who was eliminated from the earth and put under double supervision. So what if I am a book? Did I eat your rice? You just ran away. But I, on the other hand, not only stayed on earth, but also had to find a way for you to return. I have to endure different people touching my body all over. Do you know how greasy the fingers of those big-bellied nouveau riche are? Moreover, they also use all kinds of internal organs and blood, and some are even crazy enough to sacrifice babies. This book is bloody. When the dark book heard the evaluation of a broken book, its defense was immediately broken. It beat its chest and stamped its feet, while spewing out all the dirty words it could think of. And at the moment he is still in the moon girl's body. So the scene where a dark-skinned little girl cries about being groped by a big-bellied upstart. It's such a cruel punishment. However, Zidhorn obviously only used the dark book as a tool, and he did not expect that the tool actually had a soul. What happened to this dark divine book that ended up on earth? Even if this soul continued to scold him, he would remain indifferent. Because he doesn't even know her. But none of this mattered, the doubts did not slow down the escape of his soul. And he must find a body immediately, otherwise his power will gradually flow to the Book of Darkness. Because the dark book shared his own divinity, this was a key step in allowing him to remain connected to the earth. And power can be deceived. So he not only needs to escape, but also needs to get a body on the way. Fortunately, the soul escaped much faster than Li Chengfeng, who transformed into the Blood Butcher. So after identifying the direction, Zidhorn immediately rushed in the direction where there were the most people outside. More people means more bodies to choose from. He can hide his own breath for a short period of time after possessing someone, which he can use to escape. Li Chengfeng's condition seemed to be time-limited. As long as he could delay it a little, he would be completely safe. In this way, Wanda's body will be in his pocket sooner or later. As Zidhorn fled, he exuded waves of pride from the depths of his soul. Soon, he found 2 targets. And one of them was actually an acquaintance. That is the gift brother he mentioned before, Pietro Maximov. Zidhorn was shocked and did not choose to occupy Pietro's body. Because I can't do it. The soul of a mutant is more difficult to destroy than that of an ordinary person. The reason why he believed he could occupy Wanda's body was because he was the source of origin magic power and would not be rejected by it. That is a special case. In the original book, the reason why Scythene was able to occupy Quicksilver's body once was because the other party died, allowing Scythene to take advantage of the opportunity. Under normal circumstances, a young mutant with powerful abilities would also have an extremely strong soul. And the person next to him. He is of a certain age, looks dull and tired, his eyes are a little blurry, and he doesn't look very energetic at first glance. Occupying his body is not only easier, but also more inconspicuous. As Zidhorn thought this, a crimson ball of energy pierced directly into the man's head. Bruce Banner paused and pressed his head with his hands. Just now, it was as if something had forced its way into his body. Pietro's keen senses immediately detected Bruce Banner's abnormality. Hey! Dr. Banner! Are you okay? You seem a little tired since we just started. Why don't you go back first? Anyway, our memories have just returned, which means that the incident is basically over. Pietro, I'm fine. Bruce Banner shook his head, it's just that I seem to have low blood sugar. I really should go eat something. Okay, then I'll go to the nearest town and bring you some food. I'm fast. Quicksilver said, put on his goggles, and disappeared in a flash of silver light. But he didn't notice that Bruce Banner lowered his head, his eyes had turned into a ferocious scarlet. Same color as Chaos Force. Possessing others' body succeeded. Bullshit. Get out. Hulk doesn't like you. The next moment, the scarlet color quickly faded, and the emerald green belonging to the Gamma power took over. Bruce Banner Super Evolution. Savage Hulk. Moreover, at the moment of transformation, Hulk also awakened his red lantern ring, and then the big green hand was wrapped in the crimson light of rage, and grabbed the soul of Scythene that came out of his mouth in a panic. Damn it! What kind of monster are you? Why are there swarms of giant monsters in your soul? Zidhorn was restrained, filled with fear and embarrassment. Others have no idea what I went through at that moment. There are countless monster personalities in this person's soul. And even though they were clearly in the spirit world, the punches they hit him hurt more and more each time. And his counterattack using black magic and origin magic power had no effect on these green monsters. As an ancient god, the god of the underworld, and the great demon Shadow, shed a tear of grievance. Broken ball? What are you? Hulk hates you. Hulk couldn't understand what this thing was that he and other Hulks had just beaten up in the soul world, but he instinctively hated this kind of bad guy who broke into other people's homes without even knocking on the door. Even Hulk knows this. You have to knock on the door when you visit someone's house. But Hulk held Sithan's soul in his hand and found that there was nothing strange about it and it was not fun at all, so he threw Sithan out without interest. Zidhorn was overjoyed. After being beaten by dozens of big fools in the soul world, his soul had already reached an extremely weak state. With this throw, he was free. A big silly guy is a big silly guy. He doesn't even understand the logic of killing everyone. But this is Hulk after all. Even though he threw it casually, he still threw it a distance away. Even in his current weak state, Sithon couldn't control the inertia of his soul. It didn't stop until it bumped into a burly chest. Hey, Sithorn, you ran pretty fast just now. It was Li Chengfeng who turned into the bloody butcher. Li Chengfeng. You were about to run away, why did you have to provoke this stupid big guy? Want to possess others' body him? Is your brain filled with shit? Li Chengfeng now only needs 2 fingers to easily capture the soul of this ancient god. You are, really weak now. So, who is the ant now? Without waiting for Zidhorn to speak, Li Chengfeng opened his bloody mouth and threw Zidhorn's soul in. After chewing for a while, accompanied by a few fragmented swear words, the soul of the underworld god Zidhorn completely dissipated in the little calf's stomach. The mission Welcome to Fairy Tale Town has been completed. Chapter 111. Li Chengfeng let out a long breath. As the system prompt sounded, he also cancelled the bloody butcher transformation. When the little calf crawled out of his heart, apart from being a little tired, it did not lie there like the ion shark and has not woken up yet. Definitely, this is the difference between the blood butcher state and the ion man state. After all, blood butcher only has an infinitely high panel, and there is still a big gap between him and Ion's ability to manipulate time and rewrite reality. The energy consumption is not on the same level. From this point of view, the yellow and green lamp beasts are worthy of being the strongest lamp beasts in the 7 lamp corps. Quest-related characters: Hal Jordan, Catwoman, Agatha Harkness, Wanda Maximoff, Seedhorn, Moon Girl. Gain Hal Jordan's willpower, get Catwoman's top charm bonus, get Agatha Harkness's demon Cataboni, get Wanda Maximoff's origin magic power, obtain the old god status of Zisong, get the spiritual link of the Moon Girl. Li Chengfeng, why are you stunned? Xiao Niu Niu's usual lowly voice reached Li Chengfeng's ears. I just thought of happy things. The shocked Li Chengfeng came back to his senses immediately, stroked her bull head as usual, then took out the red lantern and let her go back to rest. Then he checked the mission reward he had just received. Hal Jordan's willpower. Turtle. Good news, Hal Jordan's willpower plus Batman's willpower makes his Green Lantern invincible. Bad news, Trademark is living with the green light. However, after learning more about it from the system description, Li Chengfeng realized that willpower is not a simple addition, but the addition must be multiplied by a coefficient and then the average is taken. All in all, the system finally concluded that his willpower was now about 1.5 times stronger than before. The reason why it is approximately and around is because willpower cannot be completely quantified and there are fluctuations. But Li Chengfeng was still very satisfied. He originally thought that there was nothing to gain from Hal Jordan. After all his abilities came from the Green Lantern ring, and the rest were skills such as flight technology. But the next reward instantly made his head buzz. He knew every word, but he couldn't understand them when they were put together into a sentence. What is top charm bonus? Could it be that what was said about her and Bruce Wayne came true? There really is metaphysics? Li Chengfeng knew that his sister-in-law was no ordinary person. She was so obsessed with bats that she was in love with them. But if this thing is used on a man, will it work? And after all, this thing was taken from Catwoman, so it wouldn't work on men too, right? Li Chengfeng suddenly felt his anus tremble and subconsciously tightened his buttocks. Just as he was feeling sad, a rustling sound came from the grass beside him. Li Chengfeng subconsciously looked over, and saw a black shadow suddenly jumped out and rushed straight towards Li Chengfeng. Then his eyes went dark and he heard a cat's meow beside his ear. Meow. FK, whose little clamp is this? Li Chengfeng grabbed the kitten off his face. Its fur was pure black without a trace of other colors, its limbs and paws were curled up pitifully, and it stared at Li Chengfeng with its golden eyes, full of flattery. Is this Agatha Harkness's demon cat? Li Chengfeng was very curious and checked the whole cat over and over, including the bell. Shouldn't the system reward be various abilities? Why did it give a living creature directly this time? Then Li Chengfeng clearly felt that since he and the cat had physical contact, the two of them had entered into a symbiotic relationship. So that's how it is. The demon cat is a creature similar to a familiar, no wonder it is counted as an ability. After the symbiosis is successful, the demon cat shares all his magical abilities and recovery capabilities. And he can also project his consciousness into the demon cat. But the name Ebony doesn't sound nice at all. How about I give you a new name? Meow. The demon cat nodded very humanely. I also raised a lot of small animals in my previous life. I'll give you the name my cat used to have. Li Chengfeng said happily, from now on, you'll be called Dog. Demon cat? Are you crazy or is my cat crazy? You call a cat a dog? Why don't you like it? Li Chengfeng was puzzled. My cat is called Dog, the dog is called Rabbit, the rabbit is called Parrot, the parrot is called Sun, and my son is called Kyangchinch Bing Cha. Li Chengfeng took the meow sounds of the demon cat's resistance and crying as happy approval. However, the Hyuxia word for dog might make this foreign cat suspicious, and it would also make the people around it suspicious, so Li Chengfeng tried a localized American style. From now on, the demon cat's name will officially be Doug. Devil cat, isn't this still a dog? Putting the demon cat Doug on his shoulder and letting him be emo, Li Chengfeng once again turned his attention back to the system rewards. Next up is the real heavyweights. Scarlet Witch Origin Magic Power. What does cruel mean? Origin Magic Power is an extremely powerful magic even without Wanda's mutant ability. This is Zidhorn's most powerful ability besides his divine power. Even though Zidhorn was chased and chopped into pieces by Li Chengfeng, and even eaten as a snack by Li Chengfeng in the end, this was not the heyday of Zidhorn. If he were to face Zidhorn in his prime in Fairy Tale Town this time, he would still be able to win, but Li Chengfeng would probably have to use all of his abilities. And he cannot guarantee the safety of his team members. But winning is winning, and the winner does not need to reflect because the loser has completely disappeared. But Zidhorn disappeared, but Li Chengfeng obtained Lixithorn's Old God status from the system. Old Godhood? What does that mean? Does it mean that I have become a god now? Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and took a look. There was nothing special about it. It can be said that this is the only reward that Li Chengfeng does not quite understand, but somehow, Li Chengfeng always feels that he will use this thing one day. With doubts, Li Chengfeng looked at the final reward. Moon Girl's Spirit Link. There's not much to say about this, it's the Moon Girl's inhuman ability. However, unlike the Moon Girl who was passively bound to the demon dinosaur from the beginning, Li Chengfeng can choose one person to bind to. Definitely, once bound, it can never be changed. Li Chengfeng was very disdainful. The pokeball of Spear of Vengeance can be rebound. Li Chengfeng initially thought about whether he should just tie it to Doug, but after thinking about it, he realized that Doug and he had a symbiotic relationship, so wouldn't it be a complete waste to use it? If it's not useful for now, just wait until later. Who knows, maybe it will work miraculously someday. After counting the rewards for completing his mission, Li Chengfeng immediately flew towards the fairy tale town. There are still some things that need to be resolved there. When passing by the sign that originally read Welcome to Fairy Tale Town, Li Chengfeng discovered that it had become a scenic spot billboard. Beer, amusement parks, hotels, camping. Various advertisements are pasted on it in a disorderly manner. It seems that the effects of reality distortion have indeed completely dissipated. But when he returned to the fairy tale town, Li Chengfeng felt a little upset when he saw that the unconscious fairy tale characters all over the place had not disappeared. Goodness, it didn't disappear after the reality distortion ended. This means that they were not created out of thin air by the distortion of reality, but were really coolies pulled over from some fairy tale universe. We brothers are so unlucky. We are princesses and princes, but we are dragged to such a small town to suffer. Li Chengfeng felt so sad when he thought about how the princesses and princes in the fairy tale town were always thinking about work. However, the only one who was assimilated, Selena Kyle, was now lying in Bruce Wayne's arms, with a calm expression, but she had not woken up for a long time. Li Chengfeng wanted to laugh when he saw Bruce Wayne's anxious expression. Not only him, but everyone around him, including Hal Jordan, had an expression on their faces where they were trying to hold back their laughter. What is a bat that is extremely sensitive when facing others, but how come it is not even as good as Hal Jordan, a husky, when facing his fiancée? Even he could see that Catwoman was obviously pretending to be faint. However, Li Chengfeng was too lazy to disturb this inexplicable interaction between the young couple. The Book of Darkness, bring the Book of Darkness here. What Li Chengfeng said may sound wrong at first glance, but it is really correct in the current situation. The dark book that occupied the Moon Girl's body walked forward and picked up the dark book that carried the Moon Girl's soul. The dark book even shook off the few drops of blood remaining on the book in disgust. He was numb all over. Here, hurry up and get our souls back. Li Chengfeng nodded and reached out to take the dark book. The moment his hand touched the book, Li Chengfeng felt a warm current flowing from the book into his body. It felt like there was something extra in my body, but it also seemed like nothing had happened. But the dark book knew something and whispered in Li Chengfeng's ear, Zidhorn has completely disappeared, right? I found that you have obtained Zidhorn's status as an old god, and Zidhorn's divinity in the book has also entered your body because of the change of status. In a sense, you have completely replaced Zidhorn's position among the old gods. So, I have become a god now. Whether you become a god or not is just an identity verification. With your combat power after the transformation, even if you go to the ancient earth and give yourself a godhood, the creator and the goddess Jia will have to accept it. Come on, hurry up. I have already perceived the powerful black magic power from your body. With the blessing of Tai particles, it will be easy to exchange our two souls. Wait, where are the Tai particles? Brother. It's in the dark book. Didn't you see that old woman Agatha casting a spell just now? Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng opened the dark book. Unexpectedly, the originally empty title page now had a lifelike picture of Tai particles. But although it is called a picture, Li Chengfeng feels that this still picture is moving. Being in a superposition state between 2 and 3 dimensions at the same time, it is also called Tai particles. Although Li Chengfeng found it miraculous, he thought it would be better to let the souls return to their respective places first. The main thing is that the demon dinosaur next to him keeps making a woohoo sounds just like a zombie, which is really annoying. Li Chengfeng tried to activate the origin magic power, letting the power of the origin magic power flow through the title page, and then grabbed the dark book and the soul of the moon girl at the same time, and then stuffed them back into their original shells. This was definitely Li Chengfeng's feeling. To outsiders, it looked like a burst of crimson magical energy was pouring out from the dark book. Then the moon girl's eyes lit up and she ran towards the demon dinosaur happily. Yeah, that's right, this is what a 13-year-old kid should look like. Li Chengfeng, I feel like you are secretly reading this book. You think too much. Li Chengfeng put the book down and was too lazy to pay attention to the Dark God book. Seeing that Li Chengfeng had finished his work, Harley Quinn and Hela came over. Hela stretched out her hand and pulled Li Chengfeng into her arms. A word suddenly popped up in Li Chengfeng's mind. Like a little bird. Who wouldn't look like a little bird when standing next to a 2.13 meter tall goddess? Harley Quinn took the opportunity to put a communicator into Li Chengfeng's ear. Then he took the real adamantium baseball bat and poked Li Chengfeng's waist from time to time. Agent Li Chengfeng, I remembered your existence. It seems that the reality distortion incident has been resolved. Commander Hill, I'm glad I'm back. Now we need the FBI to help with the aftermath. Just call me Maria. The relief team has already entered the area where the incident occurred. You will be able to meet them and other members of Team Star soon. Okay, Maria, I'll see you later. See you later. By the way, after you finish this call, please switch to the top secret frequency 114,514. He's waiting for you. After the call ended, Li Chengfeng switched to the designated top secret frequency band. Please proceed with the voice print password test, Agent. What is your internal code name? FK, Black Sauce Egg has to be so awkward. Code name, Immortal. Voice print detection in progress. The detection passed, Agent Li Chengfeng has been connected to the frequency band. After a short busy tone, the familiar voice of the black braised egg guy rang out again. FK. Why did you suddenly give me such a big task? Nick Fury, please have some shame. Li Chengfeng was so angry that his teeth itched after hearing Nick Fury's voice. If it wasn't for your car being lost, would I have run so far to find your car? Then who was driving my car before it was lost? It's me. What's the matter? Putting aside the facts, even if I am 99% wrong, you are not 1% wrong? Seeing you shirking responsibility makes me tremble with anger. You are sweating all over and your hands and feet are cold in the hot summer. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. Can this society still be good? No, you suddenly gave me this set of old punches, and I'm a little overwhelmed. No? Then think more, read more, and learn more. And don't forget to reimburse me for the deposit for the wheel lock. After saying that, Li Chengfeng hung up the phone. On the other side, in Nick Fury's office, Aida Wong and Hannigan heard the conversation between the two, looked at each other, and then left a subtitle on the file. A murder caused by two wheel locks. Chapter 112. As the large army set out and poured into the fairy tale town from all directions, Li Chengfeng also arranged a place for the Moon Girl. As a high school student at Midtown Middle School, she actually hid the demon dinosaur in a lake in the suburbs of Midtown. That's right, high school student, 13-year-old high school student. She and Peter Parker are classmates in the same grade but different classes. I can only say that as a genius, it's really amazing for him to skip a few levels. No, how could the devil dinosaur be so large and hidden in such a public area without being discovered? Ah? No, it has been discovered many times. But even if those witnesses said there were dinosaurs in the lake, most people would not believe it. However, there are quite a few Uma fans who go on a pilgrimage, and the devil dinosaur deliberately leaves some clues for them to make them more fanatical. But for ordinary people, the more fanatical the fans are, the more nonsense they think it is. The Moon Girl smiled slyly and spread her hands pretending to be helpless. Man, what can I say? Isn't it a bit too hellish for a 13-year-old kid to play this joke? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched slightly. This Moon Girl herself is less troublesome than that sinister guy in the Dark God book. Since you have awakened the inhuman ability, why didn't you join the reorganized FBI Academy? What FBI Academy? The Moon Girl looked even more innocent than Li Chengfeng. I'm just an ordinary person. Why would the FBI Academy recruit me? Li Chengfeng understood instantly that this meant rejection. However, Li Chengfeng was just asking casually. Although the new FBI Academy has absorbed many future superheroes and even supervillains, there are still many people who are not interested in joining the official organization. Especially those geniuses who claim to have extremely high intelligence. Moon Girl is apparently one of them. Moreover, the Moon Girl deliberately ignored the fact that Li Chengfeng said the word Inhumans. It is obvious that she may have already contacted the afterlife headed by Jia Ying or the Inhuman royal family and even become a member of it. If it was the Inhuman royal family, it would be fine. After all, they have developed a complete and independent technology tree and social system. Although it is a quasi-feudal country, it is not dominated by the royal family alone. Except for that crazy guy Maximus, everyone else has close relations with major countries and superhero groups on Earth. Black Bolt has been a member of the Avengers and the Illuminati. Queen Medusa once temporarily joined the Fantastic Four and created conditions for the Inhumans and humans to coexist peacefully. Even Marvel's famous scumbag Crystal is considered a pretty good hero except for her messy private life. But the crappy place called Afterlife is different. Compared with the Inhuman country Adalan, Afterlife is simply a refugee camp. They don't know why their race exists, nor do they know the history of their race. All I know is that they are all outliers different from ordinary people. Although they may behave like good people who stick together to save themselves in the early stages, they will quickly become radicalized with just a little external stimulation. In Shield Agent, the Inhumans in the afterlife even plan to use inferior Turigen crystals to cleanse all of humanity. Although Jia Ying was once a human experiment of Daniel Whitehall, he was also a survivor of the Nazi Hydra massacre. But Jia Ying after Blacken has even less bottom line than Hydra. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but look a few more times at this Moon Girl who was so smart that she didn't look like a 13-year-old child. As a high-level agent of the FBI, is there anything wrong with Li Chengfeng sending people to monitor those with super abilities who are not within the system? Okay, just ignore what I said. Li Chengfeng imitated the Moon Girl's posture and spread his hands, but you have to keep an eye on the devil dinosaur and don't let his wildness shock Asia. Don't worry, those Uma enthusiasts don't have the ability to search out the devil dinosaur. Moon Girl is quite confident. Although the devil dinosaur's cry is purely for cuteness, its IQ is actually very high. Li Chengfeng nodded to her, but told her that she could not leave until the FBI completed its finishing work. So he could only sit on the head of the devil dinosaur and fiddle with his mobile phone. Children are really hard to deal with. Maria Hill was wearing a neat FBI combat uniform, and her tall figure was clearly revealed. No matter how high her IQ is, she is just a child. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand and shook hands with Maria Hill. Maria, thank you for leading the team to reinforce us. To be honest, before the reality distortion effect just disappeared, I had reservations about bringing hundreds of people and countless equipment to support. Maria Hill looked around, but now, I think we should bring more people. These people are quite troublesome. They are all poor people who were dragged here from another universe by the instigator. I can understand every word, but why am I confused when they are put together? Maria Hill suddenly felt a headache. In other words, all these people lying on the ground are illegal residents with no information about them. You can't say they are illegal. If you look through fairy tale books, you should be able to find all their information. It's just that most of them are just ordinary people in fairy tales, but some of them can be considered to have special skills. Then do you have any way to send all these troublesome guys back to their own homes? I can send them, but I don't have their coordinates in the universe, so who knows where I'll send them to. Li Chengfeng had no choice. To pull someone in, you just need to pick one from the vast dimensions and universe. It's like a scumbag flirting with a girl, checking into a hotel, sleeping with her, and then breaking up. But the difficulty of sending it to someone has increased exponentially. Not only do we need the detailed coordinates of that universe, but we also have to align the timeline. 10 times the energy consumption is an understatement. If you give it away, an honest person will take it. If the house, car, or money is small, there is no room for negotiation. So instead of wasting time and energy sending people back, it is better to think about the best way to resettle them. Li Chengfeng looked at the ruins around him. This was not caused by the battle between the Star Squad and the Cursed Warriors and Agatha Harkness, but the fact that this place was originally the ruins of a small town, a well-known ghost town nearby, and there were several high-quality camping sites next to it. With the FBI's whitewashing methods, all the ruins here will definitely be razed to the ground. Even the ground has to be dug clean. If this place was not too far from other cities, they would probably choose to launch a missile directly after evacuating all personnel. Then they claimed to the outside world that it was a test explosion. It is a traditional art form of America. But instead of forcing these residents from the fairy tale universe to adapt to modern American society, how about simply turning the place where this reality distortion incident occurred into a so-called fairy tale town? Li Chengfeng didn't do this on a whim. Rather than letting these fairy tale characters from another universe scatter all over the world, it is better to gather them together for easier management and monitoring. However, Li Chengfeng had a hunch that these fairy tale characters would probably be too happy to leave. After all, the backgrounds of fairy tales are mostly medieval, ignorant, and backward. If you put it that way, it's not impossible. Maria Hill's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. It costs money to whitewash and cover up information. Compared with this, the cost of building such a small town is really not high. After all, the small town in America is essentially no different from the village in the Republic. Moreover, the labor cost of subsequent management can be greatly reduced. Although she is the commander-in-chief, she also serves as the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. After Sitwell's true identity was exposed, she also served as the head of the personnel department for a period of time. Half of the American Bureau of Investigation is on her shoulders, and she can be called the weightlifting champion of the FBI. It was not until Martian Manhunter joined the FBI as a member of the STAR team and took over the leadership of the personnel department that she was able to escape from the high-intensity work. Uncle, it can be used on the battlefield or in the office, and is a must-have item for home and travel. After the FBI agents came in, the processing speed increased. For now, bring all the fairy tale characters back to the FBI, their identities are still needed. After all, they are not going to isolate these fairy tale characters from the world in a brand new fairy tale town. After the reality distortion space disappears, they can enter and exit freely. Li Chengfeng also took this opportunity to bring back other members of the STAR team. Bruce Banner, who was possessed by Seedhorn but failed. Quicksilver relied on his fast legs to go to the next city to buy food for Bruce Banner but got lost. It was too boring to just hang out on the periphery, so Captain Carter started to remove the 18X advertisement on the scenic spots billboard. Hela touched the head of the wolf-eared girl Little Red Riding Hood because she thought of her dog Fenris whom she hadn't seen for 1,000 years. Thor and Loki, these two young men, are relatively honest, but Loki has been secretly trying to tempt Thor to challenge Hulk. God have mercy. Dr. Banner finally managed to eat a hot dog with 2 sausages in it. He was already beginning to regret recruiting these idiots into the team. One is more out of tune than the other. Especially Captain Carter. I originally thought I had picked up a very experienced Ding Gaishenson. It turns out that he is a super health-conscious expert in slacking off. Instead, the crazy little Harley Quinn with abnormal brain circuits was taking Wanda and cooperating with other FBI agents to check the injuries of the fairy tale characters. Some fairy tale characters with stronger physical fitness and willpower have woken up from their coma, and Harley Quinn also confirmed whether their mental state was normal as soon as possible. Several agents who also majored in psychology followed Harley Quinn and took notes. Shit, this guy doesn't look like a lunatic at all. If you don't know him, you might think he is a doctoral supervisor in some psychology school. Well, in a sense, Quinzel behaves too normally, which is actually abnormal. Bruce Wayne came to Li Chengfeng at some point without knowing it. Gan, can you teach me your skill of appearing and disappearing without a sound? It's good to scare people for fun whenever you want. I'll take that as a compliment. Bruce Wayne said as he took off the Green Lantern ring and handed it to Li Chengfeng. Now that the crisis is over, I should return this Green Lantern ring to you. Li Chengfeng turned his head and looked at Bruce Wayne's face that was overly full of justice. Li Chengfeng was not surprised at all that he did this. When it comes to this kind of supernatural power, Bruce Wayne always pushes it away if he can, and hides it away if he can't, and only uses it in emergencies. That's too much trouble. You can keep this lantern ring. I have no intention of taking back the Green Lantern ring for you and Hal Jordan, or the Red Lantern ring for the Devil Dinosaur. Nonsense. These are just stepping stones to get you into my camp. In this increasingly insane universe, Li Chengfeng had a feeling that sooner or later, a major event that would endanger the entire universe would occur. With a bat with full favorability by his side, Li Chengfeng's success rate can be increased by 30% no matter what event he faces. If we can find a way to get Barry to develop the Speed Force, then we can use the SL method. I trust you. You will be the greatest Green Lantern. Bruce Wayne originally wanted to firmly refuse, but when he saw Li Chengfeng saying trust while showing him a firm and relieved smile, he was shaken. Then he put away the Green Lantern ring. Catwoman, who was bandaging her wound after pretending to faint, suddenly shuddered. Looking back at Bruce Wayne and Li Chengfeng, his bright and cunning eyes revealed an expression like a cat protecting its food. Meow, I don't know what happened. But why do I feel so upset and want to pull the FBI agent's hair? With Li Chengfeng's keen perception of emotions, he immediately felt the look in Catwoman's eyes. In his eyes, Catwoman's body was now surrounded by a layer of purple light. In the emotional spectrum, purple represents love. As the purple light of lust, which is at the opposite end of the emotional spectrum like the red light of rage, although it is not evil, it is usually accompanied by attributes such as jealousy and paranoia. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Li Chengfeng secretly apologized to Catwoman in his heart. Just blame that damn system. But he was not originally Nantong, and Bruce Wayne's sexual orientation was quite firm. He wouldn't be turned gay just because of his charm. And instead of guarding against him, it's better to guard against that big guy from Kansas. The big guy has some succubus attributes. What's more, they have been friends for many years. Li Chengfeng thought so, gave Catwoman a thumbs up, then patted Bat's shoulder, and walked slowly towards the original location of the tavern in Fairy Tale Town. Nick Fury's grandson's car is still parked there. When Hulk, who was holding Loki's feet after he knocked Thor away, passed by, he gave him a warm reminder, this kid said you were a big fool. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. Listening to Loki's body making rhythmic and intimate contact with Mother Earth, Li Chengfeng suddenly felt relaxed. The reason why famous scenes are famous scenes is that no matter what kind of world collapses into, it should be staged. It will happen eventually. Thief's son. You have to taste the pain I've suffered. Chapter 113. Here, your car keys. Li Chengfeng sat down on Nick Fury's expensive leather sofa, stretched and collapsed on it. Don't you have anything to say to me? Nick Fury put the keys aside casually. Just going to find a car, you encounter reality distortion, which I have never heard of. Should I say you are lucky? Or unlucky? I don't know whether it's good luck or bad luck, but I do have a bit of a troublesome temperament. Li Chengfeng secretly complained in his heart. Apart from anything else, the possession of this so-called system destined him to be a huge troublemaker. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. After the incident in Fairy Tale Town, it seems that we should incorporate this kind of reality distortion incident into the routine prevention system. Nick Fury stood up and sat down next to Li Chengfeng. When I was sunbathing with Dr. Liang, he once talked to me about similar incidents, but I always treated them as anecdotes. After all, if you don't really experience it once, you will never know the harm. This time, the reality distortion incident in Fairy Tale Town really scared Black Sauce Egg into breaking out in a cold sweat. Especially when he lifted the reality distortion space and recovered his memories about Li Chengfeng, Bruce Wayne, and others, he realized the horror of the reality distortion event. The existence of a person or even a group of people can be wiped out without a trace. Especially Li Chengfeng. He is the big daddy of the entire American General Administration. Even though Nick Fury quarrels with Li Chengfeng every day, when he wanted to borrow Nick Fury's car, didn't Nick Fury give it to him just like that? If one day Li Chengfeng proposed to ride Nick Fury to work, Nick Fury would probably agree with a smile. There is no bottom line. It's just FG pampering. Li Chengfeng could actually feel this atmosphere, but he was not Long Aotian, and secondly, he was not a passerby who had seen Long Aotian too many times, so he felt a little embarrassed. As a result, after a period of adjustment, he and Nick Fury formed their current relationship. To be honest, apart from being a little paranoid at the beginning, Hai Huoden is a nice person. Be able to take it and let it go, be reasonable and give face. He is just vague about the origin of his one-eyedness. Maria has already reported to me that there is nothing wrong with your method of local containment. Besides, none of the fairy tale characters in Fairy Tale Town have very powerful abilities, so there is no need to worry about them causing any trouble. But this is a whole town after all. We need to send a few managers to assist them in the early stage, and then we can let them take care of themselves completely. Li Chengfeng shrugged. After all, no matter how fairy tale it is, there are princes or princesses who have managed kingdoms. Their basic management abilities are beyond doubt. As long as they don't fall in love. By the way, how should the American government explain the creation of such a town? I have already informed the American government about this matter in advance. Nick Fury half lay on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling. They have experience in dealing with such requests. Although you are a republic, you should have heard of Indian reservations, right? I've heard that you Americans are quite evil. I don't deny that. Nick Fury didn't want to waste time on historical issues. This fairytale town can use measures similar to those of a reserve, but only allow them to come and go freely and govern themselves. After all, they are still occupying state land, so we have to give them some face. Although Nick Fury is a Native American, as the director of the FBI for so many years, he has long been able to judge national issues from a third-party perspective. After all, the FBI is an agency of the World Federation. It is precisely because of this characteristic of the FBI that it has always had some conflicts with the American government, military, FBI, CIA and other agencies. The American military sent Hal Jordan to deliver the TIE particles to the FBI. It was obvious that they had run out of options and had no choice but to ask the FBI for help. Whatever you say, as long as we can deal with the government, I believe a new fairytale town will be built soon. Li Chengfeng stood up and walked to the desk next to him. Ada Wong and Ingrid Hannigan's hands were so busy that they were smoking, constantly receiving and recording information. The amount of information in this reality distortion event is a bit terrifying, especially the hundreds of fairy tale characters from another universe that need to be recorded. The hands-off attitude of Li Chengfeng and Nick Fury just now had already caused Ada Wong and Ingrid Hannigan to frequently cast razor-sharp glances at them. Li Chengfeng glanced at the two ladies who were obviously a little irritable and chuckled. Ingrid Hannigan does have a bit of a bad temper, and Ada Wong is a beautiful witch with a kind face but a dark heart. Li Chengfeng felt that if he took out the Red Lantern furnace at that moment, there would probably be 2 more Red Lantern demons. Hey Ada, long time no see. We just met the day before yesterday. One day without seeing you feels like 3 years. While Li Chengfeng was talking nonsense, he definitely closed the FBI terminal in front of Ada Wong. Then, in the shocked eyes of Ada Wong and Ingrid Hannigan, Li Chengfeng opened a portal behind Ada Wong and pushed her office chair back. After doing all this, Li Chengfeng waved at Nick Fury and Ingrid Hannigan. If I can't see you again, I wish you good morning, good afternoon, and good night. After saying that, he walked into the portal, and the portal closed. Ingrid Hannigan froze in place, even stopping the work in her hands. After a long while, Ingrid Hannigan turned her head stiffly and looked at Nick Fury with his one eye wide open. Chief, they are pushing all the work onto me, right? Probably, perhaps, it seems, yes. Nick Fury wiped the cold sweat from his bald head. Calm down. Agent Hannigan, you have to stay calm. I will immediately transfer someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to assist you in completing the paperwork. As a director, Nick Fury is quite insightful. Ingrid Hannigan closed her eyes and took several deep breaths, but she couldn't hold it in anymore and she slammed the table in anger. You crazy husband and wife. Be careful when walking at night next time. I'll put you in a sack sooner or later. Nick Fury tried his best to blend in with the sofa with his skin color. The resentment of office workers when they explode is very terrifying. Li Chengfeng and Ada Wong definitely could not feel Ingrid Hannigan's resentment. At the moment they were thousands of miles away in Finland. Lake Inari, one of the best places to observe the aurora. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he wrapped Aida in his coat. Although it is not winter yet, it is located in northern Europe after all, so the temperature at night is not too high. After a brief shock, Ada simply put her work behind her, tightened her coat with both hands, and sank into her office chair. I should be thankful that I didn't wear a skirt or cheongsam today, otherwise the romance would have turned into a sneeze. Li Chengfeng did not answer, but just stood beside Ada, feeling the slight warmth coming from his side. The two men were silent for a long time by the Lake Inari, and then Li Chengfeng finally spoke. Actually, I've always had some doubts. Questions? Ada looked at the peaceful night sky. As the leader of the most important team of the American General Administration and an outstanding agent of the Republic General Administration, dear Li, what questions could stump you, such an outstanding person? That's just asking a question you already know the answer to, Ada. Li Chengfeng shook his head. In fact, that strange feeling had been lingering in his mind since the very beginning. King Ada seemed a little too familiar with him. If this is her original personality, then it's fine. But when facing other people, even facing several gods in Asgard, Ada is always warm on the outside but cold on the inside. In her eyes, Li Chengfeng could clearly feel that he was a special existence. Ada is never reluctant to send such signals. Li Chengfeng had doubts because he couldn't understand. He had no doubts about his closeness to the crazy little Harley Quinn. Because he led the treatment of Harley Quinn's breakdown and the reconstruction of her worldview, although it was unexpected that her empathy was transferred to him, at least he could understand it. And Li Chengfeng can also understand his dear goddess of death Hela. He broke into Odin's seal, freed her, and stayed by Hela's side. Although it was not a deliberate influence, in fact, he did make Hela more and more like a mortal on earth rather than a goddess of Asgard. Although the so-called God King and God Queen were a misunderstanding at first, Li Chengfeng did not deny it later and even seemed to enjoy it. But King Ada? Li Chengfeng really didn't understand. He knew that he had a handsome appearance, but he was not Long Aotian, and he did not have the ability to make a beautiful woman fall in love with him with just one move of his body. But every time he thought about the first time they met, when Ada Wong deliberately stroked the back of his hand with her little finger when handing him the information, a tingling sensation would arise from deep in his heart. And when I deliberately called her sister Wong, she would always secretly reveal a slightly resentful look. Li, I understand all the questions that are bothering you. Ada looked at Li Chengfeng's slightly distressed expression and was actually a little happy. But I just want to be a riddler this time. After saying that, Ada ran to the side with a charming but not greasy smile. Hey! Being a riddle teller is not a good habit. Li Chengfeng caught up with Ada in 2 or 3 steps, grabbed her hand, and brought her back to his arms. You bad woman! Did you know something from the beginning? Or have you seen me before? Li Chengfeng did not deliberately confine Aida in his arms, but Aida did not struggle. Instead, she found a more comfortable position to lean against. The entire weight of the person was on Li Chengfeng. You said that we would meet in the future. Ada showed a nostalgic look, and you didn't break your promise. When you showed up at the FBI building, you had no idea how excited I was. Ida, I'm very sure I didn't say such a thing. You definitely haven't said it yet. This sentence is the promise you made to me. After Ada said this, Li Chengfeng hadn't reacted yet when he heard Ada's exclamation. Aurora! It's Aurora! Ada rushed to the lake excitedly like a little girl. Li Chengfeng subconsciously looked up into the air. The green aurora, which originally required the help of equipment to be observed, is now hanging high in the sky, flowing like a river into the unknown distance. Before Li Chengfeng asked again, a long-lost sound of Shota appeared in his mind, but the original smell of kidney deficiency was much less, which seemed to indicate that he had almost recovered. How about this gift? Do you like it? Ion Shark, I didn't expect you to be so nosy. Li Chengfeng understood. No wonder those auroras in the sky exude a breath of wool. Hey, love is a color on the emotional spectrum. Even though I am a wool lanternman, I can also feel other emotions. Ion Shark's voice was full of pride. The strong purple light on King Ada's body, as long as you are not blind, you can see it, right? Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. That little brat Ion Shark said some bullshit. He definitely can see it. But because I can see it, I become more and more confused. Because the rich purple color on Ada's body is enough to make her the queen of Star Sapphire. Even if he was possessed by Purple Lantern's lamp beast, the plunder beast, and became a plunderer, he wouldn't be surprised. Ada, what did you just say, what exactly do you mean? Li Chengfeng calmed down. He had used the database of the General Administration of the Republic to complete the part of his memory that he had not inherited in great detail. He was very sure that he had never had any intersection with King Ada in the past. The only possible connection between the two of them in the database is that Ada is suspected to have Republican ancestry. Ada swore that it was the promise she made to her. But she wasn't surprised at all that she didn't know about it. Li Chengfeng's expression suddenly changed. Combining all the known information, Li Chengfeng seemed to be able to come to only one conclusion. Ada, when was the first time you saw me? Don't you know it yourself? Ada turned around and tilted her head, her poor acting as if she was questioning actually seemed a little cute. Ada, listen to my question carefully. Li Chengfeng held Ada's shoulders with both hands, lowered his head and said again, I asked when was the first time you saw me, not the first time I saw you. Li Chengfeng was not being pedantic when he asked this question. In the first chapter of The Sign of Four, Sherlock Holmes said to Watson, when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. Li Chengfeng was sure that Ada did not lie and that there was nothing wrong with his investigation experience. That leaves only that one explanation. My future self, at some point in the past, has met Ada. Ada looked at Li Chengfeng's face for a long time. Finally, under the illumination of the aurora dyed by the Ion Shark, Ada tiptoed gently and placed a kiss on Li Chengfeng's lips. I've been looking forward to this kiss for 10 years. Chapter 114. The next day, Nick Fury's office. Li Chengfeng had been sitting on the sofa waiting for a while before Nick Fury walked in humming a West Coast tune. Oh, you're here pretty early, Agent Li Chengfeng. I heard you went on a date yesterday. Nick Fury saw the somewhat lazy Li Chengfeng at a glance. You're really dedicated. You were watching the Northern Lights in Finland last night, and you came here early this morning to work the morning shift. Li Chengfeng really wanted to stuff the black salted eggs blindfold into his anus. If Nick Fury hadn't asked him to come, he wouldn't have bothered to go to the morning office. Now you are still making sarcastic remarks here. When Nick Fury saw that Li Chengfeng looked ready to kill him, a few beads of sweat immediately ran down his big black head and he quickly changed the subject. So you spent last night by Lake Inari in Finland. You changed the subject. You have to find out something, right? I can only say that Nick Fury is truly worthy of being the king of agents. He has to collect all the intelligence, right? Nonsense, definitely not. Li Chengfeng looked at the black marinated egg in front of him, and the gossipy look in the other's one eye was about to burst out. I haven't said anything yet. Are you getting too much, old deng? I just solved a reality distortion incident, and you can't wait to call me back to work overtime. Ahem, I don't look like the kind of person who exploits his own agents. Nick Fury coughed a few times and finally began to speak seriously. This time it's not about any mission, but about the official collective charity event of our FBI Academy. I know every word you said, why can't I understand you when you put them together? Li Chengfeng straightened his hair, which was made a little messy by Aida, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Nick Fury began to change subtly. Is this the overly paranoid and slightly inhuman Nick Fury? And the FBI Academy also has charity activities? Is he crazy, or is this world crazy? It just so happened that Gus, the elemental beast in the cat's nest in the corner, woke up and crawled out shaking his fat body. After seeing Nick Fury and Li Chengfeng, he thought for a moment and walked towards Li Chengfeng decisively. Meow, the yuan-devouring beast. Gus jumped onto the sofa, held his throat, and called out to Li Chengfeng in the most flattering voice. Li Chengfeng picked up the yuan-devouring beast. Good morning, Stinky Gus. Why are you unhappy? The energy and spirit must be radiant early in the morning. After a brutal cat-sucking session, Gus began to doubt his life as a cat while sitting in Li Chengfeng's arms. Suddenly, Gus felt something approaching his drum. Turning around quickly, he saw a little black cat with half of its body sticking out from Li Chengfeng's waist. He was stretching his neck to smell the scent of the yuan-devouring beast skin drum. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng pulled the demon cat Doug out from his waist, and then put Gus and Doug together at the other end of the sofa. Let them do whatever they want. After seeing the two cats start to communicate with each other by meowing, Nick Fury saw that Li Chengfeng had finally calmed down, and then said, well, it's like this. As you know, when Professor X and I rebuilt the FBI Academy, we recruited a lot of new students through social recruitment. Together with the young students from Xavier's Ability School, we formed the new FBI Academy. I definitely know this, but what does it have to do with the official charity event you mentioned? This is a huge deal. Nick Fury said seriously, as a school, our admissions are open and transparent, and we have formal student status. And tomorrow happens to be the new FBI Academy's Charity Day and Parents' Day, and all parents of students are invited to participate. When Li Chengfeng heard this, he felt numb. No, what about the mystery of our organization as an agent? How can we recruit a few future superheroes and tell our parents about it? Nonsense. Even though we are all agents, a school is a school, and we must provide everything we need, and you also know that we are an agency of agents. Why don't we tell the parents clearly before we kidnap the children to the FBI? If they really go to the World Federation to file a complaint, they will definitely win. Nick Fury definitely understood what Li Chengfeng meant, but the reality is this reality and the situation is this situation. This Charity Parents' Day has been prepared under the leadership of Professor X, and all the manpower of the entire FBI Academy has been invested in it. When Nick Fury was checking the work with Professor X, Black and White Eggs, two people who were always planning everything, actually made a rare mistake. Li Chengfeng's star team and Phil Coulson's special emergency team were not informed of this matter. I thought you would notify me. Black Boiled Egg suddenly felt some pain in his little black boiled egg. I have always been in charge of the FBI Academy. I thought you had told Phil Coulson and Li Chengfeng a long time ago. Bai Yadan was also a little confused, and his brain became even whiter. As the closest thing to a superhero in the America General Administration, the two teams, especially the All-Stars team, are definitely the most suitable role models to be put in front of parents. At the same time, the star team also gave parents reassurance. Under the protection of such a powerful team, their children will surely be able to grow up smoothly. Hence the current scene. That means Team All-Star and Team Phil Coulson will both be there tomorrow, right? Yes, but you don't need to feel too stressed. Just treat this as an ordinary school celebration. Nick Fury took out a diagram of the Charity Parents' Day. Look, we organized students to design stores on their own and set up a temporary celebration commercial street. Nick Fury handed the diagram to Li Chengfeng. Seeing that the other party did not speak, he continued, after the Hydra invasion, the entire FBI, especially the FBI Academy, was a little depressed. Especially the students in the Academy. The friends who used to be together day and night suddenly turned into Hydra. Betrayal and deception made them grow up quickly, but they grew up too fast. Nick Fury smiled bitterly and shook his head. What I want to cultivate is a hero who upholds and promotes justice, not a ruthless killer who puts on a dead man face every day. Well, I need the latter, but I don't need these kids to do it yet. So, we need a celebration-like event to soothe their young hearts, right? Li Chengfeng looked at the diagram of the Charity Parents' Day, then looked up and said, "That's no problem, I agree. I definitely know you will agree, but since you've agreed to this, there's one more thing. Why don't you also? Damn it. Black salted egg. Is it so hard to say everything at once? Ahem, this is actually quite embarrassing." Nick Fury rubbed his hands and smiled apologetically, not looking like the director of the American agency at all. You know, young people are always interested in love affairs, and you are the hottest star in the American agency, so. Li Chengfeng didn't quite understand why the topic suddenly slipped from inspiration to teenage mental health. Nick Fury observed Li Chengfeng's expression, swallowed his saliva, and continued, so, these naughty kids are keen on pairing you with other people. I'll give you 10 guts, will you say it again? Naughty kids. Support your couple. Nick Fury closed his one eye, made up his mind, and blurted out everything, and they support not just one couple, but many couples, and even developed different fan clubs. That can really be called constant party fighting. After thinking about it, Nick Fury added another sentence. It's more complicated than the American election. After finishing speaking, Nick Fury opened his one eye and saw that Li Chengfeng had no sadness or joy on his face. The system is down. FK it, bro, please don't die on my couch. Nick Fury ran over quickly, but he didn't expect that as soon as he got in front of Li Chengfeng, he was grabbed by the collar by Zero Frame. No. Is your America General Bureau still capable? I can understand being infiltrated by Hydra. Everyone has missteps. And you were caught off guard by decades of planning. It was even me who proposed the establishment of a new FBI academy, so that you can train your own super ability agents or even superheroes. Li Chengfeng's face was filled with regret. But how did you guys go astray and end up collectively supporting each other? Are you still capable? Li Chengfeng scolded Nick Fury as soon as he caught him, while the internal affairs agents who came to deliver information to Nick Fury looked calm, as if they didn't see that Li Chengfeng was teaching their director a lesson at the moment. Although Li Chengfeng's hearing is not as good as that of the big guy from Kansas, he can still hear 1,000 meters away like a piece of cake. He clearly heard that the two female clerical agents who had just delivered the information, although their expressions did not change after they walked out of the office door, were talking nonsense. Look. I told you that Agent Li was having an affair with director Nick Fury. That's right. Agent Li's hesitant look is really annoying. Director Nick Fury must have let him down. That's why he was grabbed by the collar and lifted up. Humph. Scumbag. That's right, one-eyed scumbag. Come quickly, the elevator is here. Agent Phil Coulson. Li Chengfeng turned his head subconsciously and saw Zhongdeng, a bald-faced but still handsome man, walking into the office with a steady but somewhat showy step. The two female agents were indeed even more excited, and they even pretended to tidy up their clothes and did not take the elevator down. Wow! Agent Phil Coulson is here too. This is really going to be a three-way battle. There's a new trend you want to hear about recently. Hey? What? Is there something I missed? Agent Li is in love with Director Nick Fury, Director Nick Fury is madly in love with Agent Phil Coulson, and Agent Phil Coulson only has eyes for Agent Li. He loves him. It's so sad. All the conversations between the two female agents were heard by Li Chengfeng without missing a word. He regretted why his hearing was so good. I would pay a lot for a pair of ears that have never heard these words. Li Chengfeng really didn't expect that Nick Fury would downplay the situation. It's more than just the FBI Academy, the entire FBI is now a den of huge amounts of corruption. And Li Chengfeng and his people are the biggest melons. Phil Coulson didn't know anything at the moment. He seemed to be in a good mood. He walked briskly, with a smile on his face, and hummed an unknown melody, like a cello piece. Li Chengfeng sneered. You are in a very beautiful mood, Zhongdeng. You won't be laughing anymore in a while. Good morning, Director Nick Fury. Li? What are you doing? Phil Coulson walked into the office and looked up to find Li Chengfeng grabbing Nick Fury's collar. Wait a minute, don't move. After saying that, Phil Coulson immediately took out his mobile phone, turned on the camera, and framed Li Chengfeng, Nick Fury, and himself. Then a clicking sound came from the high volume unique to the mobile phones of middle-aged and elderly people. Okay. So what are you doing? Exchanging feelings or skills? Emotions? You're still exchanging emotions. Li Chengfeng looked at Zhongdeng and Laodeng in front of him with a look of disappointment. Now the FBI is collectively supporting the three of us, do you understand? CP. Phil Coulson was stunned for a moment. What is CP? Li Chengfeng and Nick Fury rolled their eyes at the same time. Where the hell did this middle-aged naivete come from? Don't worry about what the CP is. You just need to know that in the eyes of some female comrades, the three of us are now in a messy and inappropriate love triangle between the old, the middle-aged, and the young. Li Chengfeng gritted his teeth and told the conversation between the two female agents outside the door. Phil Coulson's originally refreshed expression suddenly fell. Me? You? Nick Fury. Phil Coulson sat on the sofa, covering his head. Let me calm down. My mind is a little confused. No, are they sick? Li Chengfeng ignored Phil Coulson, but turned and looked at the two female agents who were outside pretending to enjoy the scenery. You two, stop pretending and get in here. After hearing Li Chengfeng's voice, the two female agents outside the door were shocked and immediately ran to the elevator and pressed the elevator button frantically. But unfortunately, the elevator happened to stop on the first floor at the moment and could not come up for a while. I've memorized your faces. I suggest you come in right now, or you won't get your bonus this month. Upon hearing this, the two female agents could only turn around resigned to their fate and return to Director Nick Fury's office with their heads down, which was in stark contrast to their high-spirited appearance just now. Li Chengfeng took a look and found that the two female agents also had outstanding appearances. One is tall and slender with blonde hair, while the other is curvy with black hair. They are obviously two beauties. But he just doesn't do anything. In fact, Li Chengfeng thinks that it's okay to ship him as a couple, after all, he's ABCH. But wouldn't it be good to ship him off to Ada Wong, Harley Quinn, and Hela? At worst, you could also try out the brother-sister relationship between him and Sky, and the father-daughter relationship between him and White Canary, right? What the FK is this love triangle with Nick Fury and Phil Coulson? Could you please introduce yourselves? I don't know two such excellent agents yet. At this moment, Li Chengfeng made a magical expression of gritting his teeth and smiling at the same time. The two female detectives looked at each other, and seeing that they were caught, they had no choice but to accept their fate. Stand with hands behind your back. Internal Affairs Agent 2 Carolyn Channing reports to you. Max Black, Agent 2 of Internal Affairs, reporting to you. Chapter 115. Hiss. No wonder Li Chengfeng felt that these two looked so familiar. Aren't these the two poorest people in the American TV industry? Li Chengfeng tightened his grip and let Nick Fury go. Nick Fury, tell me the truth, is the American agency going bankrupt? Li Chengfeng pressed Black Sauce Egg's shoulder, his expression more serious than ever before. If they really can't even pay salaries, I will take the Star team and the Phil Coulson team back to the Republic. I believe that Mr. Tao will be happy to accept such a large number of elite agents. What the hell are you talking about? Nick Fury was a little confused by Li Chengfeng's arrest and release, and asked such a strange question. The American General Administration is so poor that it is bankrupt? Don't be ridiculous, even if the American government goes bankrupt, it won't be our turn. When Li Chengfeng heard this, he was still skeptical, but he could barely accept it. That's right, the FBI relies on the World Federation. As long as there are no problems with the World Federation, there will be no problems with the 5 headquarters located in the 5 rogue countries. We at the FBI are certainly not facing bankruptcy risk, but recently many of our outsourcing partners have run into problems. Max is carefree and bold, and with the unique die if you want to die temperament of a funny character, he smoothly fits into this high-level FBI conversation. Some of the companies under the Wayne Group have not been doing well recently. The Wayne Group has begun preparing to launch a round of industrial integration. Stark Industries is in a similar situation, but instead of consolidating its industry, it tried to sell it off. Quinn Group is relatively better, and its industries have not encountered any problems. However, the overall economic downturn in Star City has led to an unclear outlook. Other smaller companies are still being counted, but the situation is expected to be even worse. Phew, too weak. Li Chengfeng listened to Max's words and saw Caroline nodding in agreement from time to time. The more he listened, the more frightened he became. Wait, what are you two responsible for in the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Aren't you responsible for communicating with the major outsourcing partners? Yes, we are in the External Liaison Department of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. My God, Agent Li actually cares so much about us Internal Affairs agents. Caroline suddenly took out a tissue and wiped her eyes. Max, I feel like I'm going to cry. Oh white girl, you don't have that problem. Max looked at Caroline sympathetically, and Agent Li has obviously heard about your bad luck. It's not like everyone is immune to your bad luck like me. Wait, I lost 36 knives last month, isn't it because of you? Li Chengfeng rubbed his swollen head and let the two unlucky sisters leave. He really didn't expect that the small FBI Internal Affairs Department actually had two such geniuses hidden inside. As the saying goes, don't compare your fighting ability with that of a funny character. If you really count them, each of them is like a conceptual god. But this time, it's not like a problem of two broke girls, it's more like someone is tampering with this. In the absence of turmoil and crisis in the overall economy, are there only problems in the industries of the FBI's partners? What nonsense! Ha ha ha, that agent named Max was so funny. His mouth is almost as good as Li Chengfeng's. That Caroline next to her, I don't know why, but when I see her I can't help but want to hold my wallet. It's as if my wallet could grow legs and run away. Unlike the worried Li Chengfeng, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson just thought this episode was very interesting. Nick Fury, Phil Coulson. Can you two stop laughing? Li Chengfeng looked at Qian Tu Zhongdeng and Liu Dan Liadeng with a look of disappointment. Didn't you notice anything wrong? Ah. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Didn't they just think those two young agents were interesting? Why are you pouting? Li Chengfeng looked at the three confused eyes and sighed. That's right, I just took advantage of a time traveler. One of these two is the king of agents who is in control of the overall situation, and the other is a high-level agent who is responsible for special tasks. Neither of them has ever been in charge of economic affairs, so it is understandable that they are insensitive to this aspect. It's okay, go play. Li Chengfeng said perfunctorily and fell into deep thought. Who is secretly targeting the FBI? Hydra was dealt with. Although there are still a few leaders who have not been arrested, they can no longer pose a big threat. The person most likely to cause a big trouble was Lady Hydra, who had signed a contract with Sithon, but after the Storybrooke incident, she could no longer cause any trouble. Apart from this, the only one in Hydra who can cause economic damage to the FBI is Gideon Malik. But this guy is now thinking about welcoming the Hive back through the Kerry Monument and has no interest in targeting the FBI. Even when Hydra was collectively mobilized to prepare for a change of situation, Gideon Malik's faction was probably just perfunctory and did not put in enough effort. It seems that this Hydra that originated in ancient times is indeed not the same as the Nazi Hydra that emerged during World War II. But this also put Li Chengfeng's judgment of the current situation into a deadlock. Enemies with motivations have no abilities, and enemies with abilities have no motivations. Fury, don't you think what Max just reported is a little strange? It's obvious that someone is deliberately targeting the FBI, but they don't dare to be too blatant, so they start with the FBI's outsourcing partners. Li Chengfeng looked at He Lu Dan, Wayne Group, Stark Industries and even Quinn Group. The overall trend of these large groups has always been upward. How come they suddenly collectively encountered a small-scale turmoil? Nick Fury and Phil Coulson also gradually stopped joking. You mean, there was an external invasion? It's hard for me to say, but this situation is still too strange. Li Chengfeng shook his head. Let the Ministry of Internal Affairs investigate carefully to find out who is behind this. Li Chengfeng wasn't really afraid of the FBI going bankrupt. But I was afraid that something big was about to happen and I ignored this clue. It will be too late to regret then. This universe is becoming more and more crazy, even funny characters are starting to appear. The so-called plot has long been unpredictable. Just like the Storybrooke incident, who the hell could have imagined that an ancient god was behind all this? That makes sense. I'll let Maria know shortly, but don't forget, there's the Parents' Day at the FBI Academy tomorrow. I wouldn't have scolded you if you hadn't mentioned it. Li Chengfeng angrily pulled Doug, who was shaking his waist, off Gus, the devouring beast. If I hear about any outrageous CP combination again, I will demolish your office. After saying that, he put Doug, who looked resentful, on his shoulder and said, Okay, what are you looking at me for? You are essentially a magical energy creature. How can you have a baby with a cat with a physical body? Then he opened the portal, waved to Nick Fury, and dragged Phil Coulson back to the team base. Phil Coulson, no, are you sick? I just drove here from the squad base. Li Chengfeng shrugged at him. Hey, just leave the car at the headquarters and drive it back next time you go. The focus right now is the charity Parents' Day at the FBI Academy tomorrow. I was just about to ask, what is this charity Parents' Day? Oh, to make a long story short, Nick Fury is planning a big party to deal with the students' parents and boost the morale of the FBI. He called us over today just to let us know that both teams must attend. I see. Now I understand. Phil Coulson is worthy of being the new S.H.I.E.L.D. director favored by Nick Fury in the original drama. After hearing Li Chengfeng's general description, I knew what Nick Fury meant. All I can say is that people who are suitable to be leaders have basically very similar thought processes. Li Chengfeng then turned on his personal terminal and connected to the exclusive frequency bands of the two teams. Send an all-channel broadcast. All members of Team Phil Coulson and Team Swarm must gather in the base's operations conference room immediately. Let me emphasize, everyone. Especially a psychologist and mental patient who likes to stay in bed, and that lazy old captain. Li Chengfeng said, and suddenly looked at Phil Coulson, do you have any troublemakers who can't make it to the morning class? Not really. I just need to urge Barry Allen. This kid is good in everything, but his pace is just too slow. Okay, and Barry Allen. Get out of here right now. Run. Barry, run. After Li Chengfeng finished sending out the full band broadcast like a vicious military training instructor, he and Phil Coulson came to the combat meeting room, waiting for the resentful team members who were forced to work early on their day off. The first to arrive was Hulk. Hulk, why doesn't Bruce Banner come out? Banner, you stayed up all night in the lab and said you would never go to the morning office, so here comes Hulk. Ever since Hulk was defeated by Li Chengfeng with the red and green rings, he has been obedient to Li Chengfeng. But boss, what does it mean to go to the morning office? Hulk's eyes were so clear and stupid. How should he explain these sinful words? Finally, thousands of words turned into one sentence. It's okay, go and have your fun. After Hulk arrived, other members walked into the door of the combat meeting room one after another. First up are the three Asgard siblings. Given their physical fitness, sleeping or not sleeping doesn't matter. But what was unexpected was that Hela, who usually didn't care about anything, actually walked over to Li Chengfeng and sat down today. Her golden retriever brother and husky brother were following her like little dogs, but were driven away by Hela's eyes. At the same time, Phil Coulson swallowed and moved to a seat far away. He clearly felt that the aura emanating from the goddess of death Hela, something was wrong. It's better to stay away from both of them. Next came the members of Phil Coulson's team, led by Captain America. They arrived as a group. Even Barry Allen, who Phil Coulson had highlighted, was present. Li Chengfeng looked at the coordination of Phil Coulson's team with envy and almost cried. Damn, look at them. This is what it feels like to be in an elite squad. Look at our own team again. The first person to arrive was Bruce Banner, who had stayed up late to do experiments and couldn't bear the early morning rush hour, so he asked Hulk to do it for him. And three gods who can basically say goodbye to sleep. Woo woo. He also wants such good subordinates who obey orders. But this thought only lasted for a moment. A son does not dislike his mother's ugliness, a dog does not dislike his family's poverty, and Li Chengfeng does not dislike his teammates' absurdity. Because when he gets outrageous, these teammates don't worry about it. However, today, surprisingly, no one in the star team had an attack. In just 5 minutes, all members were present. Even Uncle Jiang, who just took over the HR department, came here after clocking in from the headquarters. The only minor problem was that Ada Wong and Harley Quinn played a game for several minutes over who would sit on the other side of Li Chengfeng. In the end, it was Ada Wong who whispered a few words in Harley Quinn's ear, and finally the little lunatic sat next to Ada Wong with an expression that said FK, I lost on her face. For some reason, when Li Chengfeng saw this scene, he subconsciously looked at Hela. And Hela at the moment actually frowned slightly. Would Hela, who has been domineering and kingly ever since she left the sealed dimension, have such an expression? The grey-green eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a look that was hard to describe. Suddenly, Li Chengfeng seemed to see a very faint light in her eyes. It flashed by and was almost invisible. Okay, agents, I didn't intend to gather you all on this rest day morning. Everything is to blame Nick Fury, the black salted egg, and Professor X, the white duck egg. Revenge is needed, and grievances are needed. Li Chengfeng clapped his hands and continued, but we still have to make things clear today. Tomorrow is the FBI Academy's Charity Parents' Day. The two eggs told me that our two teams must be there. Boss. What is Public Welfare Parents' Day? Oh, Hulk, go have fun if you have nothing to do. Just don't forget to go out with us tomorrow. Well, Hulk is going to play the video game. After saying that, Hulk left the combat meeting room with murderous intent. Oliver Queen poked Wade Wilson with a frown on his face. Why is the big green guy so murderous just playing a game? Nonsense, you've died 300 or 400 times at the hands of Marinia, and you're still full of murderous intent. So it seems that Green has a pretty good temper. He didn't even throw the controller. Well, the controller didn't fall, but I've already replaced the 10th game console. Forget it. Including the Whispering Green Arrow and Deadpool, everyone had no objection to Hulk's departure. Everyone is asking what the Public Welfare Parents' Day is, what else can they say? All we can do is obey the mentality of a 3 or 5-year-old child. In short, we will be here tomorrow as the ultimate force of the FBI, which is both a stabilizer and a reassurance. So tomorrow there will probably be a lot of ordinary people from all walks of life participating, so we must ensure the smooth progress of the entire Charity Parents' Day. Li Chengfeng initially wondered what could happen on the Charity Parents' Day. But when he discovered that someone was secretly targeting the FBI, Li Chengfeng became unsure. Tomorrow. There won't be any real trouble, right? Chapter 116. The next day, FBI Academy. Today is definitely a big day for these young students. Although it is called the Charity Parents' Day, in reality, the students value the fact that not only do they not have to train today, but they can also have fun. And while you're having fun, you can also see your idol. For example, the X-Men. For example, the Phil Coulson team. For example, the Star Squad. Especially the Star team. He didn't have much contact with the students recruited later, but the first batch of students from the new FBI Academy were a big obstacle in Li Chengfeng's short teaching career. In the end, they all suffered a severe beating from Li Chengfeng. But the outrageous thing is that they are actually very proud of it. There were even many students who had doubts about whether to stay in the FBI at the time, but after this incident, they became more determined. The Star Squad is their target. It's not really a collective explosion of M attributes, but the most simple gene of admiring the strong that has come into play. But after that, the students at the FBI Academy rarely saw Li Chengfeng. Only occasionally would I run into Teacher Harley and Li Chengfeng alone in the psychological clinic. There is no other way. Even during Hydra's massive attack, Li Chengfeng was on the main battlefield. After all, the new Joint Commissioning Academy is the one that can resolve the attack the fastest and easiest among the institutions that are targeted by Hydra. In the end, it even became a temporary assessment site for teachers, and the scores were directly added to the final exam scores. Thousands of words finally come down to one sentence. These naughty kids miss Li Chengfeng. I really don't understand why you all like that BD teacher so much. Jessica Jones folded her arms as she walked along the designated patrol route in the new FBI Academy with Peter Parker and Daniel Rand. The entire arrangement of the Charity Parents' Day was decided by the students through voting, and the leaders of the FBI only made guiding suggestions and grants. The students are also responsible for maintaining order and safety throughout the Charity Parents' Day. They patrol according to the assigned routes and times, and there are dozens of guard posts at fixed locations. It's definitely a shift system. And now it is the turn of Jessica Jones and the other 3 to go on patrol. Jessica. We don't like Agent Li Chengfeng. The word like is too frivolous. We admire him. That's right. Adoration. After entering the FBI Academy, we spent every day listening to the legendary stories of Agent Li Chengfeng. He dug up Captain America in the Arctic and fought against alien starfish, subdued the gods of Asgard to join the Star Squad, and even solved a reality distortion incident. Although I don't know what reality distortion feels like, it sounds like a very dangerous and exciting adventure. Jessica Jones and Daniel Rand rolled their eyes. Peter Parker is a good guy in every way. He is kind to others and would go to great lengths to help his friends. He can even become friends with a loner, weird and stubborn Jessica Jones. But there are only 2 points that are extremely annoying. First, he's such a chatterbox. Second, when it comes to Li Chengfeng, his gossip level increases tenfold. Now, under Peter Parker's chatter, the 2 of them suddenly felt their brains starting to bubble. Stop, stop, stop. I know you admire Agent Li very much, but could you please restrain yourself and stop acting like a crazy fan? Daniel Rand said as he pointed at Tony Stark and Pepper Potts who were socializing together at a lawn buffet not far away. Look, Tony Stark is pretty good too. Mr. Stark is now only 3rd among my favorite superheroes. Ah. I know the first one must be Li Chengfeng. Jessica Jones was a little confused, then who is the second one? Definitely is the goddess of Asgard, a member of the Star team, and Agent Hela, codenamed Death. She and Agent Li Chengfeng are definitely a perfect match. Jessica Jones's eyes suddenly fixed. That is to say, Peter, you are actually sent by Hela x Li Chengfeng. Don't run away. You heretic. Teacher Harley is obviously the most suitable one. Peter Parker's spider telepathy vibrated wildly at this moment, and he instantly realized that he had talked too much and blurted out things that he shouldn't have said. So when Jessica Jones just roared, Peter Parker shot the cobweb directly at the building next to him, and it swung away into the distance in a few hits and disappeared. Damn it! If I could really master the flight ability, I would definitely catch this guy Peter and give him a good electric shock. He actually helped the goddess of death. Jessica Jones waved her fist in her place, showing a sense of impotent rage. Some time ago, when she was developing an ability, she accidentally took a short flight for a few minutes. Not gliding or hovering, but real flying. But it has never been successfully reproduced since then. She had always felt sorry for it, but after seeing Peter Parker escape easily from her hands today, she made up her mind. She will never skip Mr. Beast's ability development class again. Daniel Rand wiped a cold sweat. Those who develop abilities to become stronger at least have a serious goal, either to become an excellent agent, or to have a target that they must defeat. How come it comes to you, becoming stronger is for beating up friends who have different weaknesses? Peter Parker hid behind a store for a while, and when he found that Jessica Jones did not explode in anger and chase him directly, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Call. Including his own breathing, there were actually 2 exhalation sounds. Peter Parker turned his head sharply and saw a man with a similar expression to him, who was hiding after escaping. Agent Li Chengfeng. Hey, Peter Parker, good afternoon, why are you here? Are you hiding here from women? Li Chengfeng looked around vigilantly, then teased Peter Parker, you look so embarrassed that I have to doubt it. Agent Li Chengfeng, aren't you hiding here like me? According to what you said, you are hiding here to avoid women as well. Hehe, how can I say I'm hiding from a woman? Li Chengfeng wiped the sweat off his forehead. I'm hiding from a humanoid female Tyrannosaurus Rex, the kind that would conquer the 9 realms if she disagreed with me. Conquer the 9 realms, are you talking about Agent Hela, codenamed Death? SHHHHH. Don't mention her name. Li Chengfeng suddenly felt like he was dying. He relied on black magic to conceal all his aura and was able to dodge it. But if Peter Parker suddenly recites Hela's real name here, her divinity will react. And today Hela is a little not normal. Li, my queen of gods. You're hiding here. You are mine. Everything about you is mine. Mine, mine. Hela suddenly appeared in midair, looking down at Li Chengfeng, her eyes. Greed is evident. Chapter 117. Li Chengfeng didn't notice anything strange about Hela at first. I just think that Hela just needs me as the Queen of God out of habit. Ugh. Executive Deputy King of God. That's why he chose to sit next to me in the operations meeting room. Li Chengfeng did not doubt the strange light in her eyes. But the next day, when he actually arrived at the Charity Parents' Day, Li Chengfeng discovered Hela's problem. Trademark is a bit big. Whatever it was, she had to get it. Balloons on the roadside, food on the stalls, Phil Coulson's sunglasses, Nick Fury's eye mask. God have mercy. Nick Fury didn't even have time to say mahjong before he covered his eyes and ran away in embarrassment. But Hela didn't really like these things, she just wanted to satisfy herself, greedy. And the most important thing is that she held Li Chengfeng tightly to her side and did not allow Li Chengfeng to move even a step. If Li Chengfeng makes any abnormal movements, he will be warned directly with Night Sky Sword. If Li Chengfeng couldn't see anything weird at this moment, then he should just stop hanging around in the emotional spectrum circle and just PS and drown himself. Originally it was just an imperceptible light, but now Li Chengfeng could already see the thick orange mist in Hela's eyes. That is the unique color of greedy orange light. However, unlike King Ada whose body was condensed into a ball of rich purple light, although the orange light had already appeared in Hela's body, as a level godfather, she was still subconsciously fighting against this somewhat ominous emotional spectrum energy and suppressing it in her body. So her current behavior is just wanting instead of grabbing everything. However, this also has disadvantages for Hela original. If greed is suppressed in the body, then greed must be transformed into other emotions to vent. And Li Chengfeng is this outlet. In other words, at the moment Hela, as the God King, self-proclaimed, has an unprecedented desire to possess the God Queen. So when Li Chengfeng used black magic to become invisible and erase his own breath, Hela was extremely angry. The person who was most important to her and whom she wanted to possess most disappeared. If Peter Parker hadn't recited her real name and let her know her location, Li Chengfeng would probably have been able to hide for a while longer. Peter Parker, please leave first. What's going to happen next is not something a high school student can face. Agent Li. I can't leave you behind. Peter Parker instantly got into the role, as if he was about to part with Li Chengfeng on the battlefield. Get out of here. Li Chengfeng pulled Peter Parker's collar and threw him out. You left just because I told you to. How come you're more evil than Barry Allen? Throwing Peter Parker out, Hela just glanced at him and paid no more attention. All her attention was on Li Chengfeng. Possess, claim, take as one's own, tear apart and eat. Countless greedy thoughts came to my mind. But she is a true goddess with divinity after all. How can greed completely influence her? Hela fell from the air. Her 2.13-meter height and excellent body proportions made Li Chengfeng swallow his saliva. See. Li Chengfeng didn't even get to say Hela's name before Hela, who lowered her head, blocked his words. He was trapped against the wall. The heartless thief god. It smells really good. As lips and teeth collided, the greed in Hela's eyes became even more intense. Hiss. Li Chengfeng frowned, and his lips were cut open by Hela's aggressive attack. The smell of blood strengthened the intensity and eroticism of this kiss. Only Hela can strengthen her physical fitness to this level. But Li Chengfeng was also a little angry. You bite me? I have to bite it back. It's not that I like this feeling, I just simply don't want to admit defeat. Well, I won't admit defeat. So, have you calmed down for now? Li Chengfeng took a deep breath and wiped his bloody lips. Don't see the blood. The wound will be basically healed before even a few drops of blood can flow out. The Asgard goddess who was sitting on the ground with him seemed to be still savoring the fierce and bloody kiss just now. The greedy orange light in his eyes also temporarily dissipated. Today. I don't know why, but my possessiveness towards everything is skyrocketing, especially towards you, my queen of gods. Hela leaned closer, it makes me unable to stop. Did you use some black magic? Believe me, Hela. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. If I knew this kind of black magic, I would definitely use it in a private setting where only the two of us are. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, Hela and he immediately looked in the same direction. Strolling towards them, was a spirit. There were not many people who could directly observe spirits with their naked eyes at the scene, but in this corner of the venue where the Charity Parents' Day was held, only the two of them could see it. And this spirit is an acquaintance. Agatha Harkness, you can still exist as a spirit. It seems that even you who have been bewitched by the dark book know how to leave a way out. You're too kind, Agent Li Chengfeng. Agatha Harkness, who was in spirit form, smiled. Except for that beastly scum Constantine, no magician would joke about his own soul, even after Blacken. The soul is immortal, Agatha Harkness's trump card. In the comics, she also taught Wanda in this form. You have caused a big incident after Blacken. You should have run away. After all, as long as you don't show up, even I can't find your trace. I definitely fled from Storybrooke the first time, but I later discovered something. I felt I had to talk to you about it. Agatha Harkness walked up to the two of them, thought for a moment, and then stood next to Hela. Even though she was an experienced woman, she couldn't stand calmly beside the person who almost killed her. When I, Blacken, was planning the Storybrooke incident, I had an anonymous sponsor who helped me make all the arrangements, including having Hal Jordan transport TIE particles through the sky above Storybrooke. And didn't you notice one thing? Agatha Harkness said solemnly, the so-called Grandet was the only dead person in Storybrooke, but no body was found in the end. Li Chengfeng was stunned. Umaria Hill was fully responsible for the aftermath of Fairy Tale Town, and he did not continue to intervene. So, what do you mean? If the purpose of having Catwoman steal Nick Fury's car is to lure out the Star Squad, then the existence of this Grandet is for the goddess of death Hela. Agatha paused to observe the expressions of Hela and Li Chengfeng, and found that there was nothing unusual, so she continued, Grandet is not a person pulled from the fairy tale universe, but a cyborg cloned with Mammon's blood as the core. Mammon is the demon in hell that controls the original sin of greed. And his maker is called Agatha suddenly lowered her voice and uttered a string of notes. At the same time, at the lawn buffet, Clark Kent was holding up a camera, preparing to take a group photo of several famous presidents. Bruce Wayne, Tony Stark, and Oliver Queen are all outsourced partners of the FBI, and are very suitable for use as covers. Oh, you guys are here. It was easy for me to find you. Suddenly, a bald man emerged from the crowd. He politely shook hands with everyone present, including Clark Kent. My name is Lex Luthor, nice to meet you all. Chapter 118. Lex Luthor. Tony Stark, the most sociable of the three bosses, took the lead and shook Lex Luthor's hand. Is it the Lex Luthor from Lex Group? I can't say my name is unique, but, yes, it's me. Although Lex Luthor has a bald head, he is very confident. Nice to meet you, Mr. Tony Stark. Although I have heard of your name for a long time. Tony Stark's eyes revealed a little scrutiny, but I remember that Lex Group doesn't seem to be an outsourcing partner of the FBI, right? As soon as Tony Stark finished speaking, Bruce Wayne and Oliver Queen looked at Lex Luthor. As the FBI's largest outsourcing partners, the three of them are natural allies. But Lex Luthor is not. To be precise, Lex Luthor can even be considered their rival. Because Lex Luthor has in-depth cooperation with the American government and military. For example, when Li Chengfeng asked Grant Ward to assassinate the FBI traitor Sitwell, he also asked him to clean up a group of American politicians. I guess all those politicians have received money from Lex Luthor. With this kind of relationship, and the natural conflicts between the FBI and the American government and military, Lex Luthor probably often puts obstacles in their way. The three of them had all suffered a bit of damage recently, and they hadn't been able to find any clues to the culprit, but then Lex Luthor suddenly appeared before them. The three bosses exchanged glances. No way. This guy is the one who did this. An outsourcing partner of the FBI? I'm definitely not. I'm just an ordinary businessman. I came here mainly to see the world. After all, the FBI just went through a big event like the Battle of Washington. Lex Luthor picked up a glass of champagne from the cold table next to him, but the three of you don't look very friendly. I don't understand why you are so hostile to me. When Lex Luthor said this, the three tyrants present were all stunned, and even the fan-shaped diagram did not appear in time. The reporter-type Kansas guy who had been observing the situation silently was now full of complaints about Lex Luthor in his heart. The three of them have little contact with you, so it's normal that they don't understand you. But Clark Kent is a reporter from Metropolis. How many times has he reported news and events about Lex Group? How many events suspected to be related to Lex Group has he investigated? But the technique was indeed superb and the follow-up work was perfect. Lex Group and Lex Luthor have always been pure and innocent. He is so pure and innocent that even Clark Kent can't switch to deal with Lex Luthor. Just like this time, the foundations of the three tyrants were targeted in a not serious but quite disgusting way. The only one who has such financial resources and ability, and can act secretly without being discovered, is Lex Luthor. But the three presidents were just guessing and couldn't do anything openly to Lex Luthor. The most they could do was to retaliate in the same way. While Bruce Wayne, Oliver Queen, and Tony Stark were still staring at Lex Luthor, they heard a somewhat sloppy young voice coming from behind them. You guys, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll treat you to a meal after this is over. Definitely not the bald guy next to you. I don't like that bald guy. He looks like a profiteer with no moral standards. The three of them turned around and saw that it was Li Chengfeng who came with Hela, whose expression had basically returned to normal. Li Chengfeng gave them a look that said don't worry, then walked straight towards Lex Luthor. When he heard the name Lex Luthor from Agatha Harkness, he actually had the thought him. That makes sense. I've heard of you. You're the Li Chengfeng agent seconded from the Republic Bureau to the America Bureau. Lex Luthor didn't feel embarrassed at all when he heard Li Chengfeng's blunt sarcasm. Instead, he extended his hand to Li Chengfeng. I've heard of you for a long time. In today's America, your name is widely known among the upper class, but most people have only heard of you but never seen you. Oh? So you mean, you are very honored to meet me. Li Chengfeng lowered his eyes, looked at the hand extended to him, and finally shook it, but I don't have a very good impression of you. Haha, I think this must be a misunderstanding. No, I just hate bald heads. Li Chengfeng held Lex's hand and slightly forced him to prevent him from breaking free. With his other hand, he gently tapped Lex's forehead. There are only two bald heads I recognize, and you are obviously not one of them. So I hope you can grow some hair, otherwise I will bring people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to visit your Lex group 14 times a week. The corners of Lex Luthor's eyes twitched continuously, and his perfect businessman face was barely intact, but the sinister look in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Is this Lex Luthor so tolerant? I have provoked him to this extent, but he still hasn't broken through the red temperature? Could it be that my skills have declined? The four people who were watching the fun, especially Clark Kent, had no expression on their faces, but in their hearts they were almost laughing so hard that their righteous buttocks were about to split. Li Chengfeng is really something. He really is worthy of being the man favored by that crazy senior of mine. All I can say is there is no craziest, only crazier. Li Chengfeng definitely couldn't hear Clark Kent's thoughts, and even if he did, he couldn't beat him up. TMD, this is really impossible to beat. Agent Li Chengfeng, I think the Lex Group and I haven't done anything to displease you, right? Lex Luthor quickly showed a hurt expression. I know I'm not an outsourced partner of the FBI, and because of my relationship with the American government and the military, the FBI even considers me to be in the opposing camp, but I personally absolutely respect all the efforts the FBI has made for world peace. Listen, listen. Bruce Wayne, stop whispering with Oliver Queen and Tony Stark, and learn from Mr. Lex Luthor. Li Chengfeng turned around and said to the three overlords on the side, he is a real big businessman, he can say such high-sounding words. His face, tisk 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 tisk, I feel that even a batarang can't penetrate it. After Li Chengfeng finished complaining to the three bosses, he looked at Lex Luthor again. Oh, finally I can't keep smiling and being polite anymore. Agent Li Chengfeng, although I cannot control your words and actions, I will report every word you just said to Director Nick Fury. Although I am just an ordinary businessman, I also have dignity. You are going too far. Lex Luthor raised his voice quite a bit when he said this, and many sharp-eyed and sharp-eared agents around also heard it. Among them were Maria Hill and Martian Manhunter, who were having an impromptu meeting at the buffet table. After hearing what Lex Luthor said, the two of them tacitly stopped discussing the FBI's recruitment work for the new quarter, and then smiled at each other. What the hell? Lex Luthor is going to complain to Nick Fury? Who are you suing? Li Chengfeng? Okay, go ahead and sue. I guarantee that if you sue him, he will remain silent. But while watching the fun, Maria Hill and Uncle John were worthy of being the pillars of the American General Administration's civil service work. They immediately associated something with Li Chengfeng's obviously targeted attitude. You know Li Chengfeng well. He is not arrogant or unreasonable. Although he always acts in a fanciful and illogical way, he always has his reasons for doing things, and what he does is usually right. Although you tend to have blind faith in Li Chengfeng, he does. Uncle John nodded to Maria Hill. I remember the Ministry of Internal Affairs reported that the outsourcing companies had suffered varying degrees of blows, suspected to be external targets. Now it seems that this Lex Luthor was behind it. And regarding the FBI recruitment work, it is also this Lex group that has been deliberately targeting the FBI. Maria Hill frowned and glanced at the bald man who was grabbed by Li Chengfeng. The more she looked at him, the more she disliked him. They both have white bald heads, but Professor X is so kind and amiable, while Lex Luthor looks so hideous. Interfering with the FBI's recruitment efforts. Yes, several large security companies under the Lex Group are competing with the FBI for people, but I can't say much. They are just offering double or even triple the salary to snatch them away. We can't stop others from making more money, right? Uncle Jiang was also a little helpless. So Lex Luthor's voice not only failed to attract sympathy, but instead made the two big Buddhas of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Human Resources completely focus on the Lex Group. Go back and immediately formulate a plan against them. After making up their minds, the two did not continue the meeting and discussion, but instead looked at Li Chengfeng and Lex Luthor intently. Although they couldn't guess what Li Chengfeng was planning, they knew that Lex Luthor would definitely fall into Li Chengfeng's hands today. As expected, Li Chengfeng listened to Lex Luthor's accusation without saying a word. After Lex Luthor finished speaking, Li Chengfeng raised his head, and all those expressions of disgust and targeting disappeared, leaving only a refreshing and kind smile. Lex Luthor, you. Well, I thought that as a genius, you must have some profound ideas. But I don't want to say such vulgar words. Well, you should resign from Lex Group and give your shares to your sister Lena Luthor. I heard that she is also a rare genius. I guess you are not as good as her. Lex Luthor's hands suddenly exerted force, but it was of no avail. What the hell are you talking about? Me? Not as good as Lino Luthor? Not as good as a woman who doesn't even have Luthor blood. Oh yes, my, you probably don't know yet, Lino Luthor is the child of your father and his mistress. Li Chengfeng had a blame me expression on his face, and spread the gossip about the Luthor family, so, she must have the blood of the Luthor family. Even if she is better than you, it makes sense. Lex Luthor used all his strength to break free from Li Chengfeng's hand, but Li Chengfeng deliberately loosened his grip, allowing him to break free easily. But in the eyes of the onlookers, it was particularly Joker. You're talking nonsense. Lino Luthor will never be as good as me. Lex Luthor didn't care about that anymore. He threw all the external image he had just created behind his mind. He didn't have time to think about how he could suddenly break free. He directly grabbed Li Chengfeng's collar and said, "You, an agent who only knows how to fight and kill, do you understand what a genius is?" Li Chengfeng looked at the other person's eyes coldly. Sure enough, he also saw the faint orange mist in the other person's eyes. Funny, is the demon blood in the dimension that controls the original sin of greed so fun? If you dare to play with the devil's blood, you will inevitably suffer the devil's backlash. Lex Luthor was also contaminated by the so-called blood of Grandet, that is, the blood of Mammon. But he is not an Asgard like Hela. He does not possess either physical fitness or divinity. %S1 at although the impact on Hela was only superficial, for Lex Luthor, it was already deep in his bones. Otherwise, with the brain of a genius businessman like Lex Luthor, how could he do something against the three major groups alone? Li Chengfeng looked at Lex Luthor, who was clearly on the verge of losing control, lowered his head, whispered softly in his ear, and placed the last straw that broke the camel's back on his shoulder. What a useless guy, Superman is 100 times stronger than you, no, 1,000 times stronger. You, a scumbag, can only chase after that red cape in your life, and the gap will get bigger and bigger, and eventually. Li Chengfeng deliberately waved his hand towards Clark Kent, you won't even be able to catch up with his back. Lino Luthor was just a bait to lure the enemy, Superman was the real damage that broke Lex Luthor's defense. As expected, upon hearing the word Superman, Lex Luthor became completely manic. It seems like I have that super male syndrome. I am the most talented human being. Superman. And the so-called goddess beside you and her brothers. They are just a group of aliens. The orange in Lex Luthor's eyes instantly solidified, mine. All mine. Lex Group is mine. The glory of the Luthor family is also mine. Everything that Superman has is also mine, Lois. It's also mine. Under the dual effects of Mammon's blood and the greedy orange light, Lex Luthor revealed all the greedy desires in his heart without any hesitation. Especially the last sentence. Although Li Chengfeng knew that Lex Luthor had always had an inexplicable love for Lois, but the big guy from Kansas is standing right next to us. Don't you know Superman's true identity yet? Li Chengfeng looked at Lex Luthor, who was pretending to be crazy, and then looked at the big guy from Kansas who was about to take off his glasses. Clark, don't listen to this lunatic's nonsense. Louise is here today, too, right? Take me with you to say hello. Bruce Wayne put his arm around the big guy from Kansas's shoulders, then gave Li Chengfeng a look that said don't worry, and then pulled the big guy from Kansas away. Li Chengfeng burst into tears immediately. Bat, brothers are the best to use at critical moments. Hela, who was standing aside, looked at Bruce Wayne, then at Li Chengfeng. It seems she should ask Catwoman for contact information. There's something wrong with these two men. Both families need to be on guard. Chapter 119. The noise made by Li Chengfeng and Lex Luthor was quite loud, and even alarmed most of the students' secret sentries. However, after reporting the situation, I received a unified response from Professor X Li Chengfeng. Whatever he said, just ignore it and pretend you didn't see it. Others may not know Li Chengfeng very well, but Bai Yadan knows him very well. Li Chengfeng is actually a very easygoing person. As long as you don't put your hands on the people around him. The ultimate shield. And he had heard a little about Lex Luthor. The reputation is so good that there is no stain at all. It's not normal to be single originally. There would be no problem if this happened to an ordinary person, but Lex Luthor was the owner of a large group and the first heir of the Lex family. Is there no spot on him? Are you kidding me? So Professor X simply left the power of independent processing in Li Chengfeng's hands. It seems that Li Chengfeng took the initiative to approach Lex and deliberately anger him because he must have found some leverage or other evidence against him. Thinking of this, Professor X sent a video call request to Nick Fury. After opening it, Professor X said to Nick Fury, "Fury, Li Chengfeng is causing trouble again. If you're talking about Li Chengfeng and Lex Luthor, I already know that. You really are very powerful, Fury. I don't have any magical powers." Nick Fury gritted his teeth and said, "My car is near the buffet, and the goddess of death from Li Chengfeng's family just took my eye mask away by force, so I just hid in the car. You want your eye patch? What kind of fetish is this? Who knows?" Nick Fury muttered while sitting in the car, "But if a serious goddess needs my stuff, then it must be very useful, right? It can't be that she came here on purpose to torment me, right?" After saying that, Nick Fury hung up the call and turned on another frequency band. "Nick Fury calling Phil Coulson, Nick Fury calling Phil Coulson, please reply." "Phil Coulson copy, Director Nick Fury, what can I do for you? Don't let Li Chengfeng do anything extreme to Lex Luthor in public. Let him take Lex Luthor to the interrogation room on your team's Airbus." "Yes." After listening to Nick Fury's words, Phil Coulson nodded in agreement. Then he raised his head and just saw Li Chengfeng once again controlling the shouting Lex Luthor. "Li Chengfeng! Take him back to Airbus, there are too many people here." Phil Coulson shouted Li Chengfeng's name and waved his hands so that Li Chengfeng could find him immediately. Seeing Li Chengfeng put down Lex Luthor, who had been lifted high, Phil Coulson winked at the agents around him. "What are you doing here? Evacuate. The charity Parents' Day has just begun, so just do what you should do." Li Chengfeng pushed open the door of the interrogation room with his foot, and then he and Hela pushed Lex Luthor onto the chair. Li Chengfeng still misses the environment here very much. After all, the last time I entered here, I was cooperating with Phil Coulson and acting for Sky. It really brings back a lot of memories. Sky is such a gullible kid. Everything should be mine. Mine. Lex Luthor looked at Li Chengfeng, the orange in his eyes becoming more intense. "Superman, and you, sooner or later, will be mine. Thanks for the invitation. I just got off the plane. This is really not non-tung." Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Seeing that the other party wanted to continue to attack, he simply slapped Lex Luthor's bald head with a big fan. "Calm down immediately, or I will blow your bald head directly, and then all desires will be dissipated with the wind." I have to say, slaps are really useful. Lex Luthor's eyes became much clearer after being slapped. When Li Chengfeng threatened Lex Luthor with his life, even Lex Luthor, who was completely dominated by greed, tried to calm down in an instant. Even the orange light dimmed, which was quite human. "Look, I knew it. Greed makes you jealous of anyone who is better than you, and it also makes you cherish your life more than ever." Li Chengfeng looked at Lex Luthor, who dared not speak, in the interrogation chair with a mocking look, and then began to ask, "The commercial targeting of Stark Industries, Wayne Group and Quinn Group was the work of Lex Group, right?" "That's right." Lex Luthor looked at Li Chengfeng with a little surprise. "As an FBI agent on the front line, you are much smarter than those idiots. Are you trying to flatter me?" Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched. "I just noticed a little action of yours, and I received such a positive evaluation from you, an arrogant person. What should I say? Am I flattered? I sincerely praise you. This time, I did not initiate the economic war directly through Lex Group. Instead, I commissioned the 3 largest outsourcing partners of the FBI, the biggest rivals, to invest in them and let them do it." Lex Luthor shook his head. Although in the eyes of businessmen, this is just a simple trick, but it is extremely effective. Moreover, it is actually difficult for you non-business agents to see through it. Li Chengfeng looked at Lex Luthor and couldn't help but think of those simple business wars. What about snatching the official seal? What about watering the other party's fortune tree? It doesn't seem so outrageous after all. Well, even if you don't like the 3 of them and want to target them. Li Chengfeng crossed his legs, his expression gradually becoming indifferent. "Then why did you secretly support Agatha Harkness?" Li Chengfeng waved his hand as he spoke. Agatha Harkness's immortal soul passed through the metal wall of the interrogation room and came in front of Lex Luthor. If it was the original Lex Luthor, he would definitely not be able to observe Agatha Harkness's spirit. But now he has been contaminated and eroded by Mammon's blood and the greedy orange light born from it. The power of the devil and the power of the emotional spectrum have made him different from ordinary people. so he could see the spirit coming through the wall. Even though Lex Luthor was knowledgeable, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes, his face full of shock. After all, Lex Luthor is still a scientist, and a top scientist at that. It doesn't seem particularly easy to get them to accept these supernatural things. Lex Luthor, you probably didn't expect that we would meet again, right? Agatha Harkness's spirit just sat in midair, staring straight at Lex Luthor. No, it's impossible. Since the plan to summon Zidhorn in the distorted reality failed, you shouldn't be able to survive, right? To be precise, my body is indeed dead now. It was chopped into powder by Agent Li Chengfeng's axe, but my immortal soul is preserved. Agatha Harkness nodded in agreement. So in your original plan, after being corrupted by the Dark Book, I would definitely fight the FBI for Zidhorn, right? Agatha Harkness smiled. In Lex Luthor's original plan, summoning Zidhorn was just one of the parts. Allowing Grandet cloned with Mammon's blood to pollute the gods of Asgard is another link. To be precise, polluting the 3 Asgard siblings was a backup plan in case the original plan failed. If the plan to summon Zidhorn had been carried out perfectly, the 3 Asgard siblings would probably not have survived. Li Chengfeng looked at Lex Luthor, whose expression kept changing, and asked, I won't pursue the matter of you funding Agatha Harkness. It must be a boring and evil plan of the villains anyway. I'm more interested in. You are willing to pay such a high price just to target our 3 Asgard siblings. Whether it's obtaining Mammon's blood or getting information about TIE particles from the military, it must have cost a lot, right? But, what is this all about? No one in the entire Star team even knows you. Why are you targeting them so much? Li Chengfeng was also wondering, was Lex Luthor possessed by evil spirits or was he in trouble? Why did he have to fight with them? Even the big guy from Kansas whom he loved and hated was abandoned? However, Lex's emotions that had been suppressed by the big fight began to surge up again. The orange light in his eyes disappeared and returned. You definitely don't know me. If possible, I don't want to know you. Lex Luthor raised his head, his expression sinister and terrifying, but Hydra came out in full force and fought a decisive battle with the FBI in Washington. Then the whole of America, no, the whole world witnessed the ability of the FBI's star team. The most dazzling among them are the god siblings from the so-called Asgard. Although Lex Luthor is now a prisoner of Li Chengfeng, it has to be admitted that after the Battle of Washington, Hela, Thor and Loki have become famous at least in America. In addition to its powerful abilities, its appearance as a god is also almost perfect. In a short period of time, his popularity surpassed that of Iron Man Tony Stark, who revealed his identity, and Gotham City's eternal urban legend Batman. It was quite normal for Lex to notice them. You're right, but they won't interfere with you, whether it's your business or your life. They have nothing to do with you. Why target them? Oh, not even remotely related. Lex Luthor sneered, these so-called gods from Asgard are just nice words. They are essentially 3 extremely powerful aliens. And how can aliens live in peace with the people of Earth? This is just their disguise. Just like that Metropolitan Scout who looks omnipotent and has a noble character. In the long run, humans will sooner or later be replaced by alien species. So I am protecting my own home. When Li Chengfeng heard this, he couldn't help but clap his hands. No wonder he always felt like he had forgotten something. Yes. Lex Luthor's grandson is an extreme racist, but in his eyes, the Earthlings are one race, and he does not hesitate to speculate on the actions of all races other than the Earthlings with the darkest thoughts. Li Chengfeng smacked his lips. This kind of people, just don't learn their lessons. The deaths of Red Skull and Nazi Hydra are still fresh in our memory, and now Lex Luthor is doing it again? I don't quite understand. You mean, as a native of the Earth, you firmly resist the existence of aliens and are even willing to kill them. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Unexpectedly, Lex Luthor actually said 8 words in fairly standard Hyuxia. According to Lex Luthor's wisdom, learning a few words of Hyuxia is really no different from playing. Looking at Lex Luthor's determined eyes, Li Chengfeng wanted to laugh for a moment. As a time traveler, his vision is no longer limited to the Earth. Why do the people on Earth firmly resist aliens? If we don't unite all the forces in the universe, what if a world of all things pops up? What if a Perpetua pops up? What if some weird supreme deities even pop out from the Foundation universe? When the vision is broadened to include the entire universe and countless timelines, the Earth is, at best, just a village. The so-called global village means that the entire Earth is like a small village in the vast universe. This is the theory proposed by McLuhan in his 1964 book Understanding Media, The Extensions of Man trademark. People in the 1960s could figure it out, but Lex Luthor, a genius who can be called a level universe scientist, is still stuck in a rut. As expected, even a super genius can't escape the common problem of white men, right? Then why don't Tony Stark and Bruce Wayne have this idea? It seems that there is indeed a big problem with the Luthor family's education. The population decline is what they deserve. Apart from Leno Luthor, there is no good person in the family in the usual sense. Hela understood, too. All the abnormalities in my body were the work of the bald BD in front of me. Thinking of this, a night sky sword appeared out of thin air. When the sword was about to pierce Lex Luthor's head, Li Chengfeng grabbed the hilt of the sword. Although Lex Luthor did not die, his forehead was pierced and blood was flowing all over his face. Li Chengfeng put down the night sky sword and walked in front of Lex Luthor. Don't forget to flatter yourself. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Why don't you Americans return America to the Indians first? To the Indians, what's the difference between your Luthor family's ancestors and those aliens you imagine wanting to take over the earth? After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he took Hela and Agatha out of the interrogation room. Seeing Phil Coulson waiting outside, Li Chengfeng gave some instructions. Disable all communications with Lex Luthor, and then inform Lex Group that their boss is in the hands of the FBI. Let them find a new boss. Seeing Phil Coulson nodded, Li Chengfeng left Airbus. The moment she got off the Airbus, Hela was stunned for a moment, and then she held Li Chengfeng tightly to her side. Li Chengfeng knew that the greed that had just been temporarily suppressed had become active again. Eldest sister. What happened? An urgent voice came from mid-air. It was Thor, who was flying over with Loki in his hand. After landing, Thor and Loki looked at Hela with great concern. During this period of time, after temporarily ignoring Odin and Asgard, the relationship between the three siblings can be said to be growing stronger day by day. Both Thor and Loki highly admire this powerful and kingly elder sister. So when they sensed that something was wrong with Hela's aura, they rushed over immediately. It's just the devil's blood and the greedy orange light. It can't have much impact on me. Still holding on. Li Chengfeng patted Hela's hand gently, and then the green light transformed. When the thread composed of the green light of will wrapped around the two people's clasped hands, Hela was obviously a lot more relaxed. Faced with this situation, the best way is to create an orange lantern ring to transform suppression into control. But there is no suitable material now. So Li Chengfeng could only temporarily use the green light of his will to help suppress Hela. Compared to the anxious Asgard Golden Retriever, the Asgard Husky glanced among the crowd and put forward his suggestion. Well, if I remember correctly, we should have a home, right? And in that family, there was a father called the King of God. What we're saying is, a proper level godfather at the peak of his powers should be able to solve the problem facing the eldest sister, right? Loki said as he faced Hela and spread his hands. Father and daughter, king and crown prince, will meet again eventually. Let's go back to Asgard. Chapter 120. So, do you really want to go to that alien planet called Asgard? Agatha Harkness stood behind Li Chengfeng. Although she was an immortal spirit, she had only seen the legendary Asgard in some records. What else? Li Chengfeng is quite a bachelor, isn't it just to meet his father-in-law? Could Odin really kill his daughter and son-in-law? Then Li Chengfeng is really going to help Hela and Loki to seize power and usurp the throne. I thought you would try other methods first, and if none of them worked, you would choose to go to the unknown divine realm. To you, it is an unknown divine realm, but to these three siblings, it is called returning home. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. It was obvious that these mysterious magicians had a filter when it came to Asgard. Logically speaking, since they travel back and forth between various dimensions, they should have touched Asgard at least once, right? Agatha Harkness saw Li Chengfeng's expression. As a rare wise man, after getting rid of the blacken and corruption of the dark book, his wisdom had long since regained the high ground. You can tell what Li Chengfeng is thinking at a glance. They were really wronged. There is a big difference between dimensional travel and interstellar travel, okay? Without looking at the conflicted Agatha, Li Chengfeng walked towards where Nick Fury was. Fury, are you busy? No, sir, if you have something to say, just say it. You suddenly asked me if I was busy, and I was a little flustered. Nick Fury had a new eye mask on at the moment, and was bragging to each other with Professor X and several parent representatives. As the director of the American General Bureau, he was acting with both dignity and friendliness. But Li Chengfeng suddenly came up to him stealthily. I also asked myself for no apparent reason whether I was busy or not. He was almost scared to death. What's going on? What's going on? It sounds like since you're not busy, you're planning to find something to keep yourself busy? Nick Fury smiled apologetically at several parent representatives, then followed Li Chengfeng to the side, smiling but lowering his voice. What's wrong? I heard a lot of big things happened today, right? Nick Fury asked as he brought the champagne glass to his lips and took a sip. It's okay, not a big deal. Li Chengfeng nodded, just detained that guy Lex Luthor. Puff. The champagne that had just entered his mouth sprayed out as Li Chengfeng's calm words entered his ears. Ahem, what the hell? Did you take down Lex Luthor directly? Nick Fury was not surprised at all that Lex Luthor was arrested, and he even looked forward to it. But he didn't expect it to be so easy. So, is there any evidence? Evidence? What is that? Is it edible? Li Chengfeng looked at the black marinated egg with contempt. Have you been living a wealthy life for too long? Have you hidden the ruthless Nick Fury? If it were a few months ago, you would only ask me how I plan to deal with Lex Luthor. Evidence? The FBI is the biggest evidence of TND. No, just get to the point. Why are you always scolding me in a roundabout way? Nick Fury said awkwardly, since the X-Men were merged into the FBI, I have been working with Xavier and have picked up some of his habits. Li Chengfeng looked at the black old man in his 60s in front of him with a look of disappointment. It seems that the days of comfort cannot last too long. Even people like Nick Fury have lost some of their edge. Anyway, let me make it short. He was the one who funded the Storybrooke incident and provided all the conveniences for Agatha Harkness. This shows that he has deep interests and even power for money transactions with the American government and military. Li Chengfeng pointed at Tony Stark and others beside him, and the economic incident against the FBI's outsourced partners was also his handiwork. I guess there were many similar unsolved old cases in the past that were also more or less the work of the Lex Group. Li Chengfeng's words were actually not ambiguous. Nick Fury has also been in the political arena for decades, so he naturally understood Li Chengfeng's subtext. Just do it with all your might. Nick Fury thought about this and reflected deeply on himself. He used to be a ruthless and calculating person, so why has he become more kind-hearted recently? Can't I forget the method of making a living just because I have Li Chengfeng? So he decided to start with Lex Luthor. He wanted to make those people with bad intentions remember the reputation of the FK man. Wait, I can handle this, so what are you going to do? You've seen Hela's condition today. She fell for Lex Luthor's trick. Li Chengfeng shrugged. Mammon's blood contaminated her and caused her to be possessed by the greedy orange light. I don't have any good solution for now, so I plan to take her back to Asgard to see if her father has any good solution. The father of the goddess of death Hela? Isn't that? Nick Fury's one eye widened, and he looked around before lowering his voice again and saying, isn't that the king of God Odin? Yes, a son-in-law has to meet his father-in-law, right? Li Chengfeng nodded. I'm going to take the star team away. I'm telling you. You don't need to say that. Nick Fury laughed, even if you want to go to Asgard alone with Hela, I won't agree joke. Now you are the #1 dad in the America General Administration. Can I let you go to another planet to meet your father-in-law by yourself? He had learned all about Hela and his father's family affairs from Li Chengfeng, and realized that Odin, who was called the King of God, was also a black-hearted person. Otherwise, he would not do such a thing as to abandon his own daughter. She was once promised the position of crown prince, but because Hela was too obsessed with war and could not bring peace to the 9 realms, she simply sealed her own daughter on Earth. You didn't say it during the war, but instead did this after the war? Li Chengfeng is the darling of their American General Administration and also the darling of the Republic General Administration. Even for the sake of the Republic, Nick Fury would never let Li Chengfeng face his cruel and sinister father-in-law alone. No problem. But Uncle John doesn't need to do that, since he still has the responsibility of the Human Resources Department. Good. Seeing that Li Chengfeng had made all the arrangements, Nick Fury nodded in agreement. As the director of the American General Bureau, he has no awareness at all that others are taking over his duties, but is used to it. Sorrow. Nick Fury, pamper to death. Li Chengfeng reported this to Nick Fury mainly to let him make preparations in advance. After all, the team with the strongest combat power will accompany the captain on a long journey. It's time for these old-timers like the X-Men to take some action. It just so happens that there are many excellent students in the FBI Academy who can already start trying to participate in missions, just to increase their internship experience. I just don't know how much trouble these naughty kids with outstanding abilities can cause for the FBI. But this is not what Li Chengfeng can think of now. All he could think about now was getting to Asgard. After greeting Bruce Wayne and others, Li Chengfeng immediately turned on his personal terminal, entered the special team's exclusive frequency band, and summoned all the members of the star team except Uncle John. When they heard that they were going to the legendary Asgard, most people were extremely excited and showed great interest. But there are also very calm players. One was Uncle Jiang, who was busy working in the Human Resources Department. He was even relieved to hear that he had avoided a business trip. Another one is Captain Carter. This old sister has always been so calm. After all, Asgard is a place she has visited many times in various timelines. She can definitely be considered a frequent visitor. After informing the team members of the gathering place, Li Chengfeng returned to Hela again. How's the situation? To be honest, I don't know whether I should say yes or no. Hela shook her head and spoke calmly, but the moment Li Chengfeng appeared, she tightly held him by her side again with her hands. In fact, since the end of the fairy tale town incident, I have always felt that my power is breaking through the limitations of the goddess of death. That greedy power seems to have made me stronger. Li Chengfeng frowned slightly. After all, the real universe he lives in has integrated too many works. How could he possibly know what chemical reaction will occur between the greedy orange light on the emotional spectrum and the divine power of Asgard? But from Hela's own description, no other negative effects have been found except greed and his possessiveness. On the contrary, as the greedy orange light grew stronger, it gradually broke the restriction that Hela must stand on the land of Asgard to truly return to her peak. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that in the 7-lamp core that he gradually built up, the side effects of various colors of light have been tending to decrease. This trend has existed since the beginning of the red light. Not only does the ring not directly replace the function of the heart, it also does not turn the wearer of the red light ring into a killing machine dominated by anger and hatred. And the orange light seems to be no exception. If it really goes as he wants, Hela will not only have the fighting power of an extra orange lantern ring, but also break the restriction that she must step on the land of Asgard to return to the peak. Hiss. If the normal Dacheo doesn't get more sun, it might not look good enough. You should know that in terms of individual combat power, Orange Lantern can even be said to be the top 3. In other words, the host, Lafflets, is a bit lame. As an old monster who has lived for who knows how long, he holds a powerful lamp ring that ranks high, but he ends up in such a mess. Becoming stronger, it's good to become stronger. This is what a warrior dreams of. The big golden retriever from Asgard looked like he didn't understand the situation and even looked a little envious. When you go out in the future, can you please not say you are my brother? The Asgard husky's eyes revealed his disdain without disguising it. Sometimes I really wonder if your mother abandoned you and raised the placenta. Nonsense, retorted the big golden retriever Thor, no one has a placenta as powerful as mine. You're pretty damn proud. Loki suddenly felt a pain in his head. From childhood to adulthood. My brother has been like this since he was a child. He is only growing in height but not in brains. Unless there are major setbacks in the future, I'm afraid he will be a big golden retriever who does nothing but fighting and laughing foolishly all his life. While the big golden retriever and the husky were bickering, the team members came over one after another to gather. Almost everyone could not hide their excitement. Little lunatic, are you sure you want to go to Asgard instead of to rescue the Martian? Ah? Is there anything wrong with my outfit? Harley Quinn patted her clothes, looking confused. Nonsense. Asgard is a planet with advanced civilization and life. Li Chengfeng pointed at Harley Quinn, why the hell are you wearing a spacesuit, and when did you paint the spacesuit? I don't remember there being pink spacesuits. Harley Quinn fell into deep thought as she was targeted by Li Chengfeng's Great Desolation prisoner's finger. Asgard, no need to wear a spacesuit? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I stole this spacesuit for nothing. Steal, where did you steal it from? The FBI's equipment department has been researching and developing spacesuits recently. I don't know what's going on. Harley Quinn complained as she took off the new space suit, which was already extremely light compared to traditional space suits. I was so anxious just now, but it was all in vain. After Li Chengfeng informed Maria Hill of this matter, he put the space suit, whose paint had not yet completely dried, aside, for the Ministry of Internal Affairs to come and recycle it. Although this is the first time that Earthlings have visited the Asgard Divine Domain, I won't say much since I'm not as talkative as Professor X. Now that everyone has gathered, let's set off. After saying that, Li Chengfeng definitely extended his hand to Loki. The Asgard Husky didn't expect that he would have his own business to attend to. He was stunned for a moment and started staring at Li Chengfeng. Coordinates. If you don't give me the space-time and dimension coordinates of Asgard, how can I open the portal to pull people in? Do you really think of me as a tool for eating, drinking, and handing out candy? No, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? If you just give me the coordinates of the Republic border and I walk there, do you think I will be arrested for illegal entry? The same goes for Asgard. You opened a portal into Asgard without permission, and with the identity of Team Star, are you asking for help? This is a pure declaration of war. A trace of wisdom but helplessness flashed across the eyes of the Asgard Husky. You better be more careful. Hulk immediately raised his head and moved in front of Loki. Snacks? Where are the snacks? Hulk, eat. Eat, eat, eat. I'll let you eat as much as you want when we get to Asgard. Loki rolled his eyes. Who would have thought that although Hulk gave Loki a Super 8-section throw at the instigation of Li Chengfeng, the two of them became good friends instead. As long as Hulk is in control of the body, he will inevitably be hanging out with Loki, the old naughty boy. Oh yeah, I'll call Heimdall and ask him to start Bifrost to take us back. After that, Thor muttered a few words, then raised his head and pointed to the distance and said, "Wait a minute. Here it comes. Bifrost is coming." Everyone looked in the direction of Thor's finger, and saw a rainbow appearing from the sky, heading straight towards them. Damn it! Peter! I will never let you go today. Jessica! I've already apologized. Let me go. Don't even think about it. How dare you matchmake for Lord Hela? I'll beat the shit out of you today and it will be a clean one. Dirty words. Jessica. Watch out for the dirty words. Be careful that the dean will drag you to a small ideological education meeting again. Jessica Jones shuddered, the horrific memories flooding back to her mind again. Trademark, the ideological and moral education starts at 8 hours. Professor X obviously doesn't nag at other times, so why does he nag like that when it comes to occasions like when leaders are giving speeches? Stop meddling in the affairs of beautiful girls. Just grit your teeth and take this punch from me. Because of the different twists and turns, Jessica Jones's relentless pursuit of Peter Parker finally paid off. While Tony Stark was chatting with Peter Parker, he took advantage of Peter's politeness and successfully captured him. Then, in Tony Stark's shocked and ambiguous eyes, he watched Jessica Jones carrying Peter Parker away. Ah, it's great to be young. Tony Stark, who has been a playboy since his youth, sighed. The other two notorious presidents also agreed deeply. Then there was the scene where Jessica Jones tortured Peter Parker. And Jessica Jones was absolutely right in making him grit his teeth. That punch was absolutely free of any personal emotions or water. Just like the punch he gave Li Chengfeng. But Peter Parker suddenly had an idea and used the reaction force of the punch to instantly increase the distance between the two of them. Jessica Jones gritted her teeth and immediately exerted force on her feet, trying to find the feeling of successfully flying. Success. This time she finally succeeded again. So she changed direction in midair, accelerated and caught up with Peter Parker who was escaping. Ha ha ha. Peter. Don't even think about escaping from my grasp. Jessica, you're flying again. Peter Parker's slightly trembling voice came, feeling both happy and annoyed. I'm glad that my friend's ability development is on the right track. The sad thing is that he can't escape this severe beating today. Jessica Jones showed a sly smile on her face. She pressed Peter Parker's shoulders with both hands and used her own forward inertia to push him directly from midair to the ground. Ahem. It hurts. Why are you pretending? The intensity just now was not even 1/3 of the actual combat class. Although Jessica Jones chased Peter Parker and beat him up when they had a disagreement, she would never do anything to really hurt her friend. These actions would at most be considered a warm-up activity in a practical class. Considering the physical fitness of the two people, they would not be hurt if they fell from a height of 10 meters. if the place where they landed was not exactly in the center of the Star Squad's gathering point. The current actions of the two people are very indecent. Peter Parker is lying on the ground, and Jessica Jones is sitting on his waist at this moment. Everyone in Team Star, what the hell? Jessica Jones, what the f***ck? Peter Parker, pointing at Bifrost falling from the sky, what the hell? Chapter 121. So, Mr. Parker, Ms. Jones, what the hell are you doing? Lee, what are you talking about? I promise that Jessica Jones and I are just pure friends. Who the hell asked about your private lives? The FBI Academy doesn't care about that, and you're not kids anymore. Li Chengfeng turned around and looked at Peter Parker and Jessica Jones. I'm asking why you two suddenly showed up here. Ahem, if I say I'm just being beaten, would you believe me? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. These two naughty kids were more troublesome than the other. But just bring them along. The two of them will have no problem protecting themselves with their abilities. In the FBI Academy, their combat power is among the best. What's more, this trip to Asgard is not to carry out a mission or engage in military operations, so it is estimated that there is no danger. After all, the three Asgard siblings are under his control. But this turn gave Li Chengfeng a fright. How come even the Airbus was teleported up here? Because they were currently traveling in the Bifrost hyperspace tunnel, the huge Airbus was also included in the Bifrost's transmission range. This hyperspace teleportation technology is truly astonishing. It can put everyone in Bifrost in a superluminal environment, but it will not have any impact on various physical indicators. The most exaggerated thing is that Bifrost has a wide range of applicability and can be used regardless of the level of physical fitness. And this thing is not just a teleportation device, it can also be used as a dimensional railgun. So how did they get Bifrost to switch modes between weapons and channels at will? Lee, when you arrive in Asgard, you must meet my brother Heimdall. Heimdall is the bridge keeper of Asgard. He has eyes that can see through the boundaries of space and can observe the flapping of the wings of the tiniest insects in the most hidden corners of the 9 realms. Thor has great respect for Heimdall. As for Heimdall, it is completely possible to understand him as Captain America of Asgard. In addition to possessing extremely powerful strength among all the gods of Asgard, he also possesses the morals and conduct of a saint, and the latter is the fundamental reason why the Asgardians respect and love him. Even if his last name isn't Odinson. Thor, how do you request teleportation from Heimdall? Well, I just asked Heimdall to teleport all the people around me up there, but I didn't expect Heimdall to bring Airbus up there as well. It seems that this Heimdall can manipulate the coverage of Bifrost at will. He better cover it accurately. If there are parts missing from the Airbus, I will make him compensate for it. Well, if you can find a lawyer to sue across the planet. Stop talking nonsense. Li Chengfeng looked at the Asgard Golden Retriever. When you are being naughty, you are quite smart. I learned it from him anyway. Thor also waved his hand in a very bachelor-like manner, pointing at Loki standing beside him. No, I have tried my best to minimize my presence, and you can still blame me? Is that right, Lao Li? To be honest, you do seem to have some of the qualities of the root of all evil, just like a guy named Sun Xiao Chuan. Li Chengfeng patted Loki's shoulder earnestly. You still haven't grasped the essence. As long as you are justified enough and shameless enough, your brother can't really kill you now anyway, right? Loki opened his mouth, but in the end no words came out. He did not agree. He believed that Thor had really wanted to kill him at some point. And we're about to return to Asgard. He has not forgotten that he is still a defector in Asgard. Although Odin, as his adoptive father, will not kill him, he will still have to go to jail to some extent. But none of this really matters to Loki. Jail? There's really nothing wrong with Asgard prison, except that there's no freedom. Could it be worse than when he was imprisoned by Dr. Doom? What he feared was disappointing his father. What he feared more was his mother's worry and blame, and the contempt of Sif and others. Loki Odin's green eyes, which were like the most beautiful gems, also dimmed, as if they had lost all their luster. This has actually been Loki's obsession all along. No matter how hard he tried, he had to admit that he had been quite inferior from birth to now. Compared with his brother Thor and his childhood playmates, Loki's physical fitness is actually not outstanding. This not outstanding is relative. Although he has a physical fitness level that is above the average, compared with Thor, Sif, and the 3 warriors of Asgard, the best warriors in Asgard, he is indeed not outstanding. Especially Volstagg, the Lion of Asgard, who has the experience of picking up the ultimate universe Mjolnir and becoming the War Thor. So, although Loki is better at the witchcraft magic taught by Frigga and the control of ice in his blood, he is obsessed with fighting the enemy in close combat with 2 daggers. In his subconscious, he wanted to be more like his brother and childhood friends. He wanted his father to pay more attention to him. He wanted Sif to pay more attention to him. The Asgard prince from Jotunheim was confused and felt inferior for 1,000 years, and finally he went astray. Family education. Family education, everyone. This is the necessity of excellent family education. What a lesson for you. Although Loki had not yet taken the first step on the wrong path, he was beaten up by the big guy from Kansas and a bald Asgardian from another dimension, and was finally deceived by the profiteer Li Chengfeng into signing a 250-year labor contract. Although it looks miserable, it made Loki Odin's life go in another direction. A direction where one does not have to sit on the throne of time forever. Li Chengfeng keenly noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Loki's mood. As his leader, Li Chengfeng actually knew roughly what Loki was afraid of. Don't be afraid. Have you forgotten that you signed a 250-year labor contract? Li Chengfeng smiled. During the period of time when the contract is in effect, you are a member of the FBI and my subordinate. Even Odin can't touch the people I protect. Are you really that domineering? It's okay, generally domineering. I've read more long Aotian novels recently, and I think I've completely mastered the skill of tiger body shock. Li Chengfeng talked a lot of nonsense and successfully diverted Loki's thoughts, and all the worries he had just felt disappeared. At this time, Thor, who was at the front, pointed and shouted excitedly, "Everyone, we're almost there." The time spent in Bifrost's hyperspace tunnel was actually not long. Li Chengfeng just talked a few more words with his team members and then they arrived at their destination. Asgard Divine Domain. A planet at an unknown distance from Earth. The moment they left Bifrost, another space appeared before everyone. The huge amounts of gates, the towering starry dome, and the rapidly rotating light wheel reflecting the magnificent hall. It's shocking, but not much different from the Asgard I imagined. The only difference is that it's bigger. In the movie, Asgard's Bifrost can only transport a file the size of a Quinjet. But the Bifrost entrance and exit in front of us looks like it would be easy for 2 more Airbuses to come in. Right, this is what a dimensional railgun feels like. The caliber in the movie is not even close to the power of a starburst. And this is not Asgard, but a bridgehead. It is also Heimdall's residence and office. The tall Asgard god, with his hands on the giant sword, stood right in front of everyone. "Oh my god, we finally meet again, my dear brother." Thor was very excited to set foot on the land of Asgard again. He walked up and hugged Heimdall tightly. Heimdall calmly accepted the Asgard prince's call him brother, but under his golden helmet, his face was heavy and his brows were furrowed. Because he looked in Loki's direction. "Hey! Heimdall! Although I made some mistakes that were neither big nor small." Loki pointed at himself nervously, "But I am still the prince of Asgard, so give me some face, right? My brother, don't be so conceited. He is not looking at you now." Hela stretched out her hand and pushed Loki aside, then walked forward and looked Heimdall in the eye. "The last time we met was when I was exiled and sealed in Midgard, right? God of the Dawn Heimdall. No, now I should call you Bridgekeeper Heimdall. You have returned from the Seal of Eternal Damnation, Princess Hela." "Princess? Heimdall, have you forgotten my identity as the Crown Prince? When I was crowned as the Crown Prince, you were at the front of the gods watching the ceremony. Those are some fond memories, but now the rightful heir to Asgard is Thor Odinson." "Tisk, then you might as well call me Commander-in-Chief, it sounds much better than being called a princess." The fighting spirit between Hela and Heimdall quickly rose, as if they were about to fight at the next moment. Heimdall was even more nervous. Thor had never seen the usually calm gatekeeper show such an attitude. Loki stepped aside pitifully. Just now he was so self-righteous as to think that Heimdall was going to bring him to justice. After all this fuss, is it true that Loki Odin is not even qualified to be considered a major enemy? Damn man! Li Chengfeng and other members of the Star team extended their sincere greetings and condolences to Loki. "Loki is about to break, go hug him." Li Chengfeng poked Hulk's thigh with his elbow. "Oh, good. Hulk, hug." Puff. Loki almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Hulk, can you be gentler?" Loki hurriedly got out of Hulk's arms, but he felt relieved by Hulk's interruption. Who made her sister the goddess of death, Hela, who killed people across all 9 realms? Just get used to it, just get used to it. As the 2 powerful Asgard gods confronted each other, everyone present gradually felt the oppression in the air. For the gatekeeper Heimdall, Hela's identity as the crown princess was already in name only after she was exiled and sealed in Midgard by Odin. But her greatest identity now is enemy of Asgard. And arguably the greatest enemy Asgard has ever seen. Even if he tried his best, he could only hold out for a period of time at most. After all, Hela was Odin's eldest daughter, the former executioner, commander-in-chief of Asgard, and goddess of death. And Hela was eager to try. Because the moment she set foot on Asgard, her strength quickly rose to an extremely high level. Although it has not yet reached the true peak, she will gradually recover as long as she stays in Asgard for a period of time. If Li Chengfeng had not appeared and interrupted the confrontation, Hela might have really had to fight a divine war with Heimdall. Remember what we are here for? We are not here to declare war on your father. Li Chengfeng walked forward and gently held Hela's hand. Heimdall's eyes, which could see through all illusions and observe any corner of the 9 realms, suddenly widened. In his eyes, Hela's greedy fighting spirit that was enough to fill the entire gold gallon abyss disappeared completely the moment they held hands, as calm as a windless lake. The sharpness in her eyes also disappeared, replaced by calmness, and endless possessiveness for the man in front of her. Heimdall couldn't believe it. Was this the goddess of death Hela that he knew? Is this the Hela who is either killing someone or on her way to killing someone? Now, joining hands with a Midgard man, not only is there no discomfort, but it is even very enjoyable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Heimdall would have thought he was dreaming. Although he never slept. Yes, 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 we are returning to Asgard this time to meet our father. The big golden retriever Thor immediately took over the conversation. Heimdall, we are going there now. I had already informed the king of God Odin of this matter when you contacted me. Heimdall nodded to Thor, signaling them to hurry up. Please don't let Hela, the evil star, block the door, okay? So they moved the Airbus to the side to avoid blocking the gate of Asgard. Then everyone followed Thor's instructions, passed the partial physical bridge extending from Bifrost into Asgard, and walked into the extremely tall golden arches. Finally arrived in the luxurious yet elegant Asgard. Although the guards remained motionless, the shock in their eyes was obvious. They had never seen a Midgardian set foot on Asgard alive. In ancient times, there were brave warriors in Midgard who fought alongside the Asgard army, but they did not come to Asgard. My son, you never take my words to heart. The king of God Odin on the throne looked at his son deeply with his one eye, not paying attention to anyone else. Mortals are not qualified to enter the Asgard domain. And you, my dear father, are still the same. What is there to defend about the so-called majesty of God? Hela let go of Li Chengfeng, walked to the front of the crowd, and blocked all the pressure from the king of God with her own strength. Come to think of it, we haven't seen each other for nearly 2,000 years, right, father? Odin stared at Hela for a long time and then sighed. Long time no see, daughter. Chapter 122. After Li Chengfeng decided to go to the Asgard Divine Realm, he had already imagined several scenes of Hela and Odin meeting. For example, right after Bifrost comes out, he rushes into Odin's temple with 2 machetes in his hands. For example, Odin directly led the army to surround the entrance of Bifrost. Anyway, the severity varies, but they all have one thing in common. It was inevitable that the father and daughter would have a fight. But the actual situation was a little unexpected for Li Chengfeng. Whether it was Odin or Hela, although there was some sharp words in their conversations, the overall atmosphere was based on peace and indifference. Li Chengfeng poked Loki, who had just recovered from being hugged by Hulk, and whispered, as the father of the King of God, are you usually so kind and amiable? What the hell? Affable? Are you full of it? Then take a look for yourself. When your father faced your sister, he appeared calm on the surface, but his eyes revealed his entanglement and guilt. It was obvious that old Deng knew that he was wrong to force his daughter to rebel, but now he couldn't let go of his pride, so he froze. Li Chengfeng analyzed it seriously, but considering the current peaceful and somewhat weird situation, Loki couldn't help but believe it a little. However, Li Chengfeng was not talking nonsense. After all, Odin was able to raise a killer embryo like Hela in his early years, which showed that he was not a good person either. In this situation, he did not kill his daughter who was plotting to usurp the throne, but only sealed her in Midgard, and the seal was linked to his life. Isn't it obvious that I can't bear to kill my daughter, but I have to deal with her, so I just send her far away and never have any contact with her again. Anyway, once I die, the seal will be broken and I won't have to face such an embarrassing situation. Li Chengfeng looked at the unnatural look on Odin's face and became more certain. Not only are the rough lines inherited from generation to generation, but the trademark's sunderness is also inherited, right? As for Hela's current appearance, it can only be said to be unexpected but reasonable. After all, the current Hela is no longer the eldest princess of Asgard who only has the throne in her mind, because Li Chengfeng accidentally brought her out of the seal early. She experienced completely unfamiliar emotions in a completely unfamiliar environment. Her interactions with the other members of the Star Squad, with Thor and Loki's siblings, and with many ordinary humans on Earth, have given this goddess, who was originally born for conquest and death, a mortal touch. How much does she desire the throne of Asgard now? Not necessarily. Now it's just that he and his father Odin are refusing to give in to each other and are fighting for their dignity. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng walked forward, stood side by side with Hela, and held her hand. Just like he said at the beginning, he would accompany Hela, and he would always be the first on the right-hand side of the goddess of death. Let him break this weird and embarrassing situation. Hey! Lao Deng, I parked my Airbus outside your Bifrost. Did you Asgard check for illegal parking? Puff. When Li Chengfeng opened his mouth, the entire star team couldn't help but burst out laughing. Especially Thor and Loki, two Asgardians who were rapidly assimilating to Earth, were filled with surprise. No buddy, are you really that serious? Are you really going to do this just because Odin doesn't understand the jokes about the Earth's internet? Mortal, although I don't know what you just said means. Odin at the moment finally focused his attention on Li Chengfeng. He definitely saw Li Chengfeng and Hela's hands clasped together, and his eyes twitched. But as the king of God, I can forgive your verbal offense. Let go of your hand first. Oh, sorry, I'm used to holding it. Li Chengfeng laughed and let go of his hand, then winked at Hela. You see, this breaks the deadlock. It's just a matter of words. Odin became more and more angry as he watched Li Chengfeng flirting with his daughter. Hela, my eldest daughter, although I don't know how you escaped the seal, if you had stayed in Midgard honestly, I could have pretended to be ignorant of it. But you brought a group of warriors and returned to the land of Asgard through the Bifrost with great fanfare. Odin, the old warmongerer, has a very vicious vision. Although he said mortals, he only needed to take a quick glance with his one eye to find that none of the people around his children were good people. Especially the green monster and the man who just held his daughter's hand. They are even more powerful than the Midgard warriors who fought alongside the Asgard armies in ancient times. Plus, both of his sons seemed to have a good relationship with their sister whom he had never met before. But Asgard is also my land. My power is still rising. This is the recognition of my homeland and the power I inherited from my mother. Hela's expression was very calm, and when she said this she glanced at Frigga who was sitting on the throne of the Queen of Gods. Although Frigga is Odin's legal wife and Thor's mother, she is not Odin's original wife. Odin's original wife was named Jodi, which symbolizes the original Earth. This is why Hela will gain power when she sets foot on the land of Asgard. By the way, don't you know that the ether has already appeared in Midgard? Hela sneered. Back then, the ether caused us a lot of trouble. Wait, what did you say? The ether showed up. Odin's face fell instantly, and worry appeared in his one eye. Seeing Odin's expression, Hela shook her head. My father, are you afraid? It seems that as time goes by, your strength has been weakened to an unprecedented level. Even so, what do you want? A war of gods to kill your father and seize power. Odin, what nonsense are you talking about? Frigga on the side immediately interrupted Odin, then sighed softly and looked at Hela. Daughter. Dear Queen Frigga, believe me, I have almost no interest in the so-called divine power of Asgard. After all, if I really wanted to usurp the throne, I would be the one sitting on the throne of the God King now. Hela shook her head, always respectful to Frigga. Although she was not her biological mother, Frigga had always been kind to her. Hela looked so calm that even Li Chengfeng felt something was wrong. For the first time, I couldn't even see what was in Hela's mind. After all, he really thought that Hela would take this opportunity to seize the throne. Li Chengfeng is ready to take action at any time. Hela's next words made Li Chengfeng stunned. I, the eldest princess of Asgard, the former crown prince, the commander-in-chief of Asgard, and the goddess of death Hela, hereby announce that I will give up the inheritance rights of Asgard, because I will open up Midgard as my new domain and rule it together with my queen of gods. God Queen. Never stop until your words shock people. Not to mention Frigga, even Odin couldn't help but exclaim. Even for God, family love is an emotion that cannot be separated. And those conflicts between father and daughter will eventually disappear with the passage of time. Even the king of God Odin, even though he was getting weaker and weaker, he was still the top player among the level God-father players. But after hearing the second half of his eldest daughter's words, he had already forgotten about things like seals and thrones. Now he had only one thought in his mind. Find the pig that has been eating the cabbage for more than 2,000 years, and then make it into a pig-killing dish. After all, Hela is Odin's first child and the one who is most like him. Even though it was sealed at the beginning, I hoped that my daughter would admit her mistake. As long as she admitted her mistake, he would definitely release her without hesitation. He would still be the God King, and his daughter would still be the crown prince. But this father and daughter are so similar, even their shortcomings are exactly the same, so they will never give in to each other. But now it's different. What's the point of being submissive or not? My daughter is about to be kidnapped by a strange man, why should I care about my face? Who is the queen of gods you chose? Is she a native god of Midgard? Or a prince of some country? It's him. Hela pointed her finger at Li Chengfeng without hesitation. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment, took 2 steps to the left, then 2 steps to the right. Hela's finger was still pointing at him firmly. Odin immediately showed his great power. You mortal! How dare you kidnap my eldest daughter? Li Chengfeng, no, buddy, your conflict shifted very quickly. Although Li Chengfeng definitely accepted this identity, he still felt that Hela was a bit fierce. Can't we discuss this in detail when we meet with your father and mother alone? He had to say it in public, and at the moment when Odin had the worst impression of him. What kind of creature is the so-called father? Everyone has a different personality, but when they first meet their son-in-law, no matter if he appears to be cold or enthusiastic on the surface, what they are thinking in their minds is definitely to kill this BD who has seduced their daughter with a spiral explosion. It would be fine if he was just an ordinary father. But the father-in-law in front of him is the powerful level godfather, the lord of the Asgard divine domain. If I were young, I would have been squeezed to the point of shitting if I met the purple sweet potato spirit. But ask Li Chengfeng if he is willing. That's bullshit. A 2.13 meter tall gorgeous lady, reject? Li Chengfeng's mind has never been to the Pacific Ocean. Well, Hela, although I know about our relationship, I didn't expect you to want me so badly. Are you going to regret it? Are you going to break your oath to me? Hela's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the greed in her eyes suddenly surged uncontrollably. No, I must have you. You must become my queen of gods. A forced melon is not sweet, but it can quench your thirst. Hela, calm down. I didn't say I was going to regret it. Li Chengfeng saw that the greedy orange light had lost control again, and immediately turned on the green light to transform. He once again used the green light of his will to materialize the silk thread that was wrapped around Hela's arm. Besides, you have to consider the atmosphere before you speak. If your father wasn't the God King and had to maintain his dignity and face, he would probably have jumped off the throne by now, ready to have a real-life PK with me. It's okay, I can protect you. I didn't say I was a coward, but don't forget why we came to Asgard this time. Li Chengfeng smiled and shook his head, then looked at Odin. You should have noticed that Hela was possessed by a power called Greedy Orange Light, and the source of the power was that she touched Mammon's demon blood. Mammon's blood? Odin calmed down instantly, his brows slightly furrowed. Then he stood up and walked into the temple. Thor, Loki, entertain your friends. Daughter, and that mortal, follow me. Chapter 123. Li Chengfeng and Hela followed Odin into the inner hall of Asgard. Although just as luxurious as the main hall, the decoration of the inner hall is obviously much more restrained. Odin was in front, and Li Chengfeng and Hela followed behind. They walked like this for a while and finally arrived at the King of God's usual residence. At this time, Odin turned around and looked at Li Chengfeng. Not to mention the green energy that even he, the King of God, had never seen before. Even if one only looked at his physical fitness, this mortal was able to rival the strongest warriors of Asgard. But that doesn't matter. Odin first looked at Li Chengfeng's hand, which was holding Hela's hand in order to help her suppress Mammon's blood and the greedy orange light. This is too blatant, sir. Odin subconsciously covered his chest. Even the King of God couldn't suppress the surge in blood pressure at this time. In order to gain knowledge and power, he only had one eye left, and he looked at Li Chengfeng sharply. In fact, after sealing his daughter for nearly 2,000 years, his sanity had long since returned, and the so-called anger at the beginning had long been extinguished by the tide of time. The current situation is simply that this father and daughter, who were born as gods, are unable to let go of their pride. That's just pure stubbornness. Seeing his daughter holding hands so naturally with this mortal, Odin felt that he could hardly keep his mouth shut. This insidious and cunning mortal. He must have taken advantage of his daughter's weakness and helplessness when she just broke free from the seal and deceived her. Odin thought so, selectively ignoring the fact that his daughter Hela was the goddess of death, the commander of the army that conquered the 9 realms with him, and almost became the next king of gods. The absolute super queen, the ultimate queen. Not to mention strength, the IQ cannot be low, otherwise how can they fight wars and rule the country? May I have your name? Odin forced himself to put on a friendly expression and asked with a forced smile. Li Chengfeng, as for your profession, just think of it as a high-level sheriff of Midgard. Sheriff Li Chengfeng. Odin nodded, then his face changed drastically and he shouted angrily, Li Chengfeng. Your current behavior is tarnishing the dignity of the entire Asgard. You actually dared to get your hands on Asgard's sharpest sword of conquest, the most beautiful flower on the mountain. When Li Chengfeng heard Odin's roar, he almost rushed up and gave his future father-in-law a good fight. But I can't. Hela just announced their relationship. Even if Li Chengfeng is a scoundrel, he can't just beat up his father-in-law. Li Chengfeng was so angry that he sucked his teeth. This old man is such a jerk. Such a jerk. Just this one conversation gave old Deng the opportunity to seize the opportunity and desperately praise his daughter, trying to use this to open the door to restore the relationship and at the same time strike a blow against his prospective son-in-law. We must not let this old BCH succeed so easily. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng curled his lips and gave Odin a sinister smile. Then he turned around, held Hela's hands with both of his own, and was about to cry, My beloved, Hela, the goddess of death of Asgard, since your father opposes my union with you, I can only accept it painfully and helplessly. After all, this is the order of the King of God. In his eyes, the glory and majesty of the Asgard realm is above everything else, even above your happiness. But even if the mountains are gone and the sky and the earth are united, I will never part with you. Li Chengfeng, it seems like everyone is a green tea. He didn't curse Odin at all, but Odin's old face became less pale and more white with every word he said. Odin is so hateful. Anyone who can add and subtract with intent can tell that this Midgardian, whose appearance is even more handsome than Loki's, is acting. The acting is not just poor, it's deliberately poor and exaggerated. Hela definitely saw it clearly. But she was willing to cooperate and didn't point it out. Although she no longer hates her father Odin, the resentment she felt as a daughter for being sealed away by her father has not completely dissipated. You. Odin kept saying you for a long time, but couldn't finish the sentence. Finally, he sighed leisurely and sat down on the soft seat tremblingly like an old man. Oh, forget it, Li Chengfeng, right? You and Hela can sit down. Li Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. This Odin looked more and more like the Odin who was secretly sent to Earth by Loki in Thor 3. Or rather, this is what the aging King of God really looks like in private. Not much different from an ordinary old man. Li Chengfeng winked at Hela, and then they sat down together. Can't you let go of this hand for a while? Dear the King of God, I am not just trying to show you my intimacy with Hela. My green light of will can suppress the greedy orange light in Hela to a certain extent. Green light of will? Orange light of greed? What an interesting thing. Odin's eyes revealed a little curiosity. Although I don't know what the green light and orange light you are talking about are, I still know something about the blood of the original sin demon. Among the 7 deadly sins, Mammon controls the sin of greed and is also a dimensional lord in hell. And I can faintly sense a trace of Sidorak's aura from you. I guess you've already come into contact with those dimensional lords. Odin nodded and continued, then you should know that in order to make these guys' power ineffective, either they die or Hela dies. After getting this answer from Odin, Li Chengfeng was not surprised. After all, these guys are already the strongest existence under those abstract concept gods. I'm not trying to eliminate these things fundamentally. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he retracted the green light of will, allowing the orange light of greed to gain the upper hand in Hela's body again. Odin looked at his daughter's originally indifferent eyes, and suddenly endless greed surged out, as if even the gold gallon abyss could be filled up. At the same time, he could also feel that his daughter's strength, with the addition of the power of greed, had surpassed his current self. This was when Hela had just returned to Asgard and her strength had recovered to at most 80%. Will, greed. Can emotions also become power? Odin muttered to himself, and then looked at Li Chengfeng again. I don't plan to eliminate it, which means you have figured out how to deal with it. As you can see, although greed is a negative emotion, it also has extraordinary power. So instead of trying every possible way to get rid of it, it is better to control it. Li Chengfeng said, and once again connected with Hela with the green light of his will. Just like the two rings on my hands, the red light ring represents rage, and the green light ring represents will. I plan to make an orange light ring for Hela to represent greed, so that I can control this power and make it my own. So, you already have a solution? Then is there any need for you to ask me for help? Although I have a way, I lack the right raw materials. Li Chengfeng moved closer to Odin and whispered, besides, am I not giving you a chance to repair the father-daughter relationship with your daughter? Li Chengfeng's words are straightforward, but effective. It touched Odin's heart. As for materials, there is actually a suitable one. Odin thought for a moment and immediately gave an answer. Since you are so, intimate with my daughter, then you should know that the Mjolnir used by Thor was originally Hela's weapon. I've heard a little bit about it. Mjolnir's material is URU alloy, which is highly adaptable to Hela. I still have some of it in my treasure house. Li Chengfeng saw Odin bleeding profusely but not showing any pain at all, and knew that the old man sincerely wanted to repair the relationship with his daughter. So I didn't bother to be polite with him. What do you mean by reaching out your hand to me? Talking is useless. Give me the key to your treasure house, Lao Deng. Chapter 124. Li Chengfeng is very skilled in his movements and is shameless. Even though Odin had been the king of God for thousands of years, he had never seen such a shameless guy. You may have encountered shameless enemies before, but no matter how shameless they are, just kill them. But if his own people become shameless, he really has no way to deal with it. Most importantly, Odin couldn't refuse. Because it was he himself who said that there was URU alloy in the treasury. Is this in some sense a case of bringing disaster upon oneself? But all these regrets and annoyances were forgotten after seeing the orange light in his daughter's eyes. Unimportant. It's just a treasure trove, nothing important compared to my daughter. And strictly speaking, more than half of the things in his treasure trove were actually captured by Hela during the battle and presented to him. Thinking of this, Odin actually took out a key that was so simple and somewhat worn out. Since you want the key to my treasure house, take it. Li Chengfeng was just joking, who knew Odin would really take out the key to the treasure house. Taking this ancient key, Li Chengfeng instantly felt its mystery. The power contained in this key is probably not much less than that of Mjolnir, or even stronger. Is Odin so extravagant as to use an artifact of this level as the key to the treasure house? Li Chengfeng weighed the key. Although it was not big, it was quite heavy. Old Deng, this key is pretty powerful, why don't you just give it to me? After Li Chengfeng said this shameless remark, Hela was completely stunned. Pfft, cough cough, my queen, it is true that this is a treasure key, but it is also a powerful artifact. I definitely know, otherwise why would I come here? Then you know, this artifact that looks like a key is the legendary Kungunir. Pfft. What the hell? Kungunir, also known as Gungnir. It's called the Eternal Spear. It was created by the dwarfs as a gift to Odin. The material used to make Kungunir is the branches of the world tree. In mythology, it has the property of being sure to hit the target once thrown. In the Marvel universe, in addition to being used by Odin as a treasure trove key, Kungunir is also a remote control device for remotely controlling the destroyer. But not much is written about the specific combat performances. After all, Odin himself does not appear many times. However, as the life weapon of Odin, a powerful level godfather, possibly even the strongest level godfather, its power cannot be weak. This also shows that Li Chengfeng has no chance of taking this thing away from Odin. But Li Chengfeng still looked at the key in his hand with some excitement. No, It was Kun Gunir. He felt a little stressed subconsciously when he thought of the name. As for why? But for your sake. It's TNND, but for your sake. After Odin handed the key to Li Chengfeng, he was probably deeply irritated by Li Chengfeng's expression. He quickly sent Li Chengfeng and his daughter out, and sat in the room feeling sad. Definitely, the final secret sadness was Li Chengfeng's own imagination. In fact, Odin was only annoyed for a few minutes, and then he couldn't help laughing out loud. Hela returned, but not only did she not turn against him, she also had no interest in the throne of Asgard and even asked to continue her exile. That's right, in Odin's eyes, voluntarily staying in Midgard is nothing but asking for continued exile. But after smiling for a short while, he began to look sad again. Damn, of his two sons, one adopted son is not suitable for synthesis to be the king of Asgard, and the other has never had any interest in the throne. After all this, it seems that my daughter is still the most suitable to inherit the throne. Oh, forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Although he knows that he doesn't have much time left, at least he can still hold on for 1,000 years. By then, maybe we will have grandsons or granddaughters. If that doesn't work, then we can pass the throne to the next generation. Isn't there a saying in Midgard? A good grandson can bring prosperity to 3 generations. This is Odin. Although he is the majestic and powerful king of God in front of others, when he is alone, he is just an old man who likes to worry about other people's things. However, Li Chengfeng and Hela naturally could not see this scene. The two of them walked in Asgard, led by Hela, to the location of Odin's treasure house. On the way, Li Chengfeng looked at the key in his hand and asked Hela, "Tell me, what would your fate be like if I had never appeared? What if you hadn't appeared?" Hela was stunned. She had never thought about this possibility before. After thinking for a long time, she finally sighed, "If you hadn't appeared, the day I was freed from the seal would probably be the day Odin died. I think Loki will still come to Midgard to cause trouble, and Thor will chase him to Midgard to capture Loki back to Asgard. Then I will definitely find a way to find Thor and ask him to find a way to open the Bifrost, so that I can take a ride back to Asgard and then, be crowned king." Hela's description was concise, but it seemed to be no different from the Thor, Ragnarok that Li Chengfeng had watched. Sure enough, if the characters in this universe were allowed to develop independently, they would most likely follow the same path as the original work. Li Chengfeng was very glad that he came. His God King would not have to perish together with Surti in Asgard. But then again, if what you said is true, you definitely won't get Kun Gunir if Odin dies, then how are you going to get into the treasury? Break through the wall. Hela said as if it was a matter of fact. The treasury is not indestructible. Although Kun Gunir is used as the key to the treasury, it is only to demonstrate the authority of the King of God. It has no great practical significance. Li Chengfeng opened his mouth and said, "It seems so." As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived outside the treasure house. To be honest, just looking at the frame of the gate, there is no sign that this is the treasure house of the King of God. There wasn't even an Asgard guard at the door. But when Hela took the key transformed by Kun Gunir and inserted it into the door of the treasury, as the door opened, Li Chengfeng realized what another world meant. Wow, the main point is the contrast, right? The interior is so huge that it is obviously not matched with the door. Come on, my queen, let's go and see what other good things are in Odin's treasure house. Well, dear Lord God King, I still have to remind you that you are now possessed by the blood of Mammon and the orange light of greed. When facing the treasure house of the King of God, it is inevitable that you will have an attack. Don't worry about that. I'm not that interested in these things. You say you're not interested, but your hands are very honest. Li Chengfeng looked at Hela speechlessly as she held his hand with her right hand and held Kun Gunir tightly with her left hand, refusing to let go. You just keep talking tough. No matter how hard the lips are, they will feel soft when kissed. Li Chengfeng was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. Anyway, the artifact and the treasure house belonged to her father, so she could take them if she wanted. Anyway, it will all be hers from now on. So the two of them walked into Odin's treasure house hand in hand. After entering the treasury, Li Chengfeng had to admit that the portrayal of Odin's treasury in the movie was too one-sided and too purposeful. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The first thing that catches your eye is the Infinity Gauntlet, which Hela called a fake in the movie. The so-called fake is definitely not accurate. After all, the Infinity Gauntlet was originally just a carrier and did not have any magical powers. Compared with Thanos's gloves full of gems, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a fake. Odin asked the Dwarf King to build another infinity gauntlet, simply to see if there was a chance to truly collect all the infinite gems and build a big one. Odin must still be having some trouble getting over the experience of being beaten by the Celestials. For level Godfather powerhouses like Hela and Odin, a single infinite gems cannot have much impact on them, not to mention the more powerful celestial gods. For example, after Ronan the Accuser obtained the Power Stone, if you said that he could use the Power Stone to kill Odin or Hela, wouldn't that be a complete joke? But Li Chengfeng is not interested in this kind of power. Not only does it take a lot of time to collect all 6 infinite gems, but the price of snapping your fingers to fulfill a wish is also ridiculously high. Rather than collecting all infinite gems, Li Chengfeng hopes that no one can collect all infinite gems. If no one has them, it means that everyone has them. The main theme is fairness, fairness, and damn fairness. And now the TIE particles are lying safely in his dark book. Even if Thanos collects the other 5 infinite gems, he probably won't be a match for Li Chengfeng and Hela. Moreover, the brothers on Earth are not vegetarians. Not to mention the mid and low-end fighters, Li Chengfeng just shook a Kansas big guy, then a Martian manhunter, and then added a red light Hulk, and asked Thanos what kind of death he wanted to choose. So Li Chengfeng is actually not worried about Thanos, the purple potato spirit. To be honest, Thanos without gloves and gems is just a sub-father. Sure enough, when Hela passed by the fake Infinity Gauntlet, although she didn't express any disdain, it was clear from her completely indifferent look that she really looked down on this thing. But the things behind made Hela and Li Chengfeng stop for a while. Destroyer Mecha. I really miss you, father. Odin used to wear the destroyer armor and kill people everywhere in the 9 realms. Together with me, he drowned the whole world in blood and tears. But one day, he took off the destroyer armor forever and decided to become a benevolent emperor, embracing virtue and peace, benefiting all people. This old friend who accompanied him in battles for many years was thrown into the treasury to gather dust. Hela still felt a little resentful when she mentioned Odin back then. Humph, the toasts at the garden party, the peace agreement, but I was imprisoned in the darkness with no hope of escape, just like Beast. Li Chengfeng's expression was somewhat complicated. After meeting Odin, I know that this old man clearly loves this daughter who is most like him, but because of his anger and stubbornness, they almost become estranged from each other forever, laying the foundation for the future Ragnarok. But Li Chengfeng will not just see the surface. After all, he is a time traveler. Although the timeline of this universe has no meaning, many things will still happen as usual in a certain period of time. For example, Odin challenges the gods. Although they only lasted a few seconds before being defeated, the Celestials did not kill Odin. But in fact, it also killed Odin. Odin, who once attempted to conquer the entire universe, died completely, and the one who survived became the Emperor of Benevolence in Hela's words. Judging from the timing, it is probably because Odin realized that there are countless stronger people in the universe, so he chose to give up war and rule in the name of benevolence. This was also the beginning of the conflict between Odin and Hela. If we think about it more deeply, Odin's act of sealing Hela was not only a punishment for his daughter's rebellion against him, but it was probably also a form of protective confinement. After all, with Hela's murderous nature at the time, I'm afraid she would reach the Celestials in a few years. By then, Odin couldn't be sure whether his daughter could escape alive from the hands of the Celestials. But can this be said openly? I'm afraid Hela won't believe it even if I tell her. Li Chengfeng shook his head. Let the father and daughter resolve the conflict themselves. At least they are on the road to reconciliation now, aren't they? But after 2,000 years of being sealed, do you still firmly believe that your original idea of continuing to conquer the universe through war and force was correct? If there was no you, no Thor and Loki, no Harley and Aida, no Star Squad, I might still think this way. Hela sighed and said nothing more. Instead, she took Li Chengfeng and continued to walk deeper into the treasure house. Looking at the treasures displayed along the way, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but secretly sigh at the wealth of Odin's family. Casket of Ancient Winters, from Jotunheim, an artifact of the giants of Jotunheim, is said to be able to freeze an entire planet under extreme circumstances. The Ball of Agamotto, also known as the Eye of Eternity, can detect dangers from throughout the universe and uncover the source of all magic. Odin can even use this artifact to make predictions. The prophecy of Ragnarok was obtained through the Ball of Agamotto. Just as Li Chengfeng was observing whether the Ball of Agamotto was related to Doctor Strange's Eye of Agamotto, He heard Hela's voice beside him. Found it. Li Chengfeng turned his head and looked in the direction Hela was looking. Several items were displayed on one side. First up is Tesseract. Li Chengfeng was surprised when he captured Loki. Why didn't he have the Tesseract? After all the fuss, Loki in this universe didn't succeed at all. It is estimated that he opened a wormhole through other means for the Chitauri to invade the Earth. Then there is the silver medal placed aside. Although it is an irregular piece of metal, runes are naturally engraved on its surface. Finally, there is a brazier with huge amounts of the eternal fire that Odin looted from Surti when he defeated him. After seeing the last two things, Li Chengfeng suddenly became energetic. Combined with Hela's other power, the power to drive the undead, Li Chengfeng suddenly discovered that the orange lantern was not a last resort for Hela at the beginning, but rather the most suitable lantern ring. No doubt about it. This time, our own God King really got a great bargain. I'm afraid that in the future if I really want to beat her father, I can do so. My dear father-in-law, thank you for your hard work. Chapter 125. Li Chengfeng walked forward and extended his hand towards Uru metal. A large piece of Uru metal was held in his hand. It looked easy, but in fact he was exerting force secretly and it took a lot of strength to lift up the Uru metal. It's worthy of being the raw material of Mjolnir. It's just such a small piece, but its weight is so amazing. Li Chengfeng's eyes flashed with surprise, but as your Asgard's special mineral, this thing should be more than this, right? What's going on? Not only do you want to take away all the Uru metal in Odin's treasure house, you also want to figure out the source of the Uru metal, right? Hela was speechless after hearing what Li Chengfeng said. I think this greedy orange light shouldn't be attached to me. You became the host of the greedy orange light. What are you saying? I'm not greedy. I just want to help my sister make an orange lantern ring, but I'm afraid that I don't have enough materials, so I asked this question. Hela's eyes twitched as she looked at the waist-high hill of mud in front of her. Others don't know, but doesn't she know? How could you possibly use up so many materials just to make a lamp? Li Chengfeng pretended to be stupid, then used dark magic to open a pocket space and stuffed all the Uru metal into it. Not even a grain of metal was left for Odin. Uru metal may not be the most precious thing in Odin's treasure trove, but for Hela, it is the most practical thing. Now that we have the main body of the ring, we need to find the necessary things to strengthen the ring. Li Chengfeng then turned his gaze to the pot of the eternal fire. In the movie, Hela used the eternal fire to bring her Asgard army to life directly, rather than using necromancy. After all, the former truly grants eternity, allowing the bodies of those warriors whose souls return to the soul castle to have the strength to stand up again. But they still need the goddess of death to give them orders. Although they are all ordinary undead warriors, they were Asgard warriors when they were alive. If the power of the eternal fire could be integrated with the orange lantern ring, the remains of the Asgard army that have returned home could become Hela's orange lantern ghost army? Hiss. Please explain what it means that one person can form an army? Li Chengfeng's action was also very simple. He directly picked up the huge amounts of braziers and stuffed them into the temporary pocket space. Then he turned and smiled brightly at Hela. Dear God King, next we should find a place where we can make lamps and rings. Li Chengfeng initially thought about transforming into Ion Man again, and using Ion Man's power to directly create the orange lantern furnace and ring. But this is still a bit too luxurious. When Ion Man's power was used to create the original red lantern ring, the situation was quite urgent and there were no good forging conditions at the time. But now it's different. They have come to Asgard, and Asgard is seriously protecting the planet above the world tree. One of the planets belongs to Dwarf Nidavi, the Forge Star. This is the place where Thanos came and forced them to build the Infinity Gauntlet. After the incident, the dwarfs on the planet Nidavi were almost wiped out with a single click. However, those things happened after the Bifrost broke in the movie and Asgard was cut off from other planets. Today, Nidavi is still that lively and bustling planet. Who did you research? Choo choo choo, the eternal fire, choo choo choo. Li Chengfeng sat on the deck of the spaceship known as the Realm of Asgard, holding a handful of lamb skewers in his hand and eating them with such delicious taste. After Li Chengfeng got the eternal fire, the first thing he did was to grill skewers. Thor and Loki were sitting not far from him, also chewing on a handful of lamb skewers in their hands. But they are not as leisurely as Li Chengfeng. Even for them, it was their first time riding in the Asgard realm. This legendary superluminal spaceship had been lying in Odin's treasure house, but now it was dug out by Li Chengfeng. Even start a barbecue right on the deck with the eternal fire. Well, no one is as wasteful as you are, right? What do you mean by wasting natural resources? As long as these items can be used by us, it is not wasting natural resources. Li Chengfeng curled his lips. Really, 2 dead light bulbs have the nerve to accuse him of wasting resources. If Li Chengfeng had not met 2 idle Asgard princes after coming out of Odin's treasure house, he would never have gone with them. Unfortunately, I was relied upon. Thor and Loki didn't know that they had been disliked by the captain and brother-in-law. They were just curious about the birth of the Lantern Ring. Neither the Green Lantern Ring nor the Red Lantern Ring were born in front of them. This time, Li Chengfeng used Uru alloy and the Eternal Fire to create the Orange Lantern Ring, which they absolutely could not miss. So he shamelessly followed Li Chengfeng and Hela and reached the realm of Asgard. Looking at the rapidly receding cosmic scenery on both sides, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. FTL spacecraft is a nice thing, but it doesn't make any sense. Because the energy source of this thing is none other than Bifrost. Is it possible for Asgard to share access to Bifrost? Funny. So Li Chengfeng finally gave up the idea of tricking Asgard into giving him their superluminal spacecraft technology. Thor, you should have heard that Loki and I signed a labor contract to work in the FBI for 250 years. Li Chengfeng looked at Thor, who finished a handful of skewers in 3 bites, and continued, "How about it, are you interested in joining the FBI and becoming a teammate with us?" Although Thor's identity has been taken for granted during this period, in fact, Thor has always been a free man. I can't even start paying salaries, so I can only spend Loki's salary. Loki couldn't win the fight and finally had to accept his fate. Am I not an official FBI agent yet? Sign this, and you're it. As Li Chengfeng spoke, he took out something from his pocket that had been prepared long ago, and a labor contract printed on A4 paper appeared in his hand. The content and term are exactly the same as the one Loki signed originally, but the only difference is Li Chengfeng, UBD. Why did I have to use the parchment scroll cursed by Mephisto when I signed the labor contract? And Thor only has A4 paper. Seeing this, Loki finished his kebab in 2 bites, threw away the skewer, and went straight to Li Chengfeng. This is too much discrimination. Aren't you bullying an honest man? You are talking nonsense. Can you be like him? Li Chengfeng glanced at the indignant Loki. Judging from your cunning and shamelessness, if there was no parchment scroll for you to sign the labor contract, you would have definitely run away. Though Thor is a bit stupid, he always keeps his word. Li Chengfeng said as he handed the labor contract to Thor. Don't you agree, Thor? Thor took the contract in a daze, and then at Li Chengfeng's urging, he signed his own name as a god in a daze. Okay. Welcome Thor Odin to join the harmonious and friendly family of the FBI. Li Chengfeng even shook hands with Thor in a serious manner. Even Hela couldn't bear to watch this scene. Does she really think her 2 younger brothers are fools? I promised myself 250 years. This episode was just Li Chengfeng taking advantage of the opportunity to complete his KPI. Before Thor could fully realize that he was tricked by Li Chengfeng, the domain of Asgard had already reached the forging star Nidav. Li Chengfeng and others didn't even need to say hello, they were directly allowed to pass by Nidavai's outer guard forces. Li Chengfeng originally planned to let Thor, the big golden retriever, go and show off his face. As a result, I went in directly. There's nothing strange about this. Asgard was originally a spaceship built by the dwarfs of Nidav as a tribute to Odin. They would naturally recognize it. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 spaceships even came out as escort ships, serving as guides. It finally stopped on a huge amount of steel star rings, and in the center of the star ring was a burning fixed star. The dwarfs, led by King Atri, headed to Asgard to welcome the coming of God. After Li Chengfeng and the 3 Asgard siblings got off the spaceship, they looked at the dwarfs in front of them and fell into deep thought. Family members. He had wanted to complain ever since he watched the movie, wondering why the dwarfs were several times taller than Thor. Later I checked and found out that the dwarf in the comics is really a dwarf, much shorter than ordinary people. The dwarfs in the movie are actually called dwarfs because they are shorter than the giants of Jotunheim. In fact, dwarfs are not short at all, and are even taller than most humanoid creatures. But the proportions do look like a combination of a dwarf, and everyone has a big head. You say this is so unlucky, how did they come up with this race? Respected Prince Thor of Asgard, respected Prince Loki of Asgard, welcome to the Forge Star Nidav. Eitri first greeted Thor and Loki who were walking in front, and then looked back. It didn't matter that he saw this, Ai Kui wished that his eyes were born blind. Because he saw a face he hadn't seen for 2,000 years, and this face left an indelible horror in his heart. Hela. At first, Eitri, who was standing and saluting Thor and Loki, knelt down with his huge body like a golden mountain and a jade pillar. Crown Prince of Asgard, commander of the Asgard army, goddess of death Hela, you are back. Eitri, I am no longer the Crown Prince of Asgard. I am no longer interested in the throne of Asgard. Hela was not embarrassed by Eitri's prostration. After all, she was the one who turned Nidav, the Forge Star ruled by the dwarfs, into the humble and polite one it is today. The dwarfs back then were not like this. Relying on the fact that they were the forging star and had sophisticated weapons and equipment, they often launched invasions on nearby small planets. It can even be said that forging is a sideline and robbery is the main job. As a result, they were slaughtered indiscriminately by the Asgard army led by Hela, leaving only the relatively docile and intelligent dwarfs. Because Asgard has been at war for years and Odin deliberately erased Hela's existence from history, most people don't know Hela, or even who she is. But the memory of Nidavi being killed by Hela is still vivid in his mind. To put it bluntly, even Odin, in Eitri's eyes, is not as scary as Hela. I'm really afraid of being killed. Even if you give up all your identities, Nidav will still respect you as the goddess of death. Eitri was upright when he faced Thor Loki just now, but now his face is extremely flattering. I wonder when the goddess of death broke the seal? What is the purpose of coming to Nidav, the Forge Star this time? Okay, Ai Kui, my purpose for coming here this time is the same as last time, I came here to build something. Ai Kui looked up in surprise. Same purpose as last time? The last time, he created a magical artifact like Mjolnir. Are you here to forge a divine weapon again this time? Hela waved her hand, signaling Eitri and the other old dwarfs to stand up. Then he took Li Chengfeng's hand and walked forward. My queen will explain the details to you. The Queen of Gods? And she's from Midgard? Even the knowledgeable dwarf King Ikui was a little confused at this moment. But Hela had accumulated a lot of power over the years, so even though Ai Kui was confused, he subconsciously gave the order. Activate the star ring and ignite the fixed star forge. At the command, the scene before his eyes immediately began to change dramatically. The originally dark star ring suddenly lit up with countless light sources, and began to absorb the energy of the fixed star in the center. Then transmitted to the huge amounts of forges in the distance. What are the forging materials and requirements this time? Ai Kui turned to Li Chengfeng and asked, the forge will be fully charged in a few minutes, and I can make it for you as soon as possible. Well, this is a bit troublesome to explain, so I won't bother you. Li Chengfeng shook his head to refuse Ai Kui's help, and then came to the fixed star forge hand in hand with Hela. Feeling the energy in the forge gradually condensing, Li Chengfeng did not hesitate and directly turned on the double light transformation of red and green lights. Asgardian, I feel the breath of greedy orange light. That's right, it's not just the kidney deficiency shark, I feel it too. The voices of the ionic shark and the blood slaughter bull rang in Li Chengfeng's mind. Asgardian, although I support everything you do, I still want to remind you that the greed represented by the orange light is different from other emotions. After successfully creating it, you must be very careful in finding the wearer. That's right, orange is the most annoying. It wants everything. Even if I poop, it wants it. The blood slaughter bull's voice was a little indignant. FK, little Niu, what you said is disgusting. What's so disgusting? Niu, I am a lamp beast born from the energy of the emotional spectrum, and the light I excrete is also the red light of rage. Don't you excrete the green light of will? You stinky shark. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes as he listened to the bickering between little shark and little Niu. That's what little kids are like. They have a low sense of shame and can talk about shit, PS, and fart without any hesitation. After ignoring the two of them, Li Chengfeng took Hela to the forge. Then he took out the URU metal from his pocket space and placed it on the forge. In the fixed star energy, the temperature of the URU metal rose sharply, but its shape remained unchanged. Li Chengfeng stretched out his hand, and the red and green light intersected into a huge amounts of forging hammer, which struck the URU metal hard. The furnace is lit with an orange light, and forging begins. If you enjoyed this video, Please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.